Hello and welcome to the Summer of Legends tournament. We're at the finals. Gentlemen, we have been through a lot to get here. First of all, some of you might be surprised to see me. My name's Jeremiah, also known as Prospero. In that little clip you saw just a little while ago, you might have seen me in the smaller screen. But me and Zero have traded places as he has managed to fight his way up to the final battle here. And so I decided to take his job as host. It has been a long Summer of Legends tournament. You know, we needed something to keep us occupied while we waited for Battle of Legends 2. 64 players in 12 time zones representing over 12 countries. 265 games split over 180 matches had led us here to this point. One best of 5 separates Zeroskatr and Wandering Caretaker from the title of Unmatched, because there are no equals. There can only be one at the end of the day. I've got here my tournament trophy from the first tournament. And they are fighting to be one of 2 people with the esteemed honor of having one of these nice, hefty trophies. Like, you could use that as a weapon. It's not messing around. So, welcome everyone. I'm glad that you could all join me. Joining me here on the commentary, because more games is more good. So we decided that more commentary was also more good. So we're bringing in 3 additional commentators instead of just the 2 that we had for the semifinals. We've got John, Tommy Elliott. Where are you commentating in from?
From the middle of nowhere, North Dakota. It's frozen tundra out here, and it's about to get real cold, even though it's only September. Oh, no, it's not September yet. Just about.
Well, I am glad that you could stay in and turn up the heat with these battles here. Frank, how about you? Where are you coming in from?
I am calling in or joining from the San Francisco Bay Area in California.
All the way out in California. All right. And Zon, Sojourne.
Hello.
How are you doing? Where are you calling in from?
Well, as you know, I'm part of the secret Singapore Strike Squad, so I'm here to give support to our last surviving member. So no surprises for guessing who I'm rooting for.
Yes. You know, we try and be unbiased, but sometimes you really gotta cheer for the home team. So we're here, even on the commentator squad, representing all kinds of time zones and countries here, just showing the global reach of this game already. And I feel like we're just getting started. Yeah, anyone have any thoughts or things that they want to discuss here at the beginning? We've seen a lot of different fighter bans and picks. We've seen a lot of different, like a meta kind of evolve and shift from the first tournament. Does anyone want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I think, well, the evolution of the meta, I guess, are you referring like the follower kind of pick strategies, or yeah, absolutely. So really curious. I mean, I guess one of the underlying storylines they were coming into the finals today, as Sean referred to. You know, we had these two themes. We had either the All Singapore final, which we were discussing yesterday evening, or the fact that Zeroskatr and Wandering Caretaker are training partners, right? They're tournament organizers. They know each other and play each other extensively. So I think going into the pick ban phase of this, it's going to be. I think you talk about the meta of mind games and picks. You know, these 2 fighters, or these 2 players rather, know each other really well. I'll be curious to hear who won the coin toss and who chose to be either leader or follower. I think that's definitely an element. Was kind of defaulted to leader in the last tournament. We've seen an evolution there. What do you think, John or Sean?
Well, I think that in this particular matchup, because they know one another so well, the benefit would be follower. Because, like Jeremiah alluded to, the meta has changed. Last tournament, being the leader was the best option, possibly, because you could guarantee 2 of the big 3 being Bigfoot, Medusa, or Sherlock. But now, both of these players have strategies for dealing with the big 3. We just saw yesterday that John took down Bigfoot, working against the established meta to do so. So the advantage of going first maybe doesn't apply so much here, but what might apply more strongly is the counterpick opportunity. They know each other so well, they know how they play these characters, so just being able to be in one another's mindset and being able to pick counterpicks to how the other plays certain characters, that might be the bigger advantage.
Yeah, and I think going into that and going off of that, we should also look at the fact that this is not a best of 3 like all of the matches have been so far. This is a best of 5, so we're going to get 5 fighter picks and a ban. No, 4. Sorry. 4 fighter picks and a ban instead of the normal 3 fighter picks and a ban. And that's going to change up how the matches show up. Zon, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yep. So, I think I'm just going to jump into the point of being the follower, especially in this best of 5. So, one of the best things about being a follower is definitely having that last pick. And at this point, I think they more or less know what each other's strategies are. They have prepped all sorts of secret strategies. Definitely making a bet that we're going to see Invisible Man. So they definitely maintain that Invisible Man is good against InGen and Muldoon. But I really suspect that one of them really has something just up their sleeves. Maybe one of them might suddenly pick the Raptors just for the fun of it. And I'm really looking forward to that last surprise. So yeah, this pick ban is definitely something to watch out for.
Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, go ahead, Jeremiah.
No, I was just going to transition, so if you have another comment, go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this format, best of 5, is untested. So any strategies that they may have worked out, they can only be theorizing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any data for this. We haven't seen this play out in a large competitive scale. So it'll be interesting to see how the matchups work out, the blind picks, because there's a little bit less certainty in this format of who you're going to be matched up with when you do the blind picks.
Absolutely, yeah. Having been in the last finals where it went to 6 games, it was a slightly different format, but still the idea of having to pick all your heroes ahead of time, and then it's a lot harder to get those specific counter picks. So you almost have to pick a little more generalists, people who you think that you could win with against several enemies with, in order to get those specific victories. Or you can do what I did and just go with people you're comfortable with, because sometimes Bruce Lee can beat Dracula. But with that all being said, I know that we've got, with this being the grand finals, we're probably drawing in a little more traffic to the channel than usual. And so we probably have a couple people who are not as familiar with the game and how it's played. So if we would like to, we have a little video that we can play to show everyone the basics of the game and how each game is going to play out before we get our fighter picks. If we can go ahead and transition over to that.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. they may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
And welcome back. That was a great little overview of the game that we all know and love. So, before we get the pick bands displayed on the screen, I want a little bit of speculation from you guys. John and Frank, I know you guys have been watching Wandering Caretaker and Zero Skater, their progression through the tournament. So, what are you expecting to see as far as pick bands go?
Well, I'll tell you that Joshua, in 80% of his matches, picks Sherlock. So I think we'll definitely see that. That's his main. Not that he gets to play him that often. I would expect a ban to come. But he keeps trying. It's the character he knows and he loves. What I'll be most interested to see is both Joshua and John, over the course of this tournament, have gravitated towards Dracula. Josh has the most wins amongst his fighter pool with Dracula as his most reliable fighter. So I'll be interested to see who gets him first, or if, because they both know that each is skilled with him, they both skip him entirely.
I think I accurately predicted the picks yesterday, so John did end up with at least two of the auto ban and then the Dracula and Little Red. So he does definitely gravitate towards Little Red. We'll see if he can get her today. We talked also about IM, right? John's IM is legendary. We know it's his favorite player. Also, he has a soft spot for Jekyll and Hyde. I don't know. Maybe that's going to play in today. Maybe we're going to see Jekyll and Hyde come out.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that those are all good chances. I know a lot of people are really comfortable with Little Red in a lot of different matchups, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Little Red. And we know that these two have trained a ton. They've practiced a ton of even picks that some people might consider off-meta. So I would not be surprised if we saw a couple curveballs come in, particularly later, because, again, they have to pick 4 heroes each, so they're going to be diving into their pools, particularly since they practice against each other a lot. They're going to have a lot of the same characters, so the picks are often bans for the other person just as well, because once you've picked it, they can't pick it.
That's a good call out.
Good point.
There they are.
All right, so we've got the information on the picks here. Any initial reaction so far?
I think just one comment as we kind of digest this. I did see a note that that Wandering Caretaker Joshua won the coin toss or the roll and chose to be the leader. So
Okay.
he was picking first.
Interesting.
One thing that immediately strikes me is the lack of InGen. And this is, I suspect, because both of them have definitely prepared against InGen with their lineup. So they both know that each other knows how to counter InGen, and yeah, it's very telling that missing.
I set up a whole gag and everything for that, and they go and not pick it. I've got my hat here, I've got my gun. I was going to do a quick change into my Muldoon outfit, but you know what? The moment's ruined. It's ruined.
Best laid plans.
I will say that Joshua's lineup is a complete non-surprise. Those are his 4 most picked fighters throughout the tournament, and that he got all 4 is kind of interesting. So I do wonder if that's why he wanted leader. You know, he just wanted to secure his picks that he's most comfortable with.
Yeah, and I also think that it's interesting that Joshua went first, but he did not pick two of the big three. Which means the pick order was probably Sherlock, Medusa, and then Dracula.
Yeah.
So that's pretty high priority on Dracula.
That's right. Really indicative, I think, like we were discussing, both of these players love to play Dracula. He wanted to be sure he got him first.
Yeah, and then looking at John's picks, these are all players we've seen him play. So this tournament, so no big surprise fourth pick. John, I know you were predicting something like that. So how do you feel about looking at the fourth pick here? The IM as the last pick.
Oh. Yeah, I'm actually kind of. Yeah, it's definitely John's specialty, and it's very interesting that he picked it despite there not being any InGen around. But he probably could have done it because, well, it's a good counter to Dracula. Beowulf is kind of a pretty good counter to Dracula too. So, this would be very interesting. I'm very interested to see what would their mentalities be as their first pick. I suspect they might probably go with the characters that don't really have an obvious weakness, like maybe Little Red for Joshua. But for Zeroskatr side, I'm not very sure. Could be Bigfoot.
And just in general, are we all expecting Sherlock Medusa bans to come through?
I would expect it, yes. And
Yeah.
I also actually, double clicking on something you said, John, I think we only saw Zeroskatr play Beowulf once in the tourney, and that was actually, he lost that game to Sojourne.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's his one match loss. Yeah.
Yeah, and otherwise we haven't seen Beowulf from him, so it'll be maybe a newer, get to see his strategy today.
Is he the Dracula counter then? Is that what we're thinking?
I wouldn't say he's a immediate direct counter, but I would say it kind of favors Beowulf as long as he manages to, because the threat of grandeurs is simply too great, and every time you want to bite Beowulf, you are basically giving him one rage to charge up his grandeur. So, yep.
All right. Ooh, interesting.
Huh.
So we're seeing now the bans on the bottom of the screen. As expected, Sherlock, John/Zero did ban Sherlock for Joshua, but Joshua decided to ban Bigfoot instead, and leave up Medusa. Now, I think Little Red can probably take Medusa if they have map pick, and you've got the strategy that Zero and I know Bryden was toying around with it, where you get a very early, it's Never Leave the Path, I think, where you can deal 2 damage to all opponents in a zone, and if you can do that in the first turn, you're gonna wipe all of the minions out. And Robin Hood, I think, does pretty well also into Medusa, though I'll be interested to see some of these counterpick, because I personally have not had a ton of luck into Medusa, particularly in this tournament, Frank.
I'd just like to assure everyone that it's not a secret Singaporean squad trick to not ban Medusa. No, I didn't ban Medusa this morning, because
That's right. And Jeremiah, the nuclear option that you referred to, we saw yesterday, actually. John was able to mulligan his hand with Little Red into InGen and take out all the InGen workers on the first turn on Sarpedon.
Frank, I actually think this ban is your fault. So yesterday during commentary, it was you, myself, and Joshua, and you said, hey, looking at the stats, who would you think has the most wins against Medusa? and it's Dracula. Dracula has the most wins against Medusa in competitive tournament scene. So we know Little Red can do well. Maybe you gave that strategy to Joshua, and he's thinking, well, I have 2, maybe even 3 counters to Medusa on my squad right now. So this could all be your fault.
Oh man, don't blame me. Blame the data.
So it looks like I'm getting information on what the first matchup is going to be. The first matchup is going to be Little Red versus Invisible Man. And that should be a very interesting one, because Little Red can be very tricky lining up the symbols, but Invisible Man has a very specific strategy that they're trying to employ. And so I'm interested to see how Zero takes Invisible Man into this particular matchup. Does anyone want to talk about the matchup, or do we want to talk about the deck specifically?
I suspect this game will go into a pretty long exhaustion fight. Because the whole idea of Invisible Man is, yes, he gets 10 points of auto damage. He just sits in the fog and happily, throw his fog damage to you. While Little Red tries to... But on the flip side, Little Red can do some pretty good direct damage to Invisible Man too. But that really depends on Invisible Man attacking Little Red so that she can trigger her reflective kind of damage. So I'm really expecting Zeroskatr to just hang back for the majority of the game and only really hit Little Red with the surprise attack a couple of times.
I think surprise attack into the Huntsman might be key for this one. I think Huntsman's got to go, because if you're not attacking the Huntsman and she starts healing, little Huntsman heals Little Red too much, then I don't think IM has the damage output necessary. So a surprise attack into Huntsman can't cancel that, can't block it, and it does stop the auto damage from happening. So something along those lines is what I would expect to see.
Good call. Do we know the map, Jeremiah?
We do. It looks like the map is going to be Yukon, I believe. Let's take a look at Little Red's deck here and look at the specific things that we know Josh is going to be looking for in these hits. I know specifically that a lot of Little Red's power actually comes from Huntsman, and Huntsman has a lot of health, but does not have a ton of defense. So if Huntsman dies early, you're going to lose a lot of Little Red's punch. And specifically looking at, on the screen now, you can, a Grim Tail, that's the healing that was referenced to earlier. But he also has Long Have I Sought You, which can be a potential of 18. Nope. Yes. 18 damage. I can do math. So between Long Have I Sought You and a Grim Tail, if you can take out Huntsman early, you're reducing a significant amount of damage and healing from Little Red.
That's right. I think another thing to call out for the Huntsman is that he's ranged. He's a ranged sidekick, which is with a melee hero. Something don't see that too often. Just with King Arthur, I think, and Merlin. So have to keep that factored in as well, with IM not having any sidekicks and not a lot of way to keep folks away from him. Jeremiah, did you want to run through Little Red in terms of how her deck works and the symbols?
Yeah, so the Little Red is one of my favorites. Just the Little Red versus Beowulf set is great because it's a slightly more advanced, I like to say. Little Red has a lot of effects and a lot of things that can trigger, that can do damage, that will give her more cards, that will give her more healing, as you can see on a Grim Tail. But in order to do it, you have to line up what's called Little Red's basket. Instead of a discard pile, Little Red has her basket, and the symbol that's on top of the basket will determine whether or not the next card that's played will get the effect off. So at the beginning, Little Red's basket is a wild, so any effect will trigger, as is What's in My Basket, the card that you can see on the screen there, the 4 hybrid card for Little When when you play the card, it will go on top of the discard, which is on top of the basket, and the symbol that's shown on the left side, the larger symbol, is the symbol that's showing in the basket. Then the effects that are on the bottom will be triggered if that symbol is showing in the basket on top. So lining up certain combos is the key to getting off Little Red's full potential, which can be considerable with a lot of auto damage from Stones in the Belly, and also Once Upon a Time can deal a good amount of auto damage as well. Now looking here into Invisible Man, this is where it's going to be the back and forth, trying to deal the damage to Huntsman to eliminate that source of healing and damage, and then also to Little Red to try and whittle down. Even if you're going into exhaustion, you still want to get the health down so that they have less maneuvers after they run out of deck. Invisible Man's special is he has fog tokens out on the board, and whenever he's standing in a fog token, any of his cards that he plays on defense are +1. In addition, he also has a lot of effects that trigger in and out of the fog, and he can move between the fog as if the spaces were adjacent. He can't attack as if they were adjacent, but he can move as if they were adjacent. So the Invisible Man can be very slippery, very difficult to keep track of. Zon, are there any specific cards you want to look at that you're looking for and how they're played with Invisible Man?
In this one matchup, as you said, we could probably see Invisible Man trying to hunt down the Huntsman quite a lot. So we're probably going to look at how the slip-aways will be utilized to try to nibble at the Huntsman. We'll probably be looking at using Rolling Fogs to maybe get close to the Huntsman, because I can probably see a scenario where Huntsman is just going to stay very far away from most of the fog tokens, and Invisible Man is trying to run after him. So cards that would allow Invisible Man to attack the Huntsman and somehow escape with a movement effect or with a fog effect, those will be key in this particular matchup.
Yeah, Frank, John, anything else you want to look at specifically for Invisible Man?
Well, I would ask you, Jeremiah, what you would think the spread would need to be in terms of scheme damage versus attack damage, and how you would spread that between Huntsman and Little Red, right? You're guaranteed the 10, well, maybe not guaranteed, but you're likely to get off 10 auto damage from schemes as Invisible Man. Do you save all of that for Little Red and just focus all your attacks on Huntsman, or do you use one of those cards maybe to make sure you take the Huntsman down since his health is so high?
Well, I am no expert on Invisible Man. Little secret, I don't eat Goblin Fog set. The one up here is still in its wrapper, so I'm borrowing it from the store. But if it was me going into this matchup, it is hard to defend. There's not a lot of defense cards that the Huntsman can use, and the ones that he can use are fairly low value, particularly with Surprise Attack, which cancels effects. So if you can get a Surprise Attack into Stones in the Belly, not only are you preventing you losing a card, but it also keeps Stones in the Belly very low as far as the defense value goes, and you can get a lot of damage out there. Then, if you need to finish off Huntsman with auto damage, that's probably not a terrible idea, but I think you're going to land more damage from cards on Huntsman, which will allow more auto damage that you could land on Little Red after the threat of healing.
Yeah, I think that's the best strategy. I think you're right.
All right, so let's take a look at the map. Yeah, here we go. Here's Yukon. Yukon is in the Bigfoot versus Robin Hood set. It's kind of Bigfoot's home map, but I found that ranged characters have a lot to play with in this particular map, particularly because of that center area that stretches pretty much across the entire map.
Yeah, here's a
right.
question. Here's a question for you, Frank. So Invisible Man picked this map as the follower. Where do you think he starts? First or second position?
That's a good question. So the fog tokens need to be in his zone. You talk about that spread. He definitely has more coverage as the second player, right? He can at least get tokens around in the loop. Kind of spread out across the board. So a little bit more limited with the first if he goes first. On the flip side, with Little Red and with the Huntsman being ranged, he does open himself up to being double attacked on the first turn, depending on what Little Red would draw. So some tough decisions for John going into this. I think, as you mentioned, or as for Zero Skater, so Zero, knowing the matchup, selected this map. So I'm sure he does have a plan, and perhaps because he'd rather not expose himself to that double attack on the opening turn, maybe the first position would be actually he's open to that too, regardless. So I don't know, he must have his strategy picked out. What do you guys think?
I know Yukon is one of the ones that I tend to ban. That's just because particularly in melee versus ranged matchups, I don't love particularly ranged sidekicks getting that double attack on turn 1. And with Invisible Man, it's even more important because Invisible Man can't start on a fog, so he doesn't even get his +1 defense. So that is another thing to consider, and I'm sure that Zero has considered that when in picking this map. He must have a couple ulterior things. One thing that I will say is there are two fairly long stretches. So there on the left, the red into gray into purple is one long single stretch. So if he has a fog there and then a fog on the other side of the map, it can take a while for red or Huntsman to be able to traverse that. So he might be able to jump and force more maneuvers out of the opponent that way because of how the lack of interconnectivity on this particular map.
Right. I guess just thinking a little bit more about the question you posed to me, that's a great point about kind of taking a long time to get across. But, either way, he probably wants to go first, actually, thinking a little bit more about that to get out of the double, if he can move out of range onto that purple zone or into the dark brown zone behind the first player. I would guess he's going to do that.
All right. Well, unless we have more speculation, I'm being told that the fighters are ready and we can get this best of 5 underway.
All right.
Let's do it.
Fun to watch.
All right, here we are switching. There are our competitors. Looks like they both are a little dressed up for the occasion. And we are moving into what is sure to be the first of at least 3, but maybe more, matches here. So they are being given the go-ahead that they are ready to start, and it looks like Invisible Man is that is first position, correct?
Yes.
That is, yes.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like Invisible Man is on first position, and they are drawing their cards and deciding their early mulligans. Yeah, Frank, I think you got it right. With the first position, Zero is able to move around the map. Invisible Man is able to get kind of out of Huntsman's reach a little easier. I'm going to be interested to see about the mulligans, because Zero is going to need, or is probably going to want, at least 2 defensive. Because I would not be surprised if we saw an early double attack from Huntsman.
Yeah, I think one reason why he went first is uh, really because of the threat of Once Upon a Time from the Huntsman, because there's no feints for Invisible Man, so there's no way for him to negate those Once Upon a Time. So it's by going first, he stops Huntsman from just first turn going up to the middle of the map and hitting him with three auto damage, and that's just a bit too painful.
Mm. Yeah, it can be really big. I remember back to I believe it was the finals versus Bug Hunter, where he brought in Invisible Man and I was Sinbad, and I managed to catch him off guard. Now this was before we instituted Mulligan, but I was able to catch him off guard with a quick, I believe it was Commanding Impact, right out of the gate before he was able to move on to Fog. And I think he had to take it because he didn't have defenses in hand. And that really set the tone for that particular match.
Yeah, one of the big reasons I suspect why Mulligan was added this tournament, Jeremiah.
I'm glad that I could contribute in that way.
I am interested to see Zeroskatr's strategy here, because if you look at his statistics, Yukon is his most banned map, and I know from speaking with him personally that it is absolutely his least favorite map to play on in general. So very surprised to see him come here.
And it looks like, ooh, so that's a very interesting opening move here. First of all, Joshua did not position the Huntsman; he positioned him defensively. And yeah, looks like we've got, as we were predicting earlier, Zero just beeline straight for the Huntsman and right into surprise attack, which cancels the effect of Stones in the Belly.
No, it was. It looks like slip away.
It was a
actually.
slip away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
He's discarding. Yep.
It's. I'm surprised to see him attack with a wild up like that. Very aggressive start for John. For Zero.
With surprise attack, though, it does. So you said he canceled surprise attack?
No.
Like
No,
he
he-
discarded it?
No, so he didn't play.
He played a
slip
rolling
away.
fog. Yeah, moved one fog next to his first action was the rolling fog, which let him move a fog token and then gain an action. And then he attacked with a slip away.
Oh, okay.
And it was defended with the stones. And I actually missed his discard.
It was covert preparation.
Ah, okay. I'm not as familiar with the art on Invisible Man's deck, so I apologize for confusing the audience there. Yeah, it looks like he was able to get the stones off and no damage was dealt to Huntsman.
So he, when he played, when he got rid of covert preparation, that's all thinking about the end game, because covert preparation is a draw card, and Invisible Man is all about the exhaustion game. So getting rid of cards right now that cause you to draw later, that's already, you can tell he's thinking about exhaustion.
Yeah, but I think that was random because Stones discards randomly.
Oh, well, thank you, Sojourne. Still, a good one to get rid of.
So maybe if there was a little bit of luck in that interaction, that was it. For Zero.
Yeah.
But
And if I'm not mistaken,
no, go
Looks
ahead.
like Josh is double maneuvering.
Onto
Yeah,
the
look-
fog.
Mm-hmm. Trying to block off Invisible Man's potential jumps or escape routes.
Yep, but it's going to be difficult because Joshua has 6 cards in hand and Invisible Man only has 4, so Invisible Man can really just afford to sit all the way back there and wait for Joshua to go over. And one thing about Little Red is that her mobility is a bit difficult unless she is into the woods.
Yeah, Into the Woods helps Little Red's mobility a lot, but definitely not as mobile as Invisible Man is. So yeah, it looks like Zero just moved out and then decided, I'll just move back.
Yep.
So interesting. Why do you think he did that first move? Do you think he was really just waiting to see what he would pull on his second card and then decided he didn't get what he was looking for?
Yeah, it's possible. I think also he could have done it just to make Joshua think like, oh, what is he gonna do? And then he just immediately pulled him back.
All right, so
Just a little mind games.
So we just saw Joshua maneuver and boost that with a Long Have I Sought You, and then played Never Leave the Path.
Right, so by boosting, he would put it onto the basket, which put knives in the basket that allowed him to do the 2 auto damage from Never Leave the Path, which is a great combo for Little Red in making sure the effects that they want to get off happen.
Probably also indicative of his strategy with the Huntsman at this point, right? Like we talked about, just keeping him out of harm's way for as long as possible. Just try to keep him alive. Maybe
Yeah,
not
and
even
make sure later he
not
can
even
get that
work.
healing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think for Joshua, this just has to be an aggressive game. You know, he's got to be swinging hard with Little Red to knock down Invisible Man's health, so that should this go to exhaustion, which is certainly not what Joshua wants, but should it get there, there's a huge health advantage already in play on his side.
So it looks like Zero is keeping his distance, trying to stay away from the opponents, and it seems like this is setting up to be a long match. And these are already 2 very contemplative players. These players, they like to consider their options, they like to know all of the information before they commit to an action. And so we could be in for the long haul here, as Zero keeps jumping in between the fogs and staying away from Red. When do you think we're going to start seeing the auto damage come out? Because if he's not able to close on Huntsman and deal enough damage to him, then he's going to start using that considerable auto damage on Little Red. But when does he stop running and start closing the gap a little bit so he can do that?
See, that's a tough question, especially,
That is a tough question.
you know, the way that Josh has positioned himself on this board, I think is really smart. You know, now Zeroskatr could pull another Rolling Fog if he wants to get to Huntsman, but that could be buried in his deck. He's only got 2 of them and he's already used 1. I think the auto damage doesn't come till late. To answer your question, Jeremiah, it was a really long-winded preamble to get there, but I think it doesn't start until much later in the game, when perhaps he knows it's the only option.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, some of those auto damage cards can be used as passes.
Correct.
So that will also help in the exhaustion when we finally get there. Or if we finally get there. However, they are sitting on fairly large hand sizes now, and so unless they're going to just start discarding willy-nilly, we're going to have to see some action.
Yeah, but the onus is actually on Invisible Man to actually make a play here, because if everything stands right now, Red is the one who has the advantage because of the healing from Huntsman. Invisible Man is the one that has to go out and try to make something happen, because otherwise I think he would lose out in the long run.
Well, there goes the first scheme damage used on the Huntsman. 2 damage from Reign of Terror.
The good thing about using the auto damage on the Huntsman specifically is he can't heal it. All of the healing is a Huntsman card for Little Red. So I think that is I don't think that that's a terrible decision there, in order to make sure that that damage sticks.
All right. The first of 3 in the woods was just played, which is he moves 3 spaces and gains an action there.
So for the viewers, just to make sure, it looks like Joshua is keeping the bulk of his discard off to the side so that it can be looked through, but the card on top of the basket is the one that's currently on top, so, to indicate which triggers happen.
All right, we saw an eyes, right?
Yeah, so never leave, not never leave. Into the woods with the roses, set up what big eyes you have, which immediately cancels the opponent's effect, but the rose petals also allows them to ignore the value of the opponent's card. So even though John did play a defense, that what big eyes you have ignores the value and just dealt him 3 damage right away.
And maybe even more significantly, he was going for damage with the Dreaming of Revenge. If the card's effects hadn't been canceled, he would have dealt damage to any opponent on a fog token. So actually, by playing that card, Red also saved the Huntsman 1 point of damage.
Yeah, good call out there.
And every auto damage that you can prevent from Invisible Man is kind of a big deal. He has a lot of it, and so whatever you can mitigate is going to be important in the long-term effects of this game. Particularly with Little Red, who that's one of her 2 cancels. She doesn't have feints like other decks do. She has what big eyes you have, and that is not as consistent, because in order to get the full effect of it, you have to line up the Wolfsbane flowers.
Yeah, and then Invisible Man has no cancel effects at all. He does have a card that turns the opponent's value or defense to 0, but it doesn't cancel any other effects. So against something like Once Upon a Time, he would still take 3 damage from the card's after combat effect.
Just a quick clarification: surprise attack actually does cancel effects, but it's an attack.
Oh, I'm
card,
sorry.
not a defense.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Defensively, he can't cancel anything.
That's right.
Thank you, Frank. Important clarification.
Right, and we already know that there are no cancels available for Huntsman, which is one of the major pick particular characters. Even the much debated King Arthur is said to have a good matchup in Little Red, because he can pump out as much damage as he wants in Huntsman, because the Huntsman has no cancel. So if you're swinging in with your big surprise attacks, that's why the Huntsman's a good target for.
Okay. We just saw John double maneuver and discard.
Covert.
Is that a covert?
Yeah, so that's 2 of those gone.
And it looks
Again,
like
it's
Josh. Yeah, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that it looks like Josh is boosting with what's in my basket, which, even though it's a 4-value hybrid, very useful, it also sets up wild, so anything works.
All right. John, what do you see?
Alright, we just see Once Upon a Time land for full 3 damage on Invisible Man, and more likely than not, wondering Joshua has what big hands you have to bring back Once Upon a Time for him to recur that effect again. And I think that's how we are going to see Invisible Man slowly bleed to death.
Particularly, another good thing to note is that Once Upon a Time is one of my favorite cards to bring back with what large hands you have. Because with what large hands you have, if you've got Wolfsbane in the basket, you can choose to bring back the top card of your discard pile instead of what large hands you have. So you can swing with a 2, potentially bait out some effect, and then pull that for another 3 auto damage later, particularly against Invisible Man, who, as we noted, has no cancels on defense.
Right now, we're watching Zero Skater make the decision. So he'd played Coded Notes as a defense, which allowed him to draw 3 cards, and then he has to choose 2 cards from his hand and put them on top of his deck in any order. So it looks like he's agonizing over that decision.
So what do you guys think is Zero Skater's plan right now? Like, obviously he's on the back foot right now. What do you think is an out for him? What is his path to victory here? No matter how slim it is.
He might want to shift his focus, because the more auto damage red keeps, or the more damage that red keeps getting off onto Invisible Man, the less and less likely that exhaustion is going to work. So he might want to start going offensive and try and hit Little Red, force Little Red onto the defensive, which maybe he can then shift back into the exhaustion thing. But right now he's on the back foot and he needs to shift the balance of power.
Yeah. What do you?
Yeah.
One card we didn't talk about, I don't think too much with Invisible Man, is the oh gosh, is oh my goodness.
Does it vanish, Frank?
Yeah, Vanish. Sorry, gosh, totally blank. So Vanish.
Right.
So that allows Invisible Man to scheme. That lets him jump off the board. And you know, you think John is looking for that and maybe waiting for the right time with Little Red's hand. Probably want to get your opponent up to a bigger hand size so that either force them to scheme or discard. Now, I guess the advantage for Little Red would be that she has quite a few schemes that she could play, including her healing, I guess. But you think he's? What do you think his strategy is there?
Well, he just played it, Frank, so good call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just, as you were talking about it, he played it, he recovered the health, he disappeared. So now Red is just positioning while he's gone.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't a perfectly ideal time to do it because Red only had 5 cards in hand. So
Right.
a double maneuver still, he doesn't have to discard. But with Red right there, he might have felt the need to rearrange the battlefield, get off the map, and force what we have here, a positioning now, because he can place it anywhere at the beginning of his turn.
And it's worth noting that he. Oh, sorry, you're saying.
Yeah, I also just wanted to note that Little Red wants a big hand of cards. I found that in order to force Little Red to play cards suboptimally and not line up her basket, you want to keep her hands as small as possible, so keep up the offense, which is why I think that Little Red definitely has an advantage in this matchup.
Yep, and it's worth noting that Zero Skater, he set this up with the coded notes, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see 2 surprise attacks onto the Huntsman here. Oh, he actually used Impossible to See. And a surprise attack.
Ooh, which he had to take to the face, so it looks like he did manage to get Huntsman, and the Huntsman got none of his cards off. One of his cards was discarded, but he didn't get any healing. So that's a big move for John, for Zero, and I think that's a great turn of events for him.
Yeah, I don't think you can overstate how great that was for him, right? That was a solid turn.
Yeah, massive.
Yep. That was definitely a critical moment in the game that was enabled by the coded notes. So he probably used the coded notes to filter his hand for perhaps the Vanish or surprise attack or something. And yeah, that kind of long-term play, he kept his eye on the ball, because honestly, if it was me at that point, I might have given up and started attacking red. But as you can see, John kept his focus. It's like, okay, what's my out here? Perhaps a Vanish and into an Impossible to See to do 2 points of damage, and then 5 points from a surprise attack. So now we're just going to see a lot of slugging out between Literate and Invisible Man.
So that was the last What Big Eyes you have, and both were played offensively to guarantee 3 damage over Invisible Man.
Yeah. The defense that Zero played was Confound, which gives the opponent the option to. Oh, actually, no. It canceled. The effect was canceled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No discard choice. Okay, so.
Well, I think Zero can rest a bit easier now and just hang back and play the exhaustion and auto damage game and let Literate make her way across the map to him. So one other problem of Huntsman being dead in this matchup, obviously, is not getting the healing, but it's also not having a sidekick to sit on Invisible Man's fog to prevent him from, or at least cutting off one of his escape routes. So now it's really going to be very difficult for Literate to engage Invisible Man.
So we saw him boosting with a Huntsman card. Now went from 4 to 3 dead cards in his hand.
Yeah, it's probably a 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in that case, 4 into 4, no damage. Then Into Thin Air's effect will trigger as normal.
So let's do the math right now. So Invisible Man still has 2 step like these, which he most likely can trigger very easily because Literate is a melee character. So that's 6 damage. He still has 1 more Reign of Terror, so that's 8. So he somehow has to sneak in another 6 points of damage, whether through attacks or exhaustion, but I think even if he plays exhaustion, it might be cutting it close because of his own very low health pool.
Yeah, so he can vanish, get his health back up to 6, but that would mean he'd have to avoid attacks and combat effects for the rest of the game.
Yep. So on Literate's side, she still has 1 more path for 2 damage, and she still has 2 of those what a big mouth you have, the one that does the damage back. So
Yes.
as long as Joshua plays correctly and always threatens that, it might be difficult for Zeroskatr to deal that 6 extra damage that he needs to finish off Literate here.
So here's a bit of a hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
There is still 1 more Never Leave the Path. You had said about having it deal the 2 auto damage. Do you think it might be better to trigger it so that Little Red can place Little Red on any space to catch up to Invisible Man and potentially get a big attack off?
I think the value of 2 direct damage is better because it's going to be very difficult for Literate to deal any kind of damage through combat or on Invisible Man. So the first thing is because most of our attacks are 4, and the only one that threatens to be bigger than a 4 is probably Stones in the Belly. But the problem with Stones in the Belly in this matchup is that, number 1, Invisible Man's boost values tend to be pretty low. It's only about 1 or 2 for most of his cards. So even if you snatch away a card, it's not going to allow you to have a combat value that is higher than the opponent's defense value in order to deal damage. So yeah, I definitely think the two auto damage is more worth it.
Josh making good use of those Huntsman cards as boosts. Oh, and then Into the Woods.
Pick up an action.
It's probably a 4 what big ears you have, which can be defended easily. Oh no, It's a bait.
John defended with the Confound, so you can choose to discard a card, and if not, you can move each fog token to every other space.
Yeah, and I think discarding a card here is alright because Little Red has kind of caught Invisible Man in an inopportune moment. Invisible Man doesn't have an easy way to get to a fog token here.
So Josh does choose to discard, gets rid of one of the what large hands you have, the other goes back into his hand.
Good call.
So, if I'm not mistaken, Invisible Man still has another Vanish, so can, if he gets it in hand, because, I think he still has 10 cards in the deck, so, if we're looking for one in particular, one Vanish, it's more likely deck than hand.
Yeah. It
So,
looks like 11, maybe. Oh, no, that was 10. Sorry. Little Red has 11, right? Left in deck.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
I kind of expected the Vanish before with Zero kind of running around so far away from his fog tokens, and with Little Red up to 7 cards. And we just saw him maneuver and boost.
and then
lurking.
looks like a second maneuver. So he's not winning the exhaustion game on either health or deck total.
To boost, he did throw away a card that causes him to draw. So
That's right.
he does have a preference for getting rid of draw effects throughout. But Jeremiah, it's a good point you make that his deck is lower, his health is lower, so these could just be staving off the inevitable, getting rid of these cards.
Yep. I can't really think of out for Zeroskatr at this point in time, considering that he's definitely lower in deck size. Because
Yeah,
now
and his
Little
auto
Red,
damage is difficult to pull off at this point. But even if he did manage to get all of the rest of the auto damage down onto Little Red, I think he'd still be under in health, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
Question for you in terms of like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Shin.
he definitely can land one more Reign of Terror because that just needs him to stay on a fog token, and one more Step Lightly with a rolling fog. But at this stage, Joshua can just run around the map, not hang around any fog tokens, keep Pelt face up in a discard pile, and yeah, let John come to him. So I think that's Joshua's game plan at this point in time is to let Invisible Man come to him, which is in a way a reversal of roles, because you normally see Invisible Man waiting for the opponent to come, but here, well, Red can play the waiting game.
So I'm wondering if you're Josh and you're in a good position with this game, are you kind of disappointed that you used your Little Red win on IM, do you think? Because he won't be able to play Little Red again. So looking at the remaining matchups, you think he'll be disappointed that he kind of used Little Red on IM?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Frank. Especially because we have seen Little Red do well into Medusa previously in this tournament. It's kind of like I think I mentioned last night. Quarterfinalist Pametapin's like signature move is taking Little Red into Medusa. As such, he's never banned Medusa. So that's something to consider. There could be a little bit of disappointment there, but as you brought up and we talked about earlier, Dracula also has a pretty good track record into Medusa in this tournament. So. And Joshua is very skilled and knowledgeable with Dracula. So he might be a little let down that he has less options. But as long as he gets the Dracula into Medusa match, it might not matter. I think that if I'm Zero Skater John, I'm happy to have Little Red out of the way and still get to use Invisible Man, because now from John's perspective, that's one less Medusa counter he has to deal with.
Do you think he takes Invisible Man, assuming that he loses this one, takes Invisible Man into the second match to either Dracula?
Yes, he definitely will be, because the way they play, Invisible Man does deal with Dracula quite easily. So Joshua's kind of hoping to avoid Dracula versus Invisible Man. So he might take Robin Hood the next round, and I think Robin Hood against Invisible Man, I'm not very sure how that matchup goes. I really think it's very map dependent. So yeah, I think the follow-up for this would be Invisible Man for John and Robin Hood for Joshua, I think.
Makes sense. You see John drawing up to 9 cards, Zero Skater drawing up to 9 cards.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, with deck down to 6 versus 9.
So he gets rid of Covert, which is a draw 1 card situation. And then an attack, he got rid of Emerge from Mist, which is if Invisible Man started this turn on his face with a fog token, it's a 5 value instead.
That was his final Emerge from the Mist.
Yeah, he discarded the other one too, interestingly. Oh, there we go. There's, as Sojourne predicted.
Yep, path for 2, heat pelt, face up, and Invisible Man can't do anything.
Yeah, and that's another instance where you get the nice combo of using Long Have I Sought You, discarding that to boost, to put knives on top of your basket to get that auto damage. Oh, it looks like we're vanishing.
I think it's another interesting point for this level of play when you, or maybe for Little Red, you see a lot of boosts to manage the symbols, right? Not to necessarily facilitate movement, but just to line up a combo. So.
Yeah. Alright, that was the second vanish. No more of those. Josh discards the wolf's skin, putting the knives up. Knives up, equally deadly though, because he can deal 3 damage to the opposing fighter if he defends with Once Upon a Time, provided that John doesn't attack with Surprise Attack.
But I think both Once Upon a Times are played already, if I'm not wrong.
Are they?
I think there are. You are correct. Both were played.
Okay.
I'm going off memory though. My count has 1 remaining, but I think when the Huntsman died, he played the second one.
Yeah, my count had 1 remaining too. Oh, there's.
Stab lightly, but that's not good enough. As in that won't do enough damage.
Then looks like he's wrapping up with a maneuver. Boosted. There's not really a lot to say with this particular matchup. It's definitely looking grim for Zero, and he might have to go into the best of 5 down 0-1.
So we see Josh maneuver and boost with a basket. What's in my basket? Boost 3. Really effectively getting across the board with the boosts, and actually, even despite all this, managing his deck quite well.
Yeah, stones in this. So the value of stones here is not to deal damage, but to knock out the other Stab Lightly or the Reign of Terror.
You see. John defend with a Dreaming of Revenge.
Oh,
Alright. Yep, so that's the so step 90 is only a boost value of 1, but that just sealed the deal for Little Red.
yeah, getting rid of that step lightly, that 3 auto damage, that's huge. I mean, that's the game changer. Or the nail in the coffin, however you want to look at it.
Ooh, with 2 cards left in hand, Zero chooses attack.
Yeah, but I mean, it's...
Oh, and that's the
there's
best
nothing
one
I
to
can do
put
with
into
it.
surprise attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So-
not what you want to see on defense if you're John attacking with that.
No, Little Red has a lot of tricky cards, and surprise attack can be very useful into all of them except that one. That one you only get 1 damage and you have no effect stick. So if I'm not mistaken here, they both have 4 cards left in their deck?
That's correct. What big ears you have?
Yep. Keeping Pelt face up again.
Would you expect this to be what big ears you have then as the attack to keep the pelt? No.
Yeah, just drawing out a big defense gets to put that right back in.
Yeah. That's a win.
Yep, and there's now no need to fear a step like this, so you can just happily keep up the pressure on Invisible Man.
Do we know the stats for Invisible Man into Little Red, or is this the first time it's been used in tournament?
This is the second match, and Little Red won the only other one. So he's got that.
Looks like Little Red might be looking to pad the stats a little bit.
That's right.
What is Invisible Man's overall?
Sorry, you cut out there for me. What was the question?
Sorry about that. Do we know Invisible Man's overall tournament?
Hey, another stones.
Invisible Man's overall win rate in tournament play is 41%, so he's not at the bottom.
Hey, a coded notes just forced Zero into a draw.
Ooh, an exhaustion draw.
Yeah.
That's rough.
So overall, this was very well played by Joshua. So he had the plan early from start. So he got caught off guard by that vanish and that impossible to see and surprise attack kill on Huntsman. But I think he identified the situation correctly and kept pressure on Invisible Man afterwards. So we saw a lot of discarding to move, and that well, Huntsman died, but it brought Invisible Man out into the open, and that gave the opportunity for Red to really power on the pressure on Invisible Man.
Yeah. It's an interesting, I think Josh has really effectively used what large hands you have to, also slow the card draw down, right? He's pulled that card back like 3 times. So, pretty interesting. Question about, this is a rules question you guys maybe know. So, Invisible Man, if you have to draw 3 cards and you're exhausted, do you actually take the damage from drawing?
Yes.
Or-
Yep.
You do.
Yeah, if it says draw,
yeah.
then you
Even if-
have to draw.
Even if you put 2 back, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
And he very effectively did not line up the symbols on Wolf's skin, so he doesn't have to draw 2.
Right, we see the pace of the game picking up as we enter the last stages.
There we go.
Yep.
No
Right.
cards in hand. Killed with a what large hands you have. Not
Oh.
one you see very often for a
Oh, that-
killing blow there.
That might be a first.
Oh, there's still one more Once Upon a Time. Huh.
Yeah, I actually thought I
It
had
looked
a
like it
chance
was
that
either at the
game
bottom
because
or-
I was able
Yeah.
to take out Huntsman.
Yeah, it was at the
early,
bottom.
And then I figured I'm just gonna run back and forth. From
Well,
end
that
to
brings
end
us
of the
to
Yukon loop
the conclusion of our
and
first.
continue out because I
match.
had 2 vanishes, I had 2 steps,
Looks
and
like
I
we're
still had a
listening.
Reign of Terror. But I was stuck with the vanishes in hand, not the vanishes, the steps in hand, and I couldn't
Yeah.
pull them off because there was just no good opportunities, and I was afraid of stones, obviously discarding one because if it hit
Yeah.
one of those, I lost. And you did discard my step lightly, which
Yeah, again,
big
but
difference.
that wasn't. It did make a big difference, yeah. But
the killing, the winning plays for you were the 2 attacks you did with the big eyes.
yes, those really hurt.
Yeah, that sucked, and especially the one because it would have dealt a damage to Huntsman, and then I was gonna vanish the turn following that, and then I was gonna pop down and auto kill Huntsman because I was
Yeah.
gonna do a rolling, a step, and a surprise attack, and kill Huntsman guaranteed. And I would have had him gone earlier, and I could have started running sooner.
Yeah,
And you're
that is your
canceling-
shot. I still think it's a long shot, but it is what you needed to do.
Oh yeah, it's completely a long shot, but I gotta I gotta play towards my win condition, and that's
Yeah.
it. So I mean, I was happy I at least stood a chance
Yeah.
a little
When
bit.
you got me down to 7,
Yeah,
you took Huntsman out. It's
yeah,
not easy when you can't. These are just unstoppable on offense. It's
Yeah,
funny because
it's
usually
crazy.
you use them defensively because you don't attack with things, but the surprise attack, I'm just never going to use it.
yeah, exactly. And these I couldn't attack into pelt ever.
Yeah.
So every time you kept ending next to me, and I wanted to maybe attack as just a pass, with an emerge from mist or whatever.
Yeah, it would have
just-
been.
Yeah, I didn't have any good
Damage you can
opportunities.
afford to
So there was
take.
always pelt, and yeah, I can't afford to take any extra damage because, as you saw, I still ended up dying in the end. But because my stupid coded notes. If my coded notes didn't
Yeah,
deal me 2 damage and I was
that
still
would
at
have
1
been 2
health,
more.
I could have maneuvered, drawn my slip away, and well, I still wouldn't have won, right?
No,
Like, it
you
didn't
wouldn't have
matter.
because I used this. I had a scheme to.
Yeah,
I just need
need
a scheme attack with this.
Right. It sucks that your last scheme was the knives one. Although you could have
Well,
just
I
played the
would
scheme first and
scheme then
discarded to boost
discard a
this.
boost. Yeah,
Yeah, so it
it
didn't matter.
didn't matter.
No, it didn't.
Because with
Um,
scheme, that's 3 with 4 movement.
Yeah.
That's
Up
7,
here-
which I can cover. I think everything.
If
Almost.
if you actually discarded that scheme to boost, that could have lost you the game up here.
Yeah.
Honestly, because that would have been another turn that you didn't attack me. It would have been another maneuver for you, and it would have been a disaster. But yeah, obviously using it and then maneuvering is the play.
No,
Yeah.
I maneuvered then just schemed, which I realized it's the same thing, but I get 1 more movement. I forgot it's not a
Oh,
3.
right. Yeah, right.
Nice.
These ones are the 3. Yeah,
No, yeah.
right. The Huntsman ones.
We do have to pick. Let them know.
All
I've
right.
lost.
I could have sat and listened to them for quite a while. They've got the analysis down. You can tell that they've been playing together for a long time, and they know how to break down what happened in that game. So we're gonna have a challenge to add something to it, to what they already added there. I do think that they made an excellent point that it seemed to pivot there when the Little Red was able to get 3 cancel damage with the what large eyes you have, and just get that damage through and not have to worry about the Invisible Man's considerable defense.
Totally. I think it also changed, it made the exhaustion scenario way more difficult for Zero, having that damage come through early.
Yeah, because when you've got 15 health and They lost 4 from the auto damage from the schemes, 6, which was basically auto damage from lining up the what large eyes you have. That's already 10. That's just 5 damage that needs to come through. And that's really not that much, particularly when he dealt 2 damage to himself from the coded notes.
That's right.
Yeah, that definitely hurt him. Well, the Singaporean Strike Squad secures a win.
Yeah, drew first blood.
So it looks like Zero is going to need to change up his tactics, or maybe not. Maybe it's another Invisible Man games. Might like Invisible Man into both of the remaining matchups better. And he might be trying to get that Invisible Man win out of the way. So that way he's got the more reliable Medusa and Beowulf for the coming matches. Or maybe he wants to get a win under his belt to force us to make sure that he can't get 3-0 swept.
Do you think he would? What do you guys think of the Robin Hood versus Invisible Man matchup?
Well, Zero Skater beat me in that matchup, so I have particularly sore feelings about it. I think that it's possible to win as Robin. In our game, I made one critical mistake, which was I spent a whole turn playing the schemes when he vanished because I did bad math. And I had a really good map advantage on Sarpedon because I could surround myself in the corridor there with the outlaws. So John's lost, right? So he gets map choice now. I think that if Invisible Man has map choice over Robin Hood, it could be his game to win, especially since Zero Skater John is so skilled with the character.
Yep. Because Invisible Man versus Dracula or Robin Hood, I think Zero is well versed enough in these matchups to go up very well against either of them. But if we're looking at Beowulf against Robin Hood, that's kind of a toss-up. It could really go either way. Yeah, as we saw earlier, of Beowulf against Robin Hood baked against Joshua's Robin Hood.
That's right. What do you think, Jeremiah, coming in from having been in this, I'm not sure in this exact position, you maybe remember exactly what the turn of events were, but and in the finals, you have potentially many games to go. What are you looking for? Are you looking for that win, or are you thinking, let's kind of try to push the matchup I want and kind of take advantage of map choice?
So in the case that John here has Invisible Man, I would compare that to my Bruce Lee in that it's the least consistent fighter and kind of the most matchup dependent. The way I strategized it was I wanted to get as many wins under my belt as possible. I knew I had to win with all my fighters, but I wanted to get as many wins with my other fighters as I could, so that way I had as many chances later to win with the rougher, the Bruce Lee match. Now, that might not be the strategy he wants to employ, particularly against someone who's as experienced into Invisible Man, I would assume, as Joshua is. He might be looking for a very specific matchup, or maybe he wants map choice. But for me, it's why I played, I think in the end, 3 games of Bruce Lee final out of the 6, was because I wanted to get my wins out of the way with all the other fighters, and then give my Bruce Lee as many chances as possible, because he tends to be pretty volatile. Just as many ways to get the cards in the right order. And in the end, I did manage to do that against Dracula. So I don't know if that's the best way versus Invisible Man, or with Invisible Man, if that's the same, because Invisible Man's not as volatile as Bruce Lee, or like Raptors would be, but that is a potential pick here.
So, and if you're Joshua, thinking about Medusa, for me, like the big one standing out on Zero Skater's list is Medusa. So if you're Joshua, you're thinking, okay, how do I make sure that I get the optimal lineup? Because like you said, if he wins match 2, then he's going to have one fighter that he's going to have to defeat everybody with, including, or I guess that's not true. But he might have to guarantee that Medusa back matchup. How do you think he's looking at this, trying to line up the matchup that he wants?
Well, I am looking here at the lineup, and Medusa is going to be good. Medusa's just good. We all know Medusa's good. And even though Dracula and Robin Hood can do well into her, I feel like they're probably pretty, unless I'm mistaken and you guys know a secret tech that I have not been paying attention to, I would say they're both roughly even into Medusa. One might have a slightly better go of it, but Robin Hood, I think, does better into Beowulf than Dracula does, and so I might look to pick Dracula next, because there's less of a chance you're going to hit the Beowulf, for all the reasons we've been discussing about maybe he wants to get his win out of the way, and so he's going to pick Medusa, or maybe he wants to get his Invisible Man out of the way, so he's going to pick Invisible Man. And that way, you're less likely going to hit Beowulf with the Dracula.
Also thinking about fatigue. We discussed this yesterday. We have a multitude of time zones. It's 11:30 p.m. in Singapore right now. Sean, how are you feeling, and how do you think, being in this situation, I assume pretty frequently in this tournament, how much do these late night games really take a toll, or what kind of factors do they play?
Nothing can do about it. I'm just glad that we could actually still have these games and play with people from all over the world at all times of the day. So like this morning, it was a 5 a.m. game from me, and yeah, I was still kind of a zombie, but like I said, I'm just more appreciative of the fact that we can really we got the benefits of TTS, we got the benefits of Pauper, get to enjoy this game. Yeah, doesn't really matter how tiring it gets.
As a player, though, do you think you're at a disadvantage playing at kind of some of the off hours? Or like in this case, I mean, it's 11:30 now, but we're just getting ready to start the second game out of a potential 5 games, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, we're all human, so the fatigue definitely gets to you, especially it's late at night, and especially considering the fact that Joshua was commentating my game for us just this morning. So he also woke up at probably 5:30 a.m, something like this. Hopefully he took a nap during the day, but
it's a tough one.
It's been a long day for him.
Yeah, and I think this is a good point to remind everyone that we're playing this tournament on Vorpalboard. There are some amazing guys who run this system, and they've added new things even recently. From last tournament to this one, we can now see the card backs, which are obviously gorgeous and very iconic for each of the heroes. They're what we're using down below us to show the heroes, and now we can see those in Vorpalboard. And we can get a really good view of card counts, hand sizes, and things like that. If you're interested in Vorpalboard watching at home, we have a link in the channel description, and that helps us here in the by using that link to check out Vorpalboard. It is a great situation, or a great program that really helps us stream these games and bring all the action of the Unmatched Finals to you. It looks like they're getting set up for the second game. But real quick, before we go into that and start discussing their picks, let's go ahead and remind the new people, in case there's some people who joined us, how to play.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
And welcome back. While you were away, we learned who our next two fighters are going to be. So it looks like Josh is going to be taking Robin Hood into Zero's Medusa. So it looks like he's played his Invisible Man game, but now get a win on the board. Medusa into Robin Hood. John, what are you thinking?
I think that this could be Medusa favored on paper. Her pings can take out the Outlaws, and the Outlaws are critical to Robin's success, right? Robin is a 13 health hero with no healing, and his highest defense value is a 3 value. So you really need the Outlaws to get off Highway Robbery, which is a 2 attack card that just cuts through defense and cancels effects. So you really need those effects to go off, but in order for them to get to Medusa, they risk just getting killed off automatically.
Yeah, but I don't think it's that dangerous because you gotta remember the Outlaws, once they go in, they can just hop back 2 spaces. So they might get out of zone.
Yeah, I think map choice will definitely come into play here. Frank, why don't you talk, while we look at Robin Hood's deck, why don't you talk about Robin Hood and what he's going to be trying to do?
Sure. So we've Robin Hood. He's one of our kind of first generation fighters. He's a ranged fighter or hero, meaning he can attack any space in his zone. And as we discussed, he has 4 single health sidekicks, the Outlaws. Looking at these key cards, the Hunter's Eye is his strongest attack. He has 3 of those. It's a 5, no special effects, but is a very strong attack card, especially for ranged. Wily Fighting, this is an interesting one, especially probably for the Harpies. If the Harpies are moving in, you deal 1 damage to each opposing fighter adjacent to your fighter. So it's a good way, especially to neutralize Medusa's sidekicks. An Ambush. Ambush is brutal. It's a discard, and it's a random, which can be devastating, and you add the boost value to the attack. What's really interesting about this, too, is that it can be played by either Robin Hood or the Outlaws. We talked a little bit about Highway Robbery before. It's an outlaw card, and it immediately cancels the effects of the opponent's card and ignores the defense value. So unless your opponent can feint it or use another cancel defense, it's going to deal 2 auto damage. So always very strategic when deciding how to defend against the Outlaws in that sense. And the Defenders of Sherwood is a great defense card for Robin or the Outlaws, which allows them to draw a card, but also more significantly bring an outlaw back. So there are 2 of those, which gives you a total of 6 potential outlaws throughout the match. And Chen spoke before about Robin's ability. Actually, any of the fighters' ability in this. So when you attack, after each attack, you can move your fighter up to 2 spaces, which is really significant depending on the map and positioning of Medusa. To jump out of her zone so that she can't use her ping damage to annihilate the outlaw after they attack.
Yeah, I think the special ability is really going to come in handy here, because the Outlaws are melee and Medusa can do so much ping damage, just a single damage to enemies in their zone. It's a great way to clear them out without having to spend cards. The Outlaws being able to jump back. Robin Hood and his Outlaws are one of the few fighters where the sidekicks can also use the special ability of the hero. So I think that's going to be a fairly large deal. But speaking of Medusa, let's take a look at her deck also. Zon, why don't you walk us through some of the key features there? We have already talked about her special ability.
Okay, so we come to the infamous Medusa. So, if you're new to this game, and if you just picked up Battle of Legends Volume 1, and you are starting to play the heroes, you might feel that Medusa is probably what you might call one of the more overpowered characters, but it's not so much. I would say it's because of the way her ability is used. The ability, just to remind everyone, is it just automatically deals a damage to anybody in the same zone. And as compared to many of the other heroes' abilities out there, this is a very simple and straightforward ability that it's very easy to utilize. So the game plan is to support this nature of controlling damage. She starts pinging you for small points of damage, but at the same time, she can deal pretty huge damage with one of her signature cards, which is Gaze of Stone. So Medusa looks at you, and if you don't happen to defend it, you could be hit for a hefty 8 points of damage, which is honestly more than half of most heroes' health out there. So on top of Gaze of Stones, her primary source of damage is also Second Shot. So what Second Shot does is that you play Second Shot, the opponent plays a defense, and you can decide once you see the opponent's defense to play another card to increase the value of your attack. So all cards or it's most cards in Unmatched, they tend to have a small boost value in the middle right of each card. So you add this value to the value of Second Shot, and this can easily go up to 7, which is usually more than enough to get through the defenses of most enemy heroes. So if you are thinking Robin Hood in this context, Robin Hood only has 13 health, no healing. If all 3 copies of Second Shots go through for 4 points of damage each, that's already 12 points out of 13 health that Robin has. So one other thing that Medusa has going for her, one of the mechanics that she has is the discarding mechanic. So you take a look at Hiss and Slither, which is her signature defense card. Anybody that attacks her, the player has to choose a card in hand to discard. Her Harpies has Clutching Claws, which kind of has the same effect also, but can also trigger on an attack. Every time you are attacked by this, or if you attack into a Clutching Claws, you have to discard a card. So playing against Medusa tends to be quite oppressive. Not only do you have to try to defend against every attack against her, because you don't want a Gaze of Stone to come in and hit you for 8, but you always have to make the difficult choice of choosing what card to discard from your hand whenever you hit a Hiss and Slither. So yeah, playing as Medusa, it's very oppressive for the opponent, because it's the opponent who can easily make a mistake. If they discard the wrong card to a Hiss and Slither, or to a Clutching Claws, and they can't defend a Gaze of Stone, or if they cannot predict a Second Shot, then they're gone. And yep, that's an overview of Medusa.
Yeah, I think you covered it really well there. There are 3 Hiss and Slither and Clutching Claws, which means that if played and all of them go off, Medusa can discard a 1/6 of your opponent's deck, just from out of hand. Now the advantage is that the opponent gets to. That's still a fair amount. Out of 30 cards, 6 cards not, and you're bound to be able to pull something that. But yes, I think it's a very good overview of how that all works, and it's going to be a very range jumping around, stay out of. trying to get to him. Let's talk about the map. If we could transition the map, they've already chosen that. There you go. Frank, looks like we're going back to Yukon.
Back to the Yukon. Yeah, I think it's going to be another interesting one. Lots of sidekicks in this one. Each fighter, there's going to be 7 sidekicks on here. They're all melee, so no ranged like we saw in the previous matchup. But yeah, it's going to be interesting how to think that John chose this map knowing the matchup Robin into Medusa. So I'm guessing he's going to have some trap, some setups where he's going to try to lure those outlaws in, and he also has quite a bit of ability to, I guess, manage where how close they can get to him with all the single passageways. A lot of yeah. I guess what do you call those single paths, right? Not a lot of interconnected spaces.
Yeah, those little corridors, I think I like to
Corridors.
call them.
That's the word I was looking for. Corridors. Yes.
I think if you're John, you want to start first here. Just that starting space is Medusa, because it limits where Robin can place his outlaws. Because if Robin places him on these multicolored zones in the middle, then the game starts with John killing one of them off with his ability. So it's a really good position for him to start first. It also allows him a little bit more control, and if he wants, he can maneuver one space to the left and start the game off with a big attack and try and catch Robin Hood off guard.
So one interesting thing about Yukon, and I expect to see it happen a lot in this game, is that you see the spots, like for example the purple spot right at the bottom of the map. We're probably going to see a lot of Robin Hood hanging around this purple spot or the brown areas to the top right. He hops forward 2 spaces into the yellow area, maneuvers forward, attacks Medusa, which is most likely going to be hanging out in the tri-colored areas in the center. And after attacking, he just hops back into another zone. So I expect to see a lot of that in this game. And how John will shut this down will probably be one of the deciding factors of the game.
Yeah, do you expect to see? I mean, one of the things with Robin is always exhaustion. He needs to go through cards, and with the discard from Medusa, that's going to be probably even more significant, I would imagine, for him to try to manage that draw rate. Looking at some of the statistics for this matchup, if we look at Medusa in tournament play, she has the strongest record, even better than Sherlock at about 73%. However, Bigfoot is definitely her least favorable matchup, that at only 20% of the wins, up to, I guess, maybe, I'm not sure if yesterday's results are in, but, Dracula is the next most successful, and then Robin Hood at 63%. So, certainly for John, I guess looking at that, picking between Dracula and Robin Hood, this is maybe a slightly statistically favorable matchup for him as well.
Yeah, to your earlier point about the discards, it is a good point, because Robin does overdraw. It's built into a lot of his card features, and then Medusa has the capability of getting rid of 6 of your cards, and I think that's where highway robbery can come in, because you want to get those off into Hiss and Slither. It's going to be tough to pull that off, because if you're attacking with an outlaw into Medusa, John's probably never going to defend with a Hiss and Slither unless he thinks he's being baited, but getting those off into the Harpies perhaps against Clutching Claws could also be key.
Yeah, I think that is a good analysis on the situation and how everything is breaking down. It looks like they are ready on Vorpal board. So we can go ahead and transition over to them.
It's partly what you can win into, but also partly.
And it looks like Medusa chose to go first.
Exactly. And that's the thing that I thought of.
A lot of green on the screen.
Okay, cool.
Yes, there is.
I tried to.
One last thing.
Where do you see that we're good to go? I don't see it.
Alan's messaged me directly because it says if he's in the channel.
So we've got a mirror matchup as far as the map goes. We're going to be seeing the same map again. We've got those long corridors, but this time we have a lot of sidekicks. All of the minions are just they're 7, 9 fighters total on this map.
On a very cramped map. I think this is for now at least the maximum number of fighters they have on a board at one time, right? Robin with 4, he's the only one with 4, and next 3.
Yeah, we're not sure what some of the up-and-coming fighters might have, but Robin has the most fighters there. We're looking to see whether or not there's going to be some mulligans in this particular case.
Do you think we might see a highway robbery into a harpy?
I think that would be a good way. I mean, it's 2 damage, and it might be a good way to guarantee you're going to clear a harpy, and you won't get hit with clutching claws that way. You might be able to save some of your cards and not have to discard some of your cards if you highway robbery into clutching claws. But highway robbery into Medusa could also be just as good against Hiss and Slither. So
I think the analysis though on the harpies it's a better play, right? Because on the Hiss can only be Medusa, so unless they feint the highway robbery, that it could be a good way to neutralize those harpies and to try to avoid a clutching claws.
Yeah, Frank, you mentioned, we spoke a little bit about how the discard effects are going to be really oppressive for Robin especially. So I think getting rid of the harpies in a way that mitigates those 3 cards, those 3 discard effects from the harpies is going to be critical.
looks like Josh is lining up all of his outlaws in breach formation with Robin Hood at the door there. Just very tucked away, as far away from the petrifying gaze of Medusa as possible.
I think he's also probably going for that purple zone, right? I think Shen, you mentioned that. That's maybe he doesn't get to go first, so I guess Medusa will have the first opportunity to try to run in there. But I don't think it's quite as advantageous for Medusa as it is for Robin with his ability to kind of hop in and out.
Yeah, the purple zone is one of the only spots on this map that has a hard transition. That purple into yellow, there's no multi-zone spaces there, which could be very good for a outlaw who's melee to deal with Medusa.
We see Medusa maneuver right off the bat into the tricolored zone, which John predicted that she'd spend a lot of the map there.
Yep, because it covers the gray area, so this forces Robin Hood to maneuver twice, but to try to save his outlaws. Really depends on the cards he has.
One of the other things we didn't talk about actually when we were reviewing the fighters was their movement. So we have Robin at 2 movement, but he does have that hop effect at the end, 2 spaces, but Medusa with a 3 is able to cover a little bit more of the board.
Yeah, I think the movement might be key here. Either Robin's special where he gets to move after attacking, or the 3 movement of the Harpies and Medusa really could help control the movement and the flow of things. Because when both the heroes are ranged, they're going to be trying to stay back and trying to get hits off on each other and then back away. But Medusa has that extra piece of movement to try and get into range, and Robin Hood being able to basically double attack if he needs to onto Medusa before jumping away and still ending outside the zone. Looks like Medusa is opening with an attack on an outlaw.
Regroup. Yep.
Yeah, you are.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Give me those cards. It's not an exhaustion matchup,
It is not.
So
So that was an undefended regroup. And to the outlaw there.
even though you have to draw 2 from that regroup, I don't hate that you're able to actually use the regroup's damage. Like, being able to use a single damage from a regroup is not, it doesn't happen very often.
And note how Medusa very smartly chose to hit the last outlaw in the Congo line, because right now the next outlaw has to maneuver twice to get to the purple zone, or in this case use a boost.
Boosting with Steal from the Rich. I think that's another interesting one about Robin and his strategy. I mean, very rarely do you want to encourage more draw for him. Because normally your opponent would not discard, and then you get to end up drawing 2. Ooh, he just fainted a snipe.
Yeah, he's gonna die though.
Yeah, I think he was probably expecting a highway robbery, which is not unsurprising. And then he's just going to remove the
Yep.
outlaw there, because at the start of the turn, that's the one that Zero can ping.
I think this is John's priority. His priority is just to remove all the outlaws as soon as possible, because it's going to be much harder for Josh, Wandering Caretaker, to do the same to his harpies.
I'll have the Harpy attack the outlaw.
Was he clutching claws? Do you think he has one?
No, Mighty Hounds of Zeus.
Mighty Hands of Zeus.
Definitely what you want.
So that's the
Which
other
is-
Harpy specific card.
And Hounds is a guaranteed kill, because Robin's highest defense is a 3. So if you're playing against an outlaw, that's a guaranteed dunzo.
Right. Good call.
Though Robin has dealt the only damage to Medusa, 3 of the 4 heroes being, or outlaws being cleared is a pretty big spike for Medusa here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Wandering didn't have a wily fighting to make use of in that case. Oh no, wait, because he got hit by a Hounds of Zeus anyway. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, the effect wouldn't have triggered.
Yeah. Thought he was hit by Clutching Claws or something. Alright, so if you're in Wandering Caretaker's shoes now, what would your game plan be? How are you going to get out of this?
He seems fairly hemmed in a little bit. He might be looking just to maneuver onto a space where he can attack a Harpy or Medusa and then bounce back. Just stay in that little red area, force them to come to him. It seems to be what he is after.
Looks
Looks
like
like he's attacking the Harpy, right?
that's what it looked like from the mouse, yeah.
Piercing? It might be a piercing shot or a regroup.
He does have a low hand, so that would be a good call.
Yeah, so Zero's probably trying to predict what's being played here. If you take a look at his camera, you can really see the gears in his brain working.
You can almost smell the smoke.
So actually, this is one of the reasons why I really like Unmatched. This, 80% of the fun comes from when you actually put down a card and you try to predict what the opponent plays. It's really combat poker. So yeah, never gets old.
No, it's really good, and I especially like characters who really play on that even more, like Beowulf, who gets his equal of Grendel, and then not only the defender has to be thinking, oh, what are they going to play, but the attacker has to be thinking, oh, what am I going to play?
Was a
yep.
regroup.
Was the regroup defended with a dash?
Defends with a dash up into that red zone, blocking at least one of those spaces.
Yep, so this means that the Harpy can potentially double attack.
And the Harpies do have many attack options. They have the Hounds of Mighty Zeus is versatile. Clutching Claws 3 is versatile. Their other specific card, and then a couple of other versatiles: Snipe, Dash. When you do that, I guess Medusa's also burning some of her defenses, but we'll see. Maybe he'll test it out with one of the Harpy specific cards to start.
We haven't seen any highway robberies come out, and the fact that there's no highway robberies and only one outlaw left. Now, I believe there are 2 defenders of Sherwood?
There
Yes.
are. Yeah.
Okay, so that means 2 can potentially come back, but there are 4 highway robberies in his deck. And if he doesn't get those out before all the outlaws die, that is a actually very strong tool that Robin Hood will not have access to.
That's right. I think it's worth calling out too that Medusa also has the ability to bring back 2 of her harpies, so they each have the ability to revive 2 of those single hit point sidekicks.
So no double attack looks like. He's going to start with a maneuver.
Zero really considering whether he wants to completely trap Robin Hood in there. He is moving that Harpy into Robin Hood's range. But as long as Robin Hood isn't near or in range to attack Medusa, I don't think Zero's particularly worried.
Double maneuver.
Yep, and you can see how John is preparing to start to hem Wandering Caretaker in with 2 harpies at the back. Oh, 3.
So he's left Medusa open for the double attack, but looks like Josh is elected to maneuver on his first action.
Yeah, he kind of has to. He's trying to get him to, or trying to force him to vacate the red zone.
Oh, okay.
Or just use a highway robbery when he can. Oh,
And successfully feinted highway robbery.
But there's only one feint left.
That's right.
but I don't think the any highway robberies will be happening anytime soon.
The vaporizing. I guess it was the petrification of the outlaw, right?
Yeah, lots of new statues around Yukon.
Yeah, that's actually one danger of Yukon. That if you try to play around with the purple zone or let's say the red zone at the top, you can get hemmed in by heroes with sidekicks quite easily, and it will become a death trap for you, which in this case looks like it's gonna be a situation for Robin Hood. He has no mobility effects to get him out of here, so he has to somehow fight his way out, but it's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, with Medusa on one side and all three harpies on the other side. I mean, killing the harpies is easiest, but that's still not easy.
So John started his turn here by pinging the outlaw for 1 damage, and he's going to maneuver. Frank, what do you think the downside to not starting with an attack here is? Like, why would he choose, especially looking at the hand sizes of each?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I have to assume he's maybe looking for a specific card or a specific combo. Wants to give himself one. Maybe he knows where he wants to end up, and he's just giving himself another option before attacking on his second one. Pulling that card on his first maneuver just to see what comes up. His first action, rather.
And he begins to close the pincers. Robin Hood's feeling the squeeze.
I'll have Medusa attack now.
That's right. And at this point, it's inevitable that he will. Okay.
There we
Ouch.
go. Yeah, that will hurt.
But Robin will return an outlaw who will have one option, one chance to. Oh, interesting.
Save yourself!
Say-
Don't get stuck in here with me! It's possible that he might want to. Well, I don't know if he would position it there for that, but I was thinking he might want to move the outlaw around behind and start to whittle away at the harpies. But looks like a attack right out of the gate. I didn't see. Did you see if he's attacking the harpy or Medusa?
I didn't get to see.
Well, lots of arrows flying around here,
Yeah.
up in the Yukon.
Lots of dangerous gazers also.
He's looking for more cards, which makes sense. He's pretty low.
Yeah, both of them end up drawing a card off of that. And then is he playing Steal from the Rich?
Yep, don't really see that played that often, but desperate time call for desperate measures.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a ton of cards, so he doesn't mind drawing 2, and probably also wouldn't mind drawing 1 and forcing 0 to discard 1.
Did you draw
But
your 1 already?
I drew one.
I'll be very impressed if Joshua can fight his way out of this. But that'll be a game to watch. Right?
Is John still thinking about whether to discard? On the Steal from the Rich? Zero
Yeah,
Skater?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like you let him draw.
Double second shot, maybe.
Yeah, that's alright, because I don't think there's anything he's afraid that Joshua might draw that can get him out of this.
Did he ping Robin Hood at the start of his turn?
He did.
Good. We were discussing that yesterday in the Medusa match. It's an effect that you have to. It's optional. So if you get caught up in the moment and forget to enforce it, then you can you miss out.
Yeah. Moving Medusa out of maneuver zone from the outlaw.
That's right. Force him to boost to get to him,
Okay.
and still
Double
keeping him in the zone. So if that outlaw were to jump up there, he would also be vaporized in the following turn.
Yeah, looks like Josh is also maneuvering. By moving up there, it did free up so that the outlaw could move closer
That's right.
without
getting.
getting there. But another free damage onto Robin Hood. It's free real estate.
The maneuver the harpies back, I'm assuming, is in case he defends with Wily.
That's a good point. The other, oh, he is in gray now. I was gonna say it also moves them out of red, but Robin Hood can still attack.
I feel like Josh has also done a good job, at least thus far, controlling the draw. He's actually ahead by a card, 15. Over Medusa's 14.
Yeah, he had discarded one of his draw things to boost. I believe he got one of his draw cards fainted. So he has been managing.
Oh,
Oof.
Making the reroll, that is.
That was a nice fake out by Medusa.
yep. I really think Joshua's only way out is just to don't bother the harpies anymore and just power on the attacks on Medusa.
Seems to be what he's doing based on the movement of the mice.
Yep. A low chance of success, but I think it's much better than trying to kill the harpies and then only for them to be brought back by a wing frenzy.
Ambush.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, he could pull something good, and this could be a good hit. If he pulls a Gaze of Stone, making it a 6 attack.
Yeah, or the momentary glance. It's another boost for.
Okay.
Oh.
Got one of the hisses.
I'm happy.
Nah,
That's a
not at
6.
all. I wouldn't be.
So yeah, that's still 2 damage goes through.
2 damage.
He's happy with that.
But yeah, at this point you could just sit.
Yeah, ambush is very powerful into Medusa just because of the high boost values. Fighters with ambush can, and the fact that her cards are generally good, and so you're likely to pull something that you probably wanted for something else.
Okay.
Alright, I'll ping it for 1.
Thank
That was
you.
actually a good piercing shot into a hiss and slitter, because a hiss and slitter used against a piercing shot is not a hiss and slitter used against a hunter's eye.
Yeah, and once all those hisses and slitherers are out of the deck, the most defense cards that Medusa can block with are 3s, so that's guaranteed at least 2 damage with each big swing with the Hunter's Eye.
Yep. It also looks like Josh is maybe giving up on the outlaws. We saw him discard a highway robbery, which is, I guess, interesting with the outlaw in the position that it's in. You depending on whether or not Zero still has his final feint in his hand. Could have been 2 damage. Going through.
Outlaw attack Medusa.
Oh, you might see it here.
Yeah, he just drew that, and now he's throwing it out.
This would be a fun time to attack with a regroup.
But I mean, if I were in John's hands, I would still defend with 3 defense. Because I think he probably has more than enough versatile cards left as defensive.
Yeah, I mean, the feint would also be effective against both highway robbery if he has it, against the highway robbery, and if he decided to do a surprise ambush on him too.
Oh, he takes it.
Gonna look better on this final scoreboard.
It'd be Wily for 4.
Okay, your turn.
And there we see that the outlaw effectively jumping back out of instant death zone.
While Robin Hood continues to slowly turn to stone. But that was a good hit.
Second shot.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, and there.
Wow.
That was a quick wrap up there. Man, Zero just pinned Robin Hood down and beat him up and took his lunch money.
Yeah, so we saw him use the second shot that gives him the boost. He boosted with momentary glance, which is a 4. But what? 4 damage over, and then he followed up with the second momentary glance scheme that gives Robin 2 damage. So took him down to -1 for those last 5 health. No problem. Expertly done.
And this also means we're guaranteed at least 4 matches in this series. We've got ourselves no clean sweeps or anything. With that Medusa win, they've still got 2 fighters each. And I believe for the first time in this series, Joshua is going to have map pick and position pick.
Yep.
Yeah, so that should change things up. Also, they both have a win on Yukon, so we're going somewhere else, guys.
That was actually, you know, it's interesting you mentioned that. That was some nuance that I didn't really catch initially, was that once you win on a map, you can't play on it again. I mean, it makes sense, but it was not something that was kind of front of mind for me coming into the tournament. Maybe it's because I didn't win that often. I don't know, but it's an interesting tournament rule. Makes sense.
Yeah, let's go quick and listen in on their conversation while they're still analyzing that particular match before we swap back to us.
When you there was one turn I expected a piercing shot, and I defended a heartbeat because I was expecting a piercing shot, and I defended with like a snipe, I think, but it was a regroup. So I mean, it worked out. Yeah, it worked out the same.
I wanted it about the same because I needed to draw.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I figured that was the case.
This matchup is pretty much 3 second shots with 4s. That's 12. 1 ping.
Yeah.
It's not great.
12 and 1 ping. That's it. And then if you get extra pings, it doesn't really matter if your second shots get fainted.
Yeah.
And like
momentary glance also.
Zeus can hit over the outlaws.
It's 1 damage at least. Yeah. Or it's just
guaranteed kill.
Outlaws.
It's a guaranteed kill, and you don't have to worry about Wily fighting killing you back. So like Zeus is really good, and yeah, there's just a lot of things going for this matchup. And yeah, like you said, it's 3 second shots and a ping, and then you also have the momentary glances if a second shot gets fainted or whatever.
Well, you got the win-in, so it's not going to be a short match.
Exactly. That's what I'm looking for. Just let's give the
they
viewers
were
something to
short
watch.
games, not a short match, so.
Right,
not too
which
bad.
is good. I'd prefer short games and a decent sized, match.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
all right, good game. We'll go into game 3.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to the commentator booth, everyone. I think they've got the audio now. So that was a pretty decisive, almost as decisive the other way as the first match was. There was a couple hits back by Robin Hood, but nothing. Medusa looked like she was in control for most of that matchup. So, any closing notes on that particular battle? Anything we haven't mentioned yet before we move on to speculation on what could be coming next?
Map pick and positional pick won probably was like 80% of the reason why that game was won. I mean, other than the fact that Medusa has the edge against Hood, but I think that particular map and that positioning, that masterful positioning by John, I think that sealed the deal. I'm not sure what Robin could have done at that, on hindsight as well. Anyways, he could try to run out all the way to the brown side, but John Zero kind of anticipated that and placed one of his harpies there to cut that off too, so very tough.
Yeah, Robin never even made it into the purple zone like you had talked about. If that was his sweet spot and kind of where he needed to get to, John closed that off in that first turn. So
Yep.
we didn't see a hunter's eye, not one.
And he had two in hand. He revealed at the end, in that final turn when John hit him with that attack, and then he finished with a momentary glance. Josh had no defense left in his hand, so it didn't actually matter what John did there, so long as he wasn't maneuvering away. The game was his.
Yeah, so now we move into a position where we're essentially in our normal best of 3 setup, where we've got, two champs have a win, so they're out, and 2 champs have already been banned. So we've got 4 heroes remaining. Everyone's picking as normal. So what do we think, Frank, what do you think is going into the next one? We've got Invisible Man and Beowulf. If you were Zero, how would you be approaching this next third game?
Yeah. Josh is going to get to pick the map. So, thinking about which hero, the guessing, who is it going to be? Dracula or Robin Hood? Is he going to want to pick up IM again and, give it a shot, or switch it up with Beowulf? I don't know. Maybe to your strategy before, perhaps he goes Beowulf this time. 1, not to repeat IM, and 2, to give IM a little bit more, of options. I don't know.
Do we think that Invisible Man or Beowulf is more map dependent? Because I think the fact that Josh gets to pick this map might come into play whether or not he wants to play Invisible Man or Beowulf.
Yeah, I think Invisible Man is probably a little more map dependent than Beowulf is.
You're right.
Yeah, I'll go grab a taco. Yeah. So, I didn't realize that the stream was not hearing that, so they're going to have some questions about tacos. So we are going to be moving into a short half-hour break since we're tied up 1-1. We're definitely going to at least 4 games, and here in the U.S. anyway, it is about lunchtime. So we're gonna get some recharge, refocus, and I will see everyone in half an hour for our next matchup.
And
Sounds
it's
good.
supper time for me and Joshua.
Yes, enjoy your dinner. And welcome back, everyone. Well, it has been a exciting 2 games so far. As we're moving into Game 3, we've got really a lot to discuss. As now the field is wide open again. Josh is on map pick and position pick, so he might have something tricky up his sleeve as far as Dracula or Robin Hood, or maybe versus Beowulf or Invisible Man specifically. And I know Zero is still looking for that Invisible Man win, because he's got to prove. He's always been saying on the channel and everything that Invisible Man is not as bad as his record would indicate. So Frank, what do you think we're looking at going into this 3rd game?
Yeah, I know. Just like the players are kind of considering their options now, I had some time to consider over the break. I think Zero, despite the weight maybe of the Invisible Man, as you said, and his advocacy of that character, I think he's got to go Beowulf on this one because of the map pick and how, like we were talking about right before the break, how dependent Invisible Man is. And I would expect a Dracula pick from Josh on the other side, maybe on Sarpedon. That's my prediction. So we'll see what happens.
Dracula on Sarpedon, very nice. Yeah. Dracula versus Beowulf on Sarpedon, particularly.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. And if you were to predict what way that would go, with Sarpedon on the map pip, but we had already discussed Beowulf being fairly good into Dracula. Several of his abilities just completely countering Dracula's.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other option would be Robin. I feel like it's just he does have that chance to bounce back the Grendels on the big beast forms, but I don't know. I think if John would drop that game, then Dracula's out of the equation. If that's the case, then he'd have to defeat Robin Hood twice. With Beowulf, he would have a little bit more options. If he did lose, he would be set up with IM into whoever the remaining fighter is, and would be able to pick that map. So I think from a control perspective, he just would have the most flexibility on IM. He would at least know the opponent, know the map, and would be set up.
Yeah, I think those are excellent points. Zon, what time is it for you guys over there right now?
Well, it's 5 minutes past 1 a.m. So you can imagine Joshua. Well, barely the 3rd game in, and there's definitely going to be another game after this. So it's definitely going to reach our 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. And at some point, you're really going to see fatigue come into play, as in real life fatigue come into play. As well, you might still have work or school tomorrow, so.
Well, the sacrifices that we all make for glory and the legends that are being created here. John, what have you thought of the play so far, and do you agree with Frank's analysis that we're probably going to see Beowulf and Dracula soon?
I think Frank's deduction there is all really sound. So I think if we do see that, I'm a little more worried for Beowulf than I think you are, Frank, just because in this tournament we've seen Joshua play Dracula a lot and win very consistently with him. And at least in the tournament setting, we've seen a zeroskatr play Beowulf once and lose. So that now, of course, that's not indicative of how well he knows Beowulf and how he's been practicing outside of the tournament, but just looking at what we've been able to see so far, Dracula is a character that Joshua knows very well, has practiced with extensively, and has a proven track record with. I'd also say that Sarpedon is a really good map for Dracula, just looking at the stats and Dracula's win rates on that map. So if they do go Sarpedon, as you suggested, Frank, I think zeroskatr could be in a little bit of trouble there.
So, alternatively, if Joshua were to go with Robin Hood and could get a win over either of them, if it's more of a toss-up, then John would be forced to beat Dracula twice. And to your point, Josh was really good with Dracula, so maybe that's something else to consider. So maybe my Dracula part of the prediction is off.
Yeah, maybe Zeroskater is hoping to see Dracula take a win now, so he doesn't have to beat him twice to win. That's a good thought. Because then he just has to beat Robin twice, which I think is more
Twice
likely.
more.
Yeah, twice. Right. I think that Zeroskater really wants IM into Dracula. Zeroskater's been pretty vocal about how that matchup is an Invisible Man's favorite matchup, but to Frank's point and to Zon's point earlier, without this is a map dependent character, so without having that option of picking the map, I don't know that he'll pick IM going into this round.
Yeah, those are excellent points. I'm sitting here looking, and frankly, I just want games that maybe are a little bit closer. I feel like both of these games have been fairly one-sided. We've known about halfway through which way the winds were blowing, and they have blown that way. We haven't had any huge, unexpected comebacks. And I think with these particular cast of characters, the Invisible Man can go either way, but I think that Dracula, Beowulf, Robin Hood all have the potential of giving us a pretty close game. Something where we're not so sure what comes in, and that's, you know what, that's all I'm hoping for. Just some good unmatched.
Well, you can treat the games that we've just witnessed as warm-up.
That's very
Interesting. In thinking about the last tournament as well, the last finals, that is, Jeremiah, where you played, I think you ended up in the same spot, right? After it was a best of 7 that time, but after 4 games, it was tied at 2, and it was effectively just like doing the best of 3 at the end, right?
Yep. Except he didn't have to win with his off-meta King Arthur pick. Or did he end up going King Arthur? Or no, that's right. I had planned on, if I went in with the win, with the extra win into the finals, I had planned on pulling out King Arthur as my last pick, just in case I wanted to, mix it up. But I ended up going with Bruce Lee and mixing it up anyway.
Yeah.
Worked out for you.
I like to think so. So we still haven't heard anything about the picks and bans. Yeah, we still haven't heard anything about the picks or the map yet for this particular thing, I think. So why don't we go ahead and throw to, just in case you're joining us and you're new and you're not sure, or maybe you need a refresher on how Unmatched works, we're going to throw to a quick video just to get you up to speed.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
And welcome back. So it seems that during that brief video, we got our picks for the match. And Frank, it looks like you were right. It looks like we are going Dracula versus Beowulf. So while we're going through the analysis, why don't we just jump right in to take a look at Dracula's deck? And Frank, since you called it, why don't you go ahead and give us a start? What is Dracula trying to do here? What are some key cards that he's looking to fire off?
Dracula is a melee fighter with a 2 movement. He's got his sidekicks are the sisters, and he has 3 of them. They are single hit point sidekicks. His main card is the beast form. We see there's the number 1 is a 6 melee attack, and if you can if you land it without it being fainted, you have the option of discarding the number of cards in your hand for +1. So it is one of the largest attacks possible. It creates one of the largest attack scenarios in the game. Ambush, we've seen that a few times today, is a card that we've seen in multiple decks. Also, that can be a really powerful attack because it forces your opponent to discard a random card. So it also has a nice discard effect, and it also can be performed by any of the fighters. Do My Bidding is another really neat Dracula defense card where you put your opponent's attack back into their hand and select a different one for them to play, which we can talk about some strategy with that on the stream. Look Into My Eyes, likewise, you take the boost value from your opponent's card and add it to the defense there. And Ravening Seduction is a really interesting play with the sisters where you can move your opponent's fighter up to 2 spaces and then deal a damage for each sister adjacent to them. So some really interesting positioning as it relates to them. Dracula's special ability is that he can deal 1 damage to any adjacent fighter at the start of his turn, and if he does, he draws a card. The other, I guess, 1 card to call out is Mist Form, where it allows Dracula to kind of teleport anywhere on the board that he might be. So there's some interesting combinations that can set up as well. Dracula does have the ability to heal health through Baptism of Blood as well, which is and through is it Feeding Frenzy? Is that right?
Prey Upon.
Prey Upon. Sorry, Prey Upon. So he has multiple options for getting health back. Should we take a look at Beowulf?
Yeah, let's go ahead. You mentioned Dracula's special, being able to deal 1 damage to an adjacent fighter and draw a card. Meanwhile, Beowulf kind of wants that. His special has to do with rage. He's all about managing and maintaining his rage. He can have up to 3 at a time, and any time he takes any instance of damage, so whether that's combat damage, after combat damage, or even Dracula's special ability, he's going to gain a rage, and then he can spend those rage later for very powerful effects. I'm looking here at Ancient Heirloom. It is a 3 attack, and the card's effects can't be canceled. So if you throw a feint down, it's really not going to stop anything. Spend 2 rage and make that 3 into a 5, and then spend another rage to boost. And Beowulf has some pretty good boost values, so you can easily make that into an 8, a 7 or an 8 swinging. And if it is blocked with a feint, that's 5 or 6 damage going through easy. But I think equal to that is the Equal of Grendel. This changes the way that the attacker has to play, because if Beowulf is sitting on 2 rage and you attack into him, if he blocks with Equal of Grendel, which is a pretty good chance since there's 3 of them in the deck, he can bounce the damage back. He'll still take damage, but immediately he can spend the 2 rage and move the damage back. So, like, if, for example, what Zero will be looking to do is Equal of Grendel into a beast form. The beast form might still be lethal, so you don't want to do it too late, but since beast form is a 6 by definition, if you Equal of Grendel into it, you'll deal 6 damage back to Dracula, and Dracula is not a particularly healthy hero. He doesn't have a ton of health. Meanwhile, Fatal Struggle lets you draw cards, or could force your opponents to draw cards if they block with a high enough defense. And War King is a very versatile card that lets you spend only as much as you need. Normally used for defense, and you just use it to basically reduce it down to maybe 1 damage would be perfect, because then you can pick up an extra rage off of that. And of course, there are 2 golden drinking horns in Beowulf's deck, and the golden drinking horns will, you choose to spend any number of rage, and then you can choose what effects on the card happen. And most of the time, you're going to want to recover 2 health, but moving spaces and sometimes even drawing cards, depending on the matchup, can also be useful in that case. While Dracula has his sisters, Beowulf has Wiglaf. It's a single, fairly high health sidekick who can help Beowulf kind of keep one of his flanks covered. And he also has the card I like to call Spin to Win, also known as Remnant of Valor, where he deals 1 damage to all units adjacent to Wiglaf. Which is a great way not only to take out sisters, but also to chip Beowulf for 1, in a way that he will, yes, we see it on the screen here. So that way he can gain 1 rage through 1 damage, which is the ideal way to do it. And if he does happen to hit Beowulf with it, you also gain an action, which lets you keep going. So Beowulf, you'd think he'd just be a big rage monster who's just yelling and attacking like crazy, but he actually has a lot of intricacies to his deck, and I'll be interested to see how Zero plays it. Moving on, however, to the map, it seems that the bronze has been selected. Zon, why don't you go ahead and give us some thoughts about the bronze?
Bronze. So this is actually one of my favorite maps, mainly because of, well, look at the design, it's so cool, all that pink and orange and bright colors. So the key feature about this map is you can immediately notice the choke points in between the club or the pub. I'm not very sure what it is actually, didn't really watch Buffy, but there are 3 choke points. So the outer area, the green part, the light green into the purple, the bottom green, dark green areas, those 2 entryways. So this particular area is very tricky. If you manage to block it with your sidekick, it can be very hard for the opponent to get to you on the same turn. On the other side, we have the pink crypt area, which actually makes a good hiding area. But the problem is that if you are not careful, you can easily be hemmed in, pinned in from both sides too. So typically this map is pretty good for ranged characters, in Gen especially, because, well, choke points, the indoor areas, it gives you fairly good coverage. But since we are seeing melee characters, this might be pretty interesting. We will most likely be looking at Beowulf trying to chase down all the little sisters all over the place, and Dracula trying to position the sisters in such a way that, number 1, they don't get totally demolished by a Remnant of Valor, and at the same time, he's probably just trying to control the choke points a little bit.
Yeah. John, is there anything you want to add either to the map or to this matchup before we get into it?
Yeah, I think we think of both of these fighters typically as characters with low defenses. Indeed, they each only have 12 defense cards. So I think that's interesting that we have like the 2 non-defenders, or at least the trickiest to play a defensive game with, going against one another. Key to the difference there, though, I think is going to be Beowulf's massive health advantage over Dracula, especially because Beowulf does heal. He can heal 4. Dracula can heal up to, I think in this matchup, the maximum healing he can get is 8, because Prey Upon goes twice for 2, and then he's got 2 baptisms for 4. So the max that he'll get is 8, but he's more likely to get 6 if he gets everything off. And it was pointed out in the chat by Poindexter G, and shout out to Poindexter G again for streaming all these matches throughout the tournament. But he took a look, and Beowulf is actually undefeated into Dracula in tournament play, and the results tracker has him at a 71% advantage over Dracula.
Those are good numbers for 0.
Yes.
All right, so with that being said, it looks like Dracula might have an uphill battle here at the Bronze. And vampires historically don't have a great track record at the Bronze either. Just, in the lore. Not even not even in anything else, but it looks like they are ready to go, and we are ready to let them get started. I am not as familiar with the Bronze. Which player elected for position 1?
Josh picked. Oh. Wait. So Josh picked the starting positions, right?
Yes, Josh should have picked map and starting position, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, he chose P2. So P1 is Beowulf.
Alright, so the player should be signaled in just a moment that we're ready for them to get started, and they'll draw their starting hands and decide whether or not they want to mulligan to try and look for something better, or just take what they get. Mulligan is a new system in this tournament versus last tournament. It is a very interesting thing where the you kind of get a do-over if your hand isn't ideal. But it's also risky, because if you get a mediocre hand, you might be tempted to redraw it, but then you could get something worse. Because we do a full mulligan where you shuffle your hand back into your deck and then draw new cards. So it is a risk, and is very an interesting decision whether or not you want to do that.
I found myself, I think through my games in the tournament, I think I only took mulligan maybe twice. It was like the really bad ones. I feel like there is an element of luck, and yeah, to your point, I know other players like John, I think he uses it, zeroskatr uses it quite frequently. But yeah, it was something that I used personally sparingly. John, how did you guys view the mulligan?
I actually like to play the hand I'm dealt, so I don't usually mulligan a lot unless it's a handful of schemes.
Yeah.
I mulligan all the time.
Yeah.
But I, that's probably why I'm not in the finals.
Did it ever not work out for you? I mean, I'm a little bit, I'm much more like John. I think, unless it's awful, I'm generally not mulliganing. But did you have any experiences that resulted in, I don't know, just a total?
Yeah.
catastrophe?
One time I had a really bad opening hand with Dracula. It was just schemes and attacks to start, no defense, and it was like both of my beast forms in my opening hand. So I mulliganed that because I didn't want to start with them and not have like any capability to use them. And then I mulliganed, and it was like all sister cards to start with. And I was like, man, I should have just stuck with what I had and just played aggressively.
Yeah, that's the risk. So looking at positioning here with their opening hands, one of the things we talked about yesterday is Dracula. Are you really looking for that? Is player 2, maybe it's less relevant, but setting up that Ravening Seduction, or what do you think coming into this? What is Drac really hoping to have?
I think the only way to have a real chance for Dracula here is if he somehow lands a big beast form in the early or mid game. Otherwise, the race for the hit points, it's too difficult. And Beowulf can, you might look at him and he looks like a strong, angry warrior, but he can actually play the exhaustion game very well also. So with a big pool of health, number one, and with a whole bunch of passes, 4 I think. So yeah, he can outlast Dracula if the game drags on too long.
I also think just looking at the health differential is it's so big, because even though Dracula has healing, we're just looking at the numbers that we're looking at on the screen. That's 13 versus 26. And 26 health is a pretty high hill to climb. So those beast forms are going to have to be key to winnowing down Beowulf's and even Wiglaf's health, frankly.
Yeah.
Because even an undefended beast form still needs 3 discards to completely one-shot Wiglaf.
Yeah.
John, what do you think here? Do you think Wiglaf is even a priority for Dracula, or do you think all efforts have to go to Beowulf?
I think, yeah, if it were me, I usually like to go for Wiggy first, but in this case, I think Dracula has to go for broke. As much damage as possible has to go onto Beowulf.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at the match history. You defeated. We talked about Zero only picking Beowulf one other time in the tournament, and it was against you, and you defeated his Beowulf twice to win the match.
Oh, was it twice? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. With once with Muldoon and once with. Let me pull up the other one, but yes.
Raptors was the other one.
Raptors was the other one. Thank you.
Ah, right. Yeah, the Raptors was a surprising one.
Well, it looks like he is going after Wiglaf. Got him boxed in there. Double maneuvers.
One thing, though, is that Wiglaf can use the one attack, I think it's Hot for Battle, and swap places. Which, if he would rather have Wiglaf not in this weird pin scenario, not that I think he would want Beowulf in that scenario, but he could swap them out if things get spicy for Wiglaf.
So we see John.
Yeah. Do you think John did this on purpose? The fact that he put Wiglaf there, and
I did think it was an interesting placement of Wiglaf to put him between the doors like that. I wasn't quite sure what he was going for.
And a spin to win, but in this case, only takes out one sister. Remnant of Valor, by the way, in case anyone cares about the real. I've watched a lot of League of Legends, and that is an old League of Legends inside joke.
For the record, Jeremiah, I like spin to win better.
I mean, the art suggests that's what he's doing. Like the actual mechanics suggest that's what he's doing. He's just spinning around with the sword. So
It's an interesting one, right? It's like if he manages to hit Beowulf, he does get more rage, and then it's so effective that Beowulf actually gets to do something afterwards, gain the action.
yeah, it's so thematic also. Yeah, got to hand it to Restoration.
So we saw Dracula attack Wiglaf with a skirmish, or with an exploit. Sorry, and we saw this defense with a skirmish. Gets the move for winning combat.
Attacking with exploit is interesting. Oh, and he's getting rid of feint, I'm assuming because the big attack can't be feinted.
yeah.
But I was saying it's interesting to see him attacking with his highest defense, because, Ancient Heirloom, as a threat, I would assume you'd want to keep your highest defense. But maybe he just really wanted that card draw. Or he thought he would get an undefended attack.
So Zero has to draw 2. In this case, Fatal Struggle went into a dash, so 1 damage went through, and because 1 damage went through, that means, in this case, Wigloff, who used it to take out a sister, gets to draw 2 cards.
So the Fatal Struggle is actually a very interesting card, especially when you are playing with players who really know what they're doing, because sometimes you want Fatal Struggle to go through, sometimes you don't want it to go through, because it can really put accelerator on the exhaustion game. So it's very telling that Joshua used, for example, his exploit as an offense, because the natural idea is to probably save it for defense against a Fatal Struggle. But if you defend a Fatal Struggle with an exploit, you'll be drawing 3 cards. So, well, that could be one of the considerations that he wanted to avoid.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and in your match against Beowulf, Zero Skater's Beowulf's on his Fatal Struggle into your, was it Eaten Alive as the Raptors, the 4 defense? Was a
Yep.
game changing a move, because he had to draw 2 cards when he really wanted, you to win to draw those 2 cards, and it paid
Yep.
dividends in the end game for you.
Yep. So if you're approaching Fatal Struggle, don't just look at it as a card that fills up your hand with more cards, but there's really a lot of strategic implications on the timing and use of it.
Or
So
the
you can
boost.
see, yeah, he even loses the Fatal Struggle because he doesn't want to draw cards.
What's interesting about that is that with Dracula's defenses and only 1 exploit left, which is his highest, he has 1 4 defense option. Fatal Struggle would almost guarantee him the card draw.
That's a
Would
good point.
guarantee 0 of the card, so he's probably feeling like his odds of using it otherwise, unless he's really dying for cards, he's happy to get rid of them at this point.
He really wants to get rid of Wigloff.
Yeah. Interesting.
Because Wigloff is very important in the late game. If you have an eye on exhaustion, you have to get rid of Wigloff.
I discarded that.
I think when we were going through Dracula's deck, we talked about the baptism of blood bringing back healing Dracula, but it also brings back a sister. So he will have the option of bringing both of those defeated sisters back if he can find the baptism.
Yeah. You wanna roll a die?
Now we're seeing Vigor and Courage. John hasn't taken any damage yet, and so hasn't gained any rage. So here's a play here to get rid of one of Josh's cards and also fill his rage meter up.
Now, this is the true spin to win. Do
Yeah,
we get
probably.
a form?
Yeah, you really want to pull that beast form.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, he did not get much out of that. Dash can be annoying for Beowulf because if Beowulf has a major weakness, it's his movement. He's very slow, and without a ton of movement abilities.
That's your second dash, right? Second dash?
Yes.
So the dash is not horrible, but I'm sure he wanted something with a little more boost value at least, if not one of those beast forms, which is kind of the golden ticket, the hit the jackpot that he's trying to remove.
He does have enough rage, though, to pull off a Grendel, which costs 2 if you wanted
11.
2 at this point.
I
Again.
see, and that's like all the thought and the strategy, because would Josh swing with beast form right now when it would not be lethal, and there's the chance of Grendel. I don't think he would.
Yeah, it's definitely a Princess Bride style mind game. Would you put the beast form in front of you, or did you put the beast form in front of me?
What you don't know, Jeremiah, is that John has spent the last several years building up a tolerance to beast form.
Ah. No one would have expected that.
No.
One of the lesser known.
Mechanics of the game.
Yes. If you play against Dracula enough, you resist beast form.
Zeroskater putting a lot of thought into this defense, I'm sure, because lots of stuff could be hitting him right now. Ambush, beast form. We're going working, and it is the ambush. This could hurt.
Ah, right. Good point. That is very interesting.
So reminder, ambush. John will discard a random card. Zero and
Yeah,
but
so
because Defender resolves first, Zero has to decide how much rage he's putting into it before he knows what the card is.
yeah.
So he can have. So the working lets him spend the rage to gain 2. So at max, he could have a 5 defense. He could put it up to 3, and maybe count on taking 1 or 2 damage and getting the rage back, which should probably be efficient.
So I would expect to see as well. He has a decent number of boost 3 cards. Golden Drinking Horn, Hot for Battle, no contest, and another couple of workings.
Yep. The prize spin to win target here is probably the Drinking Horn.
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, looks like he's going to spend 1 rage, so that bumps that up to a 3. So he's not taking any damage at the moment, but statistically he probably will take some.
You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
I'm still not happy about this,
Okay.
It's
War King.
another
That's a
War King.
5 to 3.
Just the maximum
what's
damage.
The value on War King?
It's a 3.
It's your second
Ooh.
War King.
Yep.
Kinda
So
like
got some
everything.
damage through, but he regains that rage he spent, so he's still sitting at Grendel range.
It's a good pull for Josh, not just in terms of damage that he's dealt, but in terms of eliminating Zeroskater's strong defenses.
If you discount, it could have been a 5. It's not like you're intentionally getting it.
right?
Yeah, so that's 2 of the possible defense cards. Beowulf, not a ton of defense as we were talking about earlier, and that's 2 of his better ones. He still has all his Grendels, which is good, as well, I think, as at least 1, if not 2 skirmishes.
Yes.
And some
Yeah,
feints.
he's got 3 feints, 2 skirmishes. He's got all 3 Grendels and 1 War King.
Okay. So still a lot of defense to get through, but what you don't want is to run out of defenses when beast form shows up.
That's exactly right. And I think probably the little bit of that balancing act with, we talked about the significance of Wigloff. I mean, at what point do you know, Wigloff doesn't have many defense options to begin with. The feint, you know, want to stay for the beast form probably, at least early on. And then, you know, the skirmish is the only other really high defense. Would really be the only other option, which we saw him use for Wigloff earlier. But to your point, losing that War King is gonna just one less option for him.
And it looks like he's going to maneuver second, at the very least, to back away a little bit so Dracula's passive doesn't go off. And I don't think he cares as much about the health, because he'd get a rage, and he's got plenty. But letting Dracula draw a he might just be maneuvering and or maneuver to draw and stay.
I think, yeah, I was gonna say this is first action too. I think, right? He defended the ambush.
Oh,
so
that's
he
true.
Yeah. So he maneuvered in his first action. Let's see. Maneuver twice.
Double maneuver, just repositioning, trying to block all the possible routes into the left side of the map.
Yep, the control of the choke points, we're seeing that.
And that positioning tells me he wants to use Remnant of Valor. Because if Joshua moves at least one sister, he can spin, take out the sister, gain a rage and an action. If he moves the sister up to an attack position.
And I'll maneuver again.
See another double maneuver turn. Dracula building his hand up,
Okay.
which is not what you want to see if you're Beowulf.
Is it interesting that he moved to that space to you and didn't stay back and force Beowulf to either the boost to get to him?
Yeah, he might have do my bidding, and so he might want him to attack.
That's a good point.
I think beast form is also really interesting because let's assume, for example, that he gets a beast form off, and maybe it's even it's not defended by a feint. Maybe it's like a War King and he only has one rage to put to it or something. He can get a lot of damage off. He could discard most, if not all, of his cards. But then a Raging Beowulf is right next to you, and you don't have a ton of cards in you. And that might set up for a double attack that could potentially hit harder than the initial beast form did.
Yeah, the first beast form you play, you can't go for broke, right? Because of what you're just saying. If it's not lethal, you can't dump your hand, or eliminate any good defenses at least.
Zero really taking his time, really thinking about the positioning here. This was Joshua's map pick. So Zero's kind of reacting a little bit as he's trying to figure out where he wants to position things. And based on positioning, this isn't an attack. He's looking to Vigor and Courage, maybe?
Do a vigor and courage.
Yeah.
Spin to win.
Good roll.
Yep. D8.
It's not all spin to win. It's just Remnant of Valor.
But this is the spinning the wheel and what card to draw,
yes.
right? I think that's what.
Spin as lottery.
That's
Oh, that's a
one.
good one to take away from him. Certainly, baptism, eliminate
Yep.
healing, not getting a sister back.
Is that maybe like second to beast form? You think?
Yeah, I think big beast form is probably the biggie. You want to get rid of that. But getting rid of a baptism is great.
We just saw him do a ravening seduction on Wigloff.
That was the second. Honestly, I think another good one that he might have been looking to pull would have been mist form, just for some control there.
I believe that's the last Remnant of Valor, so... But that was also the last sister for now. So... Seems like good value.
For sure. And he only has, with that baptism being discarded, only has the option to bring back one more sister.
Actually, hold on. I think I'm fine making. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll maneuver.
Beowulf sitting fully angry, all raged up, and so Dracula has to be very careful about how he proceeds here with no backup.
Yeah, and it's very interesting now because both of them are basically playing chicken to see who's gonna attack first. If Dracula attacks first, then well, there might be into a grander.
Pass. Your turn.
Oh, and he's looking to play the long game.
Did he play Prey Upon just as a pass there?
Yep,
Yep.
he did. He really wants Beowulf to attack him because he wants to see whether the way is clear for his beast form.
Yeah, because as soon as Beowulf dumps a ton of his rage, then you don't have to worry about Equal of Grendel as much. And you can drop your big attacks, which is the eternal dance of fighting against Beowulf.
Yeah,
So
Josh.
John-
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think Josh has to do my bidding in hand at this point.
Yeah. I was just going to say the same. So basically, you know, John is here thinking what, you know, he has to know that as soon as he moves and attacks, that Drac will get a look at his hand. So he's going to play more chicken. Yes, he is. Be a convenient time for drinking
Yeah.
more.
Nice.
There you go. Well called.
Yeah.
Gets 1 health, but mainly it's a pass. And also, I found that 2 rage is just, it feels better than having 3 rage, because if they deal any damage to you, you're still getting something out of it.
We saw a boost with Look Into My Eyes there to get to him.
Yeah, it's honestly just to avoid maneuvering again. But yeah, it's we're at a point of the game where Dracula is the one who has to make the plays. Zeroskatr can just sit back with a constant 2 rage.
Now, do you defend this? If it's not beast form, then he's going to survive it. Wiglaf is going to survive it and could potentially follow up with a hot for battle or another attack that isn't as risky because you know it's not Beowulf who's up there.
I honestly won't bother with the defense here. Even if he
Yeah.
dies to people, that's fine.
It's one out of the way, right? That was my thinking. I mean, at the end, even with the mist forms, like, I think the idea of getting Wiglaf and, you know, between Beowulf and Dracula towards the end of the game, he can jump, you know, oh, he's gonna defend.
The feint
Yeah,
over a dash.
Okay.
that was probably...
First few. Your turn.
Well, on the plus side, Dracula doesn't get to reposition here. So he could follow up with an attack and then a maneuver.
That also was his last dash. So no more of those. I think, you know,
I'll start with maneuver.
you guys, I'd love your input on this because, as has been demonstrated, I'm terrible at math, but I don't know that Dracula has the damage output necessary to take down Beowulf at 17 if he uses a beast form on Wiglaf.
And I'll attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's the do my bidding.
No good choices.
Oh, so we get a peek here at Zero's hand. He does have 2 Grendels in there. Another golden drinking horn is interesting.
Epic
There's
poem.
There's not a
Which is
ton
a
of
lot of fun.
good options for him. to
So I
use.
wonder if this is what John was also getting at, to the point where there were really no you know, he still has to pick one of these cards to play, right?
Yeah, I mean, do you just pull no contest expecteth so you don't take damage? I mean, either way, it's not like you're getting rid of a good card.
Yeah, this very
I'll take it actually.
it's very important. Because
I think he's got to go no contest, right? But then
I do think it's very interesting though that, and probably good for Joshua to know too, that in his whole deck here, he's
Yeah.
got
Well,
both
I guess
his ancient
he
heirlooms
boosts
and
first.
2 of the 3 Grendels in his hand already.
yeah, I'm sure Josh would love to have his last ambush in his hand, right? This is probably a good time for that as well.
Oh yeah,
It's-
like particularly if you pull no contest expecteth right now,
Yes.
and if you hit with an ambush, you're almost guaranteed something really good that you don't want him to lose, or he doesn't want to lose.
And I guess you also know at this point that the next time you attack, this is his second action, right? So the Grendel's coming at you next attack, no matter what, because that's his only defense.
Unless he maneuvers to attack Wiglop, in which case there's no defense.
Yeah, sure.
Another good point.
Okay. Yep. Figured. Okay.
Your turn.
So he kept the ancient heirloom.
Yeah, you
He
can
used
definitely.
he used 1 rage to boost with no contest.
That's actually my preferred way to use ancient heirloom. I will very rarely pump it for the full, because 2 rage for 2 damage is just not worth it. The rage itself is more valuable, and if you're holding onto a card that's worth 3, you can do 1 rage to pump that up more than the 2 rage would do. And now he's sitting on 1 rage, which is a lot closer to being Grendel proof. However, he does only have 1 rage, which means if he swung in with a beast form
Interesting.
now,
This is gonna be the part where the
he would not be able to bounce the damage.
The turning point in the game. If I
It is. Yeah. It is for sure.
So now that we know
I love these
Zero's defenses, so we know he's got a 3. So if Josh attacks him with a beast form right now, that's 3 damage. The most that he could do is a total of 7 damage to him if he discards his whole hand, bringing him to 10, which is not the most efficient play. I'm sure we can agree.
I'll do it.
He's gonna kill
Yep.
Wiglov with the Beast Form.
Yeah, nothing.
I think.
No blocks, and there it is. The beast form
Yeah.
does 6 damage without discarding any cards.
I really wish I had that a lot sooner.
Well, now it's
but
just
I
mono
think
e mono.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just gonna pay.
Alright, my turn.
Your turn.
Ball maneuver.
Or
it's
or
just
sword
going
to
to be
mount.
a staring contest for a very long time. Will be the epic poem.
Epic poem would be pretty good here. Though he might expect the epic poem, so he might throw.
Yeah.
Nope, it was the epic
No
poem.
damage, right? I'm at a 4, you're at a 1 damage.
Drax should take 1, yeah.
Okay. Yep, your turn.
And Grendel's online again.
Mm-hmm. The beast form shield is back up.
Yeah.
So that was his final look into my eyes, right?
Yes, it was. He saw his 1 do my bidding, as far as just straight defense goes.
He has 1
I like
exploit
to kill
and
on
2
Wiglov
feints.
'cause-
I knew you had nothing, and now you
Yeah.
have to.
Those are his 4 defense
And
cards.
you're playing to
Yeah,
a
Drac is
win
down to
condition,
just
which I
4
like.
Yeah.
defensive cards
I mean,
left.
It's a hypothetical win condition, but
And he's got a
Really
lot more
scary.
deck to go through,
You
comparatively
gotta
speaking,
go
so
for
I
the trade
think
things and-
there's a good
Doesn't
chance
matter.
that those 4 cards
Okay, and it's my
are
turn, right?
are spread out in a
Yeah.
way that Josh could be in
Oh,
trouble in terms of what his hand looks like right now.
Mm-hmm. And the way that he moved in position
one
kind
more
of
day.
suggests that a little bit. So I'm wondering if Zero will take advantage of this and like boost a move to try and get a
One more beast.
I mean,
a swing in,
I haven't made
because it might be
use of
undefended.
I will go off at nothing. My bidding is otherwise wasted. So
Yep, true. Yeah, good point. You still have a baptism, a prey upon, and a ravening.
yeah, losing that one back isn't.
Well, Prospero,
so-
looks like you didn't get your wish for a game
Okay,
that
I will.
isn't so cut and dried.
But you also
No,
got
no.
to-
It seems that a lot of this chess match happened right at the beginning, off screen, in pick bans. And we're just seeing it all play out.
We know what was in his hand, and I don't think there was anything in his hand that he'd want to boost to get rid of. So I guess the hope is that he draws a Wiglaf to boost, right? Because he would still have two Grendels, Drinking Horn, and Ancient Heirloom. Heirloom boosted doesn't even get him to Drac, and you'd hate to see that just go away. You don't want to get rid of. Oh, Grendel doesn't even get you there either. You'd have to boost with Golden Drinking Horn, and I don't think you want to do that.
Though I don't think he necessarily needs the 2 health.
No, probably not. You also don't need the movement effects in a game where your opponent can go anywhere on the map 2 more times this game, because Mist Form is still in play.
You know.
No.
Second baptism. We'll see a sister return.
Yep. So
Okay.
that's it. That's the last sister.
So even in the upcoming match, assuming if this round goes the way of Beowulf, Dracula has to take on Invisible Man somehow.
Mm-hmm.
That's your last sister of the game.
Yeah.
So if I kill her, you don't get a ravening.
I really think we're seeing play out, Jeremiah, what you were talking about, all the chess happening beforehand. That we're really seeing the importance of the strategic moves in pick ban right now.
Yeah, like for example, do you think any of these that we've seen so far would have played out differently if he would have banned Medusa instead of Bigfoot? Do you think that Robin Hood, for example, in Game 2 would have had better luck against Bigfoot than had against Medusa?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for Robin Hood, maybe not.
So
But
what do you
Little
think?
Red-
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Little Red. I think
Yeah,
the Little Red than that first one, right? That was the question. Like, was that the matchup he wanted? The Little Red. Sorry, John. I interrupted you.
I was just gonna say if Bigfoot was still there, and instead of Medusa, I think Dracula and Little Red have a better chance against Bigfoot. But the way these matches have played out, I don't know that we would have seen that anyway.
So we saw John before, just coming back to the match, boost his maneuver with a Fatal Struggle, his final one, and go right into that spot between the two of them.
She needs to die.
Now he's thinking about what he's going to do on his next action. You think, is he attacking Drac or the sister? Would suggest the sister because he's actually... Yeah.
So yeah, he wanted to make sure, because that was the last sister that could come out. He wanted to make sure he had dead cards in his deck. And then he also gets to skirmish if he wants to.
Yeah.
Yep, save the damage. But
Does
that
it
is
concern you? That's a big defense card. That's his biggest defense, and that's his second out of 3.
I don't know. He's still at full health. There's only one beast form to contend with. Beast form by itself is not going to be lethal. I think no matter what John plays currently for defense, and I'm sure Zero is running the numbers, and he's thinking that Dracula's actual damage output right now is not looking super hot.
Mhm. Yep, locks with the Grendel. It's just a feeding frenzy. Not even boosted at all. Is he gonna bounce 2 damage back? I doubt it. I feel like the rage itself. And we know he has another Grendel in hand.
Yeah, and we know he has Heirloom, so probably don't want to get rid of Rage,
Yeah, I'll do it.
to your point.
Unless
but
he
looks
has
like
the vigor. So
Oh, he's
He
gonna
does,
do
but-
it.
If he has a Vigor and Courage, that might be a good time to pull that out here.
Double maneuver.
Okay.
Boost.
Ah, a boost and move. Dracula really wants to get up there.
He sees his chance to not have the attack bounce back.
Yep. No rage, so this might be the beast form here, but he doesn't have a ton of cards in hand.
this might be the only opportunity he can get a beast form in without it being granted.
Mhm.
But regardless of which, I'm not sure what's the follow-up play after this, even
Eight.
if the beast form lands.
It was not a beast form.
Another
So he's
feeding-
down to 1 faint. And we saw the last feeding frenzy.
You've used. How many things have you used?
One.
And I've used what? 2?
Is John disappointed he didn't take at least 1 damage on that
Yes.
to get a rage?
Yeah, I think he is.
Like the Joker in Batman. I think it was Dark Knight. Come on, I want you to hit me.
Yeah, hit me. Exactly. Hit me.
Hit me! This could be epic poem. So that he can, yep, but it was
Yeah.
fainted. Still no rage. He can't get mad. It's just so zen here.
Okay, your turn.
Well, it is interesting. I mean, it's certainly diminishes his attacking to not have rage, right? I mean, it's the core.
Yeah, you really don't want to use, like, Ancient Heirloom is useless without rage.
Yeah. The thing is that Dracula at this point is so weakened. Yeah, I mean, he's got 1 beast form, 1 ambush. Okay, and then he's got the only other options. He's got 3 thirst for sustenance, which the sister cards, which are useless now. All 3 of those are still in the deck. Then he's got 3 defense cards, 1 do my bidding, 1 exploit, and a feint. 7 cards in deck.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good for Dracula. know how many defense cards Beowulf still has?
He has 1 feint, 1 skirmish, 2 Grendels, and 1 War King.
Okay.
Okay.
Obviously, Grendel's the only pure defense. Feint, skirmish, War King are versatile.
And really, if you can get Beowulf to the point where he doesn't have any defenses left, Beast form can be massive, but I just don't know if it can be massive enough. Because he would need an undefended Beast form and still discard 2 to even the health score.
Yeah, so Dracula has 4 attacks left. 2 of those being versatile, so he'd be digging into his defenses. So he has 4 attacks left against Beowulf's 5 defenses. So the only way I think he can run him out of defense is if an ambush lands and pulls one.
Nice.
All right.
That is the other way to get rage back.
Yeah.
Opponent won't hit you, steal their cards.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh, it's
Huge.
full.
That
We're
is
back
huge.
online.
that is a big
that-
win for
that
Beowulf.
That might have been. I mean, statistically, he's got 3 thirsts for sustenance in those. You know, he had 11 cards at the time. Definitely was improbable and a wonderful pool.
Okay.
And seeing as he just maneuvered twice and didn't move, that tells me he doesn't have a lot of good cards in hand.
No.
Frank, what's your count now on Dracula's defenses left?
He has just the 2. He has an exploit and a feint.
Oh,
Yeah, and neither of those will do a ton into a fully stacked heirloom.
I mean,
Beowulf doesn't even have to attack to win at this point. So, yeah.
he does still
what's the
have 2
deck
wiggle. Yeah, he has 3 and 4. Beowulf has 3. Drac has 4.
Okay.
Definitely not going to win the exhaustion game. The 8 health differential. Dracula does have 3 schemes left. 2 misforms and a prey upon. Beowulf has 1. His remaining drinking horn. Yeah, I was just going to say he has 2 Wiglaf cards. He just tossed one.
Oh, there's Misform. Here he comes.
Is it the ambush or the beast form? I think that's what John's asking himself.
Attacking into a full rage Beowulf.
But he has 2 Grendels left. He could bounce. both.
And we know-
Or is he,
and we-
or is he attacking with a feint? Is he going?
He could still bounce 2 damage back with a feint, but
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
We know he has at
everyone
least
knows.
one of those Grendels.
Mhm.
Oh, go ahead, Jeremiah.
I was just gonna say, as everyone knows, Defender resolves first. So, because Equal of Grendel's ability is an immediate ability, as is Feint's, the Defender's immediate ability will resolve before the text is cancelled.
That's right.
You don't have bidding anymore.
But it would be then, one of the last 2 defense options for him as well, which I think would be pretty risky at this point.
It's your first action, huh?
Yes.
I think if he has a feint remaining, his last feint, I would, because the best for the ambush would be to feint it. In the beast form on a feint, you take 4 damage.
And he can take 4 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope, Grendel.
Yeah.
It's the
Oh, yeah, you
ambush.
could have ours.
Is this the last Grendel?
No.
No, there's
Yeah.
one more.
There is another.
Oh, here's some. One.
Oh, that. You hate to see that.
Ouch.
Okay,
Oh.
that's 2 damage.
It's good hit.
Yeah.
That is
I
something. At least.
still don't think it's enough to win the game though.
It's your last boss,
No,
right?
I don't think so.
It is.
On anything.
Yep. Are you done there? Or are you thinking?
Yes, I'm done. Sorry.
You still have a Parapon?
Yes.
I think an heirloom attack right now is good no matter how you look at it. If he plays Feint, well, he can't cancel it. And if he plays Exploit, he forces Joshua to draw a card, and his deck is getting pretty low.
If you look at like he has cards like Hot for Battle and No Contest that are both boost 3.
Mhm.
Yeah, so with only 1 rage, you can easily make that heirloom pretty big.
Yeah. Drac does have a feint left. So
Looks like Drax at 3 cards, and Beowulf is at 1.
that's right. And Dracula has 2 schemes remaining.
Really wanting to make sure he brings this one home. John really thinking about this.
Yeah. Well, he's got an attack, and you know, with Joshua with still 3 cards in his deck, you know, it's possible that he doesn't have the exploit or the feint. He has something. Okay, there's the exploit into skirmish.
Interesting, and now he gets to move. One of the fighters in the battle.
Yeah.
gets to move. So that means he's down to 1 defense, right? Just the feint.
Just the
Just the
feint.
Feint.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Did he
And that
ping? No. He maneuvered away and did not ping, and there he's exhausted. So you have to think that he's gonna wait for John to go over there and then misform to the other side of the board, but I just don't know if he can, I don't know, survive that long. And we know Beowulf now can get to him with he has enough boost. He can discard a Hot for Battle for 3. But he also knows that whatever he attacks with will be feinted.
If he
I guess,
attacks with
yeah,
heirloom,
if heirloom, it can't be canceled. That has to. Yep. So he did discard the Hot for Battle to get to him. Now the question: he doesn't want to spend rage because he doesn't want his. Well, I don't know who knows.
Grendel.
Right. So 1 gets over regardless. No, he's deciding what to do.
He's decided not to put any rage into it. We know he has another ancient heirloom, and this one is unblocked. Ooh, or just 3 free damage. Sounds good too.
Okay, your turn.
Okay, so
Yes, Grendel.
Grendel, faint orb.
Frank, so we should know Zeroskatr12's whole hand, right?
yes, I'm just catching up. So he
One
just
pack,
discarded no
no
contest to boost that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
He has 3. He did attack the skirmish before, and he played his final heirloom. So those 3 cards should be 1 Working, 1 Grundle, and 1 Faint.
That's probably it.
And catching up here,
Attack.
Josh's 6 cards are Beast Form, Mist Form, Prey Upon, and 3 Thirst for Sustenance that are useless, except for to boost the Beast Form.
All right.
Okay, so we
The
just
beast
fainted the Beast Form. I'll take 4. Pick that Rage back up. So that was his first action, right?
I can hit everything.
Joshua's?
Yeah,
okay.
because he couldn't have maneuvered.
Yeah.
He would have taken.
Exactly.
Damage.
So he can Mist Form, but he doesn't really want to gain an action actually at this point. Can Prey Upon, or he has no attacks left or defenses left actually.
I guess you can just double maneuver into the crypt and take a rest.
Go down on his
Yeah,
own
I'll do
terms.
some of those for fun.
We'll see the prey upon.
That was your last action.
Yep. I mean, there's really nothing.
Yep, apologize.
I had it close. It was
And
the
then
last
working.
game that I lost. Really.
For the win.
Yeah, dude, you were way close.
All right,
I was
well,
actually
why don't
worried.
we take a
This
moment
matchup
to
isn't
listen
as
in on
easy
the
as I thought.
players and what
or-
they
It
think of that
isn't.
game there.
For Beowulf,
Right.
he's not a hard counter. He's more of a soft
He's
counter.
not. So I opened with I opened with 2 baptisms.
Ooh, that's not good. And
Yeah,
I
I
focused
just
the
have
sister
to-
real quick. So, like, I didn't
Yeah.
deal damage to Drac, like, early game for you to use them.
Yeah, I was just afraid of losing that though.
Right, to the Vigor and Courage, yeah. I'm sure you felt
Yeah,
great when
you
I hit
got
the
my
dash.
dash.
With the first one,
Yeah,
I had to feel good.
I had a bidding, 2 baptisms, a prey upon, and a ravening.
Oh, all of those would have been good
And you
for
hit
me.
the
And I hit
dash.
the dash.
Yeah,
We had
but
so many schemes.
yeah, you hit the bidding. No, you hit the bidding the 3rd time, so
Yeah, that
that
helped.
would have been nice to get.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I used War King early. I had a choice between like Grendel, War King, and I think maybe a skirmish or something. But I used the War King when you ambush the first time. You hit my other War King. Because
Yeah.
I figure I want to use them as defense while I have
Yeah,
a good
because-
opportunity because I don't want bidding to
Yeah.
pull them.
Yeah,
Bidding
that's
pulls it,
totally fair.
there goes a defense, and
You won 1 fatal struggle. I think that if
Yep.
you win none, you pretty much win the exhaustion. If you win 1, it was close-ish.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to pull a 2nd one, but you weren't gonna let that happen.
Right, exactly. I was going to maneuver and boost if I was ever going to attack Dracula with a struggle in hand. I would have boosted it away so that I don't risk, bidding, pulling that, and making me draw.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I discarded the other one to boost, and I think I don't know what happened with the 3rd one, but I didn't use it.
No, you discarded the boost as well.
When I came down
Or-
here, and you had
Yeah.
Drac and your last sister,
The sister, yeah, I had an exploit. I was considering,
you had the
and I did
exploit.
have ravening there. Yeah.
I was so worried that you had the exploit. I was like, this sister needs to die. I almost threw out my 2nd heirloom
Wow.
to guarantee that the sister died because I was like, I'm probably playing exhaustion anyways. I'm going to use Grendel, bounce back damage, and like just exhaust Drac at this point. So I probably won't need heirloom, but Yeah, I don't know. I changed my mind because I'm like, what's the chances? I played that dumb game again that I always play, but it worked out for me this time. So I attacked with the skirmish, hoping you didn't have the exploit, and you didn't play it, luckily. That could have been a turning point, though, because then you might have been able to pull off the other ravening, and then you could have maybe body blocked.
It's one pass, though, I think.
Well, the pass, but the body block, I think, is the most important thing. Right? You
Yeah,
make
but
me
then
attack.
you get to attack.
Well, that's true, and that's
I
a
think-
pass. And I would use like I'd probably use like an
just
epic
use-
poem. But
Yeah,
then you could have fainted it. You know, that would have been another good call, and who knows what would have happened.
it's hard. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's real
You
hard.
have to beat I am twice, at least you get a proof.
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see if I can actually prove that Invisible Man's good, or if I'm just a fraud.
Yeah.
All right, good game though. Well played.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, that was quite the game, and with that, Zeroskater is now at match point. As we move into Game 4, Zeroskater could take the tournament with this next game, and we know he's playing Invisible Man. But Josh has pick of heroes, and Josh has pick of maps. But Frank, I think you had some interesting statistics for us regarding these next matches we might see.
That's right. So, given our, we have a couple, we had over 200 games, so we're still dealing with relatively small sample size. But Invisible Man has an 80% win rate over Robin and a 72 or 73% win rate over Dracula in the tournament out of like 5 and 7 games. So, statistically, maybe slightly in his favor. I think it is somehow poetic that John finds himself at the end of the road with his Invisible Man. So that'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, now I really just have one note, because we've got Dracula here, we've got Robin Hood, right? We've got Invisible Man left. But you'd think that if like, for example, with Dracula, right? Dracula's not ranged at all. If he had more range, say a character that was ranged, and maybe a character that the sidekicks were ranged too, I think that you would have potentially a better shot into Invisible Man. If you can control where he's going, what he's doing. I don't know any heroes like that, but
Any ideas?
I don't know. Maybe one that has hunted most things that hunt you. Seems like a good thing to have in a finals of a to the death tournament. Just someone you would want to have around, really.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Who could you be referring to?
I
Any
don't
ideas? Yeah.
I don't know why they would make a hero like that. That seems really overpowered and like something you would want here in the game 4. But on that note, we are going into game 4 shortly. While we wait for them to do their picks and bans, let's just in case we have any new viewers, or in case you need a refresher, let's go to our learning video and see how to play Unmatched.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
And welcome welcome back. So, we find ourselves coming into Game 4. John's on match point. John, Tommy, what do you think that Joshua is going to have to do here? He has map pick, and he has pick of heroes. What is he going to have to do to bring us to Game 5?
So, knowing he's got map pick, I might, in his position, go with Robin Hood. He's ranged fighter. You can kind of control the size of the map. And you also want to do, with Robin Hood, you want to find maps with corridors. So, can't go back to Yukon. And I think Sherwood is banned, if I'm remembering correctly. So maybe you want to go to Sarpedon, where you have those, the bridges, for lack of a better term, because you really want to hide Robin and surround him by the outlaws, because you don't want a rolling fog to come and hit you with step lightly. That's a big thing. So I think that would be my play. I would do Robin Hood and I would do Sarpedon.
Robin Hood and Sarpedon. Zon, any other thoughts to add about that? Would you change up? Would you do something different in Joshua's position?
Yeah, I think Sarpedon's definitely the right call, because if you give, was it the first or second player? I can't remember which one. If Invisible Man only has that small little blue spot to place his 3 initial fog tokens, and that's a very, very cramped area.
Yeah, I think Sarpedon would be a solid choice here. But I'll be interested to see how it goes. It looks like we do have our picks. It looks like it's going to be Invisible Man versus Dracula. So it looks like he's not doing Robin Hood.
Whoa,
He's going
okay.
with his... we know that he is very good at Dracula and that he uses it a lot. And this is the matchup. I think this is where Zero gets to prove if his theories about the strength of Invisible Man are as strong. So let's go ahead and look at that deck. Here's Invisible Man. As we have seen him before, so we know he's got a lot of movement. He places 3 fog tokens. When he's standing in a fog token space, he gets +1 defense. And we also know he's got a ton of damage that's just auto damage from schemes. So that could be very useful against Dracula here. Any points, Frank, that you want to cover? Even though we've seen him already, he might have a slightly different strategy against Dracula than he did earlier against Little Red.
It's going to be interesting with his lack of feints, how he manages the beast forms, right? Not going to have the option of canceling those, and so, yeah, will be interesting to see how he manages that. Otherwise, do we know what board they're playing or what map they're on?
Yeah, they're going to be on Herat. So we're playing doors in this particular setting.
I'd love. Can we pull up 2 cards specifically for Invisible Man? Can we pull up Dreaming of Revenge and Impossible to See? Is that possible? Because I'd love to talk about those specifically in this matchup. Great. So, Dreaming of Revenge was something that didn't come into play the last time we saw Invisible Man today, because the Huntsman is a sidekick with 9 health. But going against Dracula, who has 1 HP sisters, Josh is going to think twice about using them to cover the tokens. Because if you play Dreaming of Revenge, you deal 1 damage to all fighters on spaces with a fog token, which would kill the sisters. And then to Frank's point about dealing with beast form here, you're not canceling beast form because you can't cancel defensively, but you can change the value of the attack to 0, and it can't be changed by card effects. So while technically Joshua could discard cards, it wouldn't increase the value of beast form, so of course you wouldn't do so. So those are going to be the 2 critical cards, I think, in this matchup, as opposed to last time.
Great call out on Impossible to See. Yep.
No, go ahead.
I just said great call out on Impossible to See. Yep, that's good.
All right, well, now we're moving into Dracula, and we did just see him, but maybe we didn't see him to his full potential, and maybe he can get out. What do you want to see? What do you want to see Josh do differently with with Dracula this time, seeing he's into Invisible Man, Frank?
Oh boy. I'm gonna pass this one to Jean. What do you think? What looking at Joshua's game, what do you think he needs to switch up against IM?
I think he really has to go all aggression. He can't let IM play the long game here. Hero actually is pretty okay because it's quite easy to get, as long as you control the center, it's quite easy to get to any of the corners map. And yeah, I think right off the bat, Dracula has to just keep going for Invisible Man. I don't really think there's any other way. There's no... Dracula can't do his usual play of just hanging around, waiting for the opponent to attack. He really has to go in and... yeah.
And we didn't see it much last time because it probably wasn't strategic, seeing as it went towards exhaustion. But Dracula's special ability is the if at the start of his turn he can deal 1 damage to an adjacent fighter, and he gets to draw a card. Do you think that we're going to see that ability used more in this matchup than we did against Beowulf?
Very hard to say. I think it really depends on Joshua's reading of the game state at that point in time. If he needs more cards to keep up the aggression, then yeah, sure. But otherwise, it might push him to exhaustion instead. So I guess a lot of this matchup, it really depends. It really hinges on what the ambushes hit. If they hit something important like Vanish or Step Lightly, that ages the odds a little bit towards Dracula.
Yeah, I wonder if Joshua's playing to a turn 1 Ravening Seduction right off the bat. I mean, that would be good to see. And the Ravenings have a bit more power against Invisible Man, because if he's across the map, you can actually still pull him to you, because you'll move him through the fog to get to you. So those have a little more power against IM.
Yeah, it really also depends on whether those Ravenings are drawn early, because Invisible Man is definitely going to make it a priority to kill those sisters. So if those Ravening Seductions are not used by then well, let's hope Joshua still has some other tricks up his sleeves, or those ambushes really hit goal.
All right, well, let's take a look at the map, Herat. I don't know how to actually pronounce that. But this is the map, and the major point, because we haven't played on this one, and this map has a special mechanic to it. The 3 spaces, the top, leftmost, and bottom spaces, all have doors that can be placed there. When they're open, they're treated just as normal, just normal movement. However, as a free thing during a maneuver, as a free thing that you can do during a maneuver, you can close a door. And a door that's closed cuts off all of them, all the lines going through it. So the spaces are no longer adjacent, and the zones are no longer connected. And that will happen for all 3 of those spaces. And then if you want to open it, you have to spend a point of your movement during maneuver. So for both of these, they don't have a ton of maneuver points, both of these fighters. So opening doors might be a bit of a challenge. Unlike Raptors, who we know can open doors very well, apparently vampires and Invisible Men less good at opening doors.
Do you see that being a big part of this matchup? I feel like it's going to be IM, trying to maybe leverage the doors in combination with his fog tokens to control the movement.
Yeah, that would be my thought also. Just the idea that, like, you can make the map feel bigger and longer, and like the distance is longer by closing the doors on your way through places. So that would be my guess as to how he's going to use it, but I'm actually really interested. Now, that being said, this pick was Joshua's pick. So he thinks that this is an advantageous map for Dracula, and really, if you control the center, yeah, you have access to all the sides. So I can definitely see where he's trying to get at.
For sure.
Apparently, they are all set, so we can go ahead and transition over to Vorpal. And we are ready to begin the final, what could be the final of the final. Game. This is game 4 of the final. If Zero manages to prove what he's been saying all these months, that Invisible Man has got what it takes if you know how to play him right. If he can prove that right now, then he will take the trophy and the title of Unmatched Champion, which I get to hold on to for another 40 minutes or so. But if Joshua can turn this around, then he's got one more opportunity to snatch that victory from him.
I would say this, Prospero, you're never losing your title. You're the premier champion, right? That one's never going away. John, this is a different format, different time, so you guys can be co-champions.
There you go.
Perfect.
That
There
works
you go.
for me. Yes, he'll specifically be the Summer of Legends champion. In battle, there are no equals, but I suppose different tournaments are not equal.
There you go.
You know, talking about that while we wait for them to decide on what they're doing, we really expect to see the game change a lot before the next tournament. I mean, depending on the timing, I imagine it probably will be next year sometime, early next year again. The game could look very different. Next tournament could be very different. Both
Absolutely.
opting to keep. Interesting.
Is that the first time we've seen that today? Both of them keeping?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. They both seem to maybe not have got what they wanted, but didn't get what they didn't want. But yes, to your point, it's quite possible, because we know with all the shipping delays, they have not been able to put out as many sets this year as they had planned to during the announcement at the beginning of the year. And so we've had the same roster of heroes in the last 2 tournaments. But if we give it a fair gap that the next tournament will be roughly when the first one was, sometime in, like, what was it, February or March? If that's the case, we probably will have, at the least, Battle of Legends 2, which is 4 new heroes, and as someone who's playtested them, there's some mechanics in there that might really shake up the meta. And possibly 2 Marvel sets, and maybe Jurassic Park 2. And that's 6, 2 is 8, and 4, so that's 12 new heroes. That could really shake things up, and we could be seeing an entirely different cast of characters.
Yeah. All right, so Josh also elected to be player number 2.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Because I really thought he was going for a turn 1 Ravening here. Or at least, he was going to try and mulligan to get to that result. But he's clearly playing a different path.
Just like to say, it's getting close to 3 a.m. here, so the exhaustion is really getting real.
Yes, we were told that that we're trying to keep Joshua awake here, as it's getting very late where you guys are, and of course I will always applaud the dedication of not only just playing a series like this, that we're on 4 games now, so we're already longer than most of our other matches, but also for you guys on the other side of the world, it's 12-hour different from me, so it's almost 3 p.m. here where I am, and yeah, I'm too old to be staying up that late, so I applaud your applaud your perseverance.
So it actually looks like Joshua has an idea how he'd like to use the doors for this.
Yeah, these are some confident moves he's making.
You have to wonder now, with Zero's reputation for IM, maybe Joshua saw this matchup coming, and he has something up his sleeve.
Oh, I think that's definitely a possibility, Frank. It's a good call out. I mean, especially because they have, sparred with one another so often. They share all their strategy. Joshua's very aware that John likes Invisible Man, so I think it's a good call out, Frank. It's a huge possibility that Josh has been working on a strategy here for a while.
Yeah, and we know that sometimes, those special strategies, the ones prepared, maybe practiced amongst one or two people, they can really shake things up because going into this tournament, I basically was just resting on my laurels. I didn't prepare anything new. I was just like, well, my boy Muldoon will beat Bigfoot, and everyone will be sad that I play Muldoon well. And just coming right out of the gate, Mathematician picked my Muldoon and forced me into a situation where I had to show a new strategy, and I just didn't really have one ready. So being in this position where, all right, he's probably going Invisible Man. Just in case that happens, let's have a secret trick up the sleeve, card hidden somewhere. We might see it here.
Yeah.
Jeremiah, did we ever find out who Math was?
No. Still a mystery. For all we know, could still be, maybe even Rob Davro. He was just secretly, I don't think so. But no, Math never got voice or video set up, and so always through text, always mysterious.
That is fascinating.
Could be anyone. Steve Jobs,
That
President Joe Biden. We don't know.
So John maneuvered on his first action of the 8 cards. He's deciding whether to open the door. Going to
Well, he boosted. Getting rid of card draw.
Just a couple of very tentative first turns.
He boosted with that covert preparation, which after combat gives him a card draw. Moving some fog tokens. Attacking sister. Faint. Emerge from the mist. Would have allowed him to, would have made that value card a 5, which he didn't need anyway over the feint, so it did its job.
Ravening.
There we go. There's one.
Does it surprise you he didn't open that door and do that for 2?
Yeah. I was thinking about this last match too, and I think it's just Joshua's playstyle. He's consistently only gone for 1 damage with these, and based on his win rates with Drac, it's definitely something different than what I'm used to seeing. But it's obviously been working out for him in the long term.
Yeah, you can't really argue with someone who gets his results with Dracula. So one thing that I do like that I'm seeing is you guys noted ahead of time that using sisters to block fog is not the best idea. So instead, he's attacking with the sisters and using Dracula to block the fog.
Yeah. He just successfully defended a slip away with an exploit. In the previous matchup, we talked about exploit, being significant for being Dracula's highest numerical defense card, at least with 4. Kind of less of a concern, I guess, against IM, who does have 2 5s, but not quite the firepower that Beowulf had. Slipaway is letting IM, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying we might see a much closer health score this game.
Yeah. And this map is definitely more confined. Any 2-player map, I think, is going to be a little bit smaller at least. And the Slipaway would let him move 1 fog token to any space without a fighter and then place IM on that space. So that is what John is calculating right now. And when he's finished with that, I guess Dracula already probably drew his card. Shift direction.
One thing too to consider, just talking about the beast form in this match, we talked a little bit about impossible to see when we were going over the key cards for Invisible Man, but unlike a feint where you kind of want your first beast form to get feinted because you're still landing 4 damage, here if you get that card, your beast form is landing for nothing, so you especially want to avoid attacking with beast form into impossible to see.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep track of the impossibles to seize when they get played, almost as much as we will be keeping track of the beast forms.
That's right. And the ambush, as I think is maybe Shen mentioned. The ambush is going to be key to try to pull those impossible to seize.
Impossible to see, step like these or vanish. Any one of those would be good.
Yeah,
So
in
right
this
now-
matchup... Oh, go ahead, Frank.
No, I was going to explain the coded notes, but go ahead.
I was just going to say that in this matchup, the ambush is guaranteed to land because he can't cancel that effect. So no matter what, he'll pull a card from John.
Yeah, the only one where it's going to do significant damage is Vanish, which has a boost of 3, but it's really more about the opportunity cost of not being able to play those cards, right? See that risk.
John just making his coded notes decisions. Which ones he wants to put back on top of the deck in what order?
There's Dracula dashing back onto the fog.
Just to confirm I have this right, since it's early still, we have the attack cards that IM played were Emerge from the Mist and Slip Away, correct?
That is what I have marked, yeah.
Okay.
And then I also have played for him just 2 more cards, Covert Preparation and Coded Notes.
Yep.
Cool.
So you can see a little bit of door use already. We got 2 closed doors, one of them is still open. So if, say, Dracula wanted his sisters to flank around, they'd either have to go around the long way or they'd have to use one of their movements to open that door. But I don't think really either fighter plays too much with zones. So the fact that the doors break up zones isn't too odd.
I would agree, Jeremiah. Yeah, IM's big damage scheme is on any one opposing fighter, zone not specified. I guess you do see the zones come into play a little bit in Dracula's Feeding Frenzy attack, where the card's value is +1 for each sister in the same zone as the opposing fighter. But I think that we rarely get to see that card used in competitive play as designed.
Yeah, I would agree.
So we just saw IM maneuver and then play Scheme, playing Reign of Terror. And since he's standing on a fog token, he was able to deal 2 damage to Dracula. He's pulled in for another seduction.
Another 1-point seduction. Invisible Man likes one-on-one time with the ladies.
Or one on none, as far as they know. Since
True.
they can't see him.
So we saw him do another covert preparation. And because the sister was defeated, is he allowed to move another one? Yes. Huh? There's no adjacency requirement, right?
Right.
And I have one more action.
But at least we see a bit of luck go Joshua's way, because I think that's the second seduction in 12 cards.
So he's able to get those out before Invisible Man can pick off all the sisters.
Yep. So that's one thing that Joshua has going for him. So he needs to land a good ambush and also not get his beast forms impossible to see.
Oh, there he goes.
Baptism fairly early in the game, I think.
He does get full value out of it, though, yeah?
That's right. Yeah, I think there's no real downside to using that, except for potential chaos. But I think there's no catastrophic damage coming from IM. I think that would.
Yeah, you're really in a position with a lot of different healing, where as soon as you can use it, you pretty much want to use it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to die with healing sitting in your hand.
Exactly. And I think that Sister Back give him some more options as well.
One thing I like about the way Vorpal presents is it looks like the Invisible Man really is emerging from fog, the way it's set up right there, with the fog token on top of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we see Rolling Fog, move 1 fog token to another space, and then he gains an action.
And a quick maneuver. Looks like he's coming after the sister there. That's in the, what is it, drinking hall?
This could be dreaming of revenge, and he could kill both sisters. Oh,
Anticipating it.
Oh,
But it's not.
it's not. So it's a slip away, so the sister will die.
And it's your turn.
I think you're right, though. I think that was maybe a little bit of a fake out on John's part.
If so, well executed.
Yep.
What do we got as far as deck count so far?
Looks like 14 Dracula to 16 IM.
Yeah.
Does that seem right?
Yeah.
16-16.
All right, so it looks like we're even on cards. So if even on cards, even on health. So if John wants to run us to exhaustion, he's gotta step up the game a little bit. Or maybe when he says the Invisible Man should win this matchup through exhaustion, he means the fact that Joshua is up at 3 a.m.
I guess that does kind of work in his favor, although that's not the super sporting, I suppose. I'm sure he's not. I'm not sure that's not factoring into his strategy. I hope.
I'm honestly already kind of having my eyes closed every minute.
Yeah, I'm
or
sure
so.
it's 3 a.m. I mean, it's tough to stay focused for.
You're just listening, taking in the soothing sounds of Unmatched.
Yep.
Unmatched ASMR.
You can really tell my output has slowed down drastically. But you can tell that Joshua's really giving his all out. He's really playing to his win condition. Yep.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through these decks, and there's been 2 damage on Invisible Man, and some damage that was healed on Dracula. So, not a high damage match. Not until those beast forms show up.
One of Joshua's, chess matches that he likes. The chess fan. This is the wind up. It's both sitting at 7 cards.
Rethinking that positioning there.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen any vanishes yet, so he still has the opportunity to leave the board. To
I think
transcend.
but this was his second maneuver, right? He's gonna discard. I think.
But not this time, but I mean,
Yeah.
Coming up, that's still a potential that. And then he's discarding that one, I think.
Yeah,
Lurking.
discarding lurking.
Which is probably a popular one. It's a 2 defense. Drawing a card.
Mist form, alright. Now, a very common combo is Mist form directly into beast form, because then you can maneuver afterwards, but I mean, Zero knows that's a very common one.
I bet it's an ambush. And he's gonna try to tease out those impossible deceives first.
Then you gotta think, maybe John also thinks it's the ambush, plays something else, and then it's beast form.
Aha! Inconceivable!
It's like an onion, man. There's layers to this.
What about cakes? Cakes have layers.
So John is obviously Zero Skater is a big fan of IM and plays a lot of IM. But posing a question to you three, if you have to defeat Dracula and Robin Hood, what single fighter are you picking?
I think Beowulf's a pretty good pick, which John
John
also
got it,
also saw that. Dracula and Robin Hood. I feel like now I haven't played this matchup a ton, but is Bigfoot any good? I would think Bigfoot would be pretty good because Dracula only has low defenses.
Yeah, all the cancels.
And all the cancels.
Yeah. John was the follower, so he had the option. Oh, he picked Bigfoot actually, and that was banned, right?
Mm-hmm.
John is deliberating on what that attack card is.
Plays Confound, and it's a feint.
Okay, so the cancellation on that was that the opponent can choose a card to discard. If they do not, you may move each fog token to another space. So, probably not terribly upset about that interaction. Josh probably was hoping to see the impossible to see there.
Yeah, I think that's why you would want to do these fake out attacks.
Or maybe trying to draw the Dreaming of Revenge to take that last sister.
Yeah, that's a good call out.
What cards are specifically for the sisters that are still in the deck?
One more
He's-
seduction.
Yeah, one more seduction, and then all three of the thirst for sustenance. Feeding Frenzy, you know, Dracula's card also, I guess, takes advantage of having the sisters.
Oh, there's the first vanish. Oof. So unless he's got a trick up his sleeve, Josh was going to have to maneuver twice and discard a card.
He does have another baptism, theoretically. I don't know if he'd want to waste a prey upon.
We did see
Overrated.
him do that last game, the Prey Upon as a pass.
Yep.
Oh,
there
there
it
we
is.
go.
So he's doing it again. This ain't his first rodeo. Looks like John's considering coming right out swinging from Vanish.
Plays surprise attack undefended by the sister.
Frankly, I think that's like you weren't going to be able to block that. The sister dies either way. You get the surprise attack out. I don't hate that. Looks like he's moving boosted. Here we go. Until those beast forms come out, I have a feeling John is going to be taking his time deciding what defense card to use.
You can see the aggression from Joshua's side. It's really piling on the pressure. And I think he has to play a beast form in the next 5 cards, I think. Otherwise, he might run out of steam. Oh, if this was a beast form, it would be pretty huge. Oh, no.
All right, so is this one of the cards that reduce it to 0, or?
No, this is this defense. He draws a card and chooses an effect, and then, oh, the ambush pulled impossible to see.
Oh, that's
Nice.
exactly what he wanted. Yeah, that's a big one for Joshua.
Then you draw.
So now he's got 2 beast forms and only 1 impossible to see to worry about.
He still has a second ambush as well.
Really seem to be going into consideration. He knows that now that 1 impossible to see is gone, he is vulnerable to a beast form. Another thing to note is that impossible to see is hybrid. So if he attacks with any attack and he gets hit with a, is it look into my eyes or do my bidding?
Do my bidding.
Do my bidding, then he could potentially choose to pull the other one out and make him waste it on an attack.
That's a great call out. He has both biddings in his deck still.
Okay.
Available still.
So Zero's gonna have to be real careful if he wants to get damage onto Dracula.
I'll maneuver.
Took a little detour to close the door.
And maneuver again. Open that through.
One nice thing for Dracula on this map, having those sisters defeated, he has 3 cards that he can boost 3 with.
Yeah, and there shouldn't be a lot of positions Invisible Man can get to that you can't get to with 5 movement.
That's an interesting equation on this board. If there aren't many.
Yeah, I like playing Bigfoot on this map also because simple crash through the trees can reach anywhere, and there are also interesting zones. The zones that are adjacent but don't share the same zone, kind of things.
Yeah, I definitely like this map. It's a good one. I generally rate there is nothing in Robin Hood versus not Robin Hood, in Little Red versus Beowulf in that set that I don't like. I think it's just the most solid all-around set. I know a lot of people really like Cobble and Fog. and it's definitely good. But
Reign of Terror for 2.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what comes next.
Okay, so we just saw second Reign of Terror come out.
Dracula will attack.
Can we see how many cards are left in Invisible Man's deck? Is that 9? Seems to be a single digit. Alright, 9 on Invisible Man, 10 on Dracula. So, chances are that other Impossible to See is not in his hand. Just based on number of cards in deck versus number of cards in hand. So it might be worth swinging with the risky beast form here.
Well, it's about time.
Yeah.
Not many cards left in deck.
You haven't used any Feeding Frenzy yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
You've only used 1
And if you're
dash.
John, what are you thinking of? I
Yes.
think I'm off. My card count is off by 2, but he's thinking Into Thin Air is his strongest defense. 4. He
Yep.
has 2 of those.
I think he'll probably play one of those.
Yeah, Into Thin Air is and he's on the fog token, so it's a 5 defense for him. So, I think that's the play. No, Dreaming of
Oh,
Revenge.
Okay. Nothing after. Your turn.
Dreaming of Revenge and Defeating Frenzy.
It's a decent defense. Didn't bait out the big one.
No, John definitely felt like he was being baited, I suppose.
So I wonder, this is where the amount of experience between
Yeah,
these two
step
players
lightly.
comes in handy. Step lightly. See, IM deal 1 damage to an adjacent fighter. IM's on his space with the fog token, 3 instead, so we get 3 off.
Yeah.
This is the most damage we've had in a while.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so he
that-
defended with the exploit, but he's getting out of there.
That was last exploit.
That was also his last slip away, is that right?
Yes. That looks right to me.
You draw for exploit.
Yes, I did.
So at this point in the other games, we were pretty sure who was going to take this one.
Okay.
Frank,
That
what are
is-
you
that is
looking at when
one
you're looking at this
step away.
board? Who do you think has the advantage?
I think Joshua definitely had a plan picking this map, right? So no question, it's he's been able to get the IM whenever he's wanted to, and hasn't had the opportunity to get really get away from him. See him boosting again to get in at this point,
Dracula will attack.
and I think we
A
haven't
lot
seen
of
the big attacks yet. I think that's it, and the question will be if IM can pull off enough defense.
I mean, this would be prime beast form scenario, right? He's got 3 cards in hand, so the probability that he has Impossible to See pretty low. And then Joshua's sitting on a stack of 6, so he could really buff it.
So coded notes.
To the Feeding
Oh,
Frenzy.
Feeding
Wow.
Frenzy again.
Okay, so that was the final coded notes and the final Feeding Frenzy.
And the coded notes is also really good for John because he can now look for that other impossible to see. And know, is it in the top 3 cards? Is it in my hand?
Yeah, I'm sure he's digging for it. It is interesting that Joshua attacked a Feeding Frenzy 2 times in a row, and neither time did John play Impossible to See if he had it, or Into Thin Air. He went with milder defenses.
Yeah, if I had Impossible to See in that scenario, I would have used it right then, because you don't get a better beast form than basically that setup right there.
While he's figuring this out, maybe I know, John, you're counting cards too. Where do you have I am right now?
Okay, so I've got him at 2 Into Thin Airs, 1 Impossible to See, 1 Covert Preparation, 1 Confound, 1 Dreaming of Revenge,
Yeah.
1 Emerge from Mist, 1 Surprise Attack, 1 Step Lightly, 1 Vanish, 1 Rolling Fog. Is that what you have?
I was off, but that's 11. That adds up. So.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Wait,
This one
this
and
one. So I'll return this first, or
I think we'll see it do my bidding, just as
okay.
now as maybe is pretty much 50-50. That look away. Sorry. That Impossible to See is in his hand. Is he gonna go for that? I think that's a really compelling play that you brought up, Prospero, before. Oh, he's still picking the cards to put back, I guess.
I thought he was attacking too.
So, yeah.
Well, when you put your cards in the attack zone,
Assumptions will be made.
Okay. Yeah.
so that was a boosted maneuver into the Feeding Frenzy defended by Coded Notes, which means we'll start at such a card disadvantage throwing it. There's the...
So we have. Nice.
Frank, that was a good call.
Nice. Or do my bidding.
Do my bidding. So
Okay.
he'll get to see his hand.
He does not have anything he can change with.
Kind of interesting about where the fog tokens are located. He's either got to get 4 spaces or 3, and there's only all of his boosts except for he's gonna scheme. Get his sister back.
This is still attack. Man.
Pick up 2 health and attack.
Very nice.
So either
Is that
has
an
to-
ambush to get him down to 1 card?
Well, it's either Thirst, Ambush, or Dash. Those are the only options.
Only options, yeah.
I'm sure he wants him to think it's Ambush, but it could just be a Dash to feint out something. Well, he can't cancel the Ambush anyway, actually, so...
There's only, I guess, there's only 1 card in there that he doesn't know what it is too. So maybe he's... What there was
Wait,
an in
ambush?
there.
Because there's nothing much that he wants to knock out of Zero's hand.
That's a really good point, son.
Nice.
Oh, it's a thirst.
And he did win the combat with it, so Dracula could technically come over, correct?
He did not win the combat because Invisible Man
he's
is
on the fog. Yep. It hasn't come up a ton today, but
No, it hasn't.
Okay, I better count.
Well, Dracula's running out of fuel for his
I don't
beast
think
forms.
our matches really haven't
Also true.
come to card counting yet.
I will say that while it's fun to see Invisible Man for hero diversity and just seeing things we don't normally see, it does not make the most compelling viewing.
It's fun to see him in the finals, for sure, especially because of how everybody talks about him. But to borrow a word from you earlier, he is a more contemplative fighter.
Yeah. That's the main reason why I don't really play him a lot.
Yeah, actually, like with my friends who I'll play with in person, they don't like me playing Invisible Man anymore, even though I don't win with him very often, but they just find the experience of going against him so frustrating that they have asked I not use him.
No wonder.
That's why I eventually dismantled my infinite turn deck that I had in Magic the Gathering.
Dreaming of revenge. Okay.
It was an EDH deck where I would just copy a bunch of take another turn spells. I would rarely win, but I also wouldn't lose. Everyone else would just give up because I had 15 turns.
Sean, what do you think win condition is right now for Dracula? What does he have to do, since you mentioned that he was kind of burning through his fuel for beast forms?
I'll maneuver.
I think the fact that he's not hoarding the cards for beast form means that he's trying to run Invisible Man out of defenses. So that could be his play.
I mean, if Invisible Man has no defenses, then those two beast forms do 12 damage without discarding any additional cards.
Guys, for the necessary.
How many defenses does Invisible Man have at this point?
It's necessary.
He has 4 more cards, 2 into thin airs, and then 2 versatiles, confound and impossible to see.
And Dracula has 2 beast forms and what other attacks?
Ambush, 1 more thirst since there's a sister out there, and then 2 dashes theoretically.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think that is Joshua's out. Hopefully the ambush hits one of these defenses, and yeah, try to pave the way for a double beast form at the last possible moment.
You know, there's actually a decent bit of there's a 2-card difference in decks if I'm reading it right. So I am's down to 4. Dracula's down to 6. Getting close to the end.
But IM has 1 more vanish, right?
He
Yes.
does. Correct.
Yep.
And he has a Step Lightly and a Rolling Fog, so those are 2 more schemes. Now, with that said, though, Dracula also has. He played his second baptism. Has an additional mist form, 1 more Prey Upon. Did we see the last Ravening?
I have it still in my hand.
Yeah, yeah.
As
me too.
okay. Dracula's also still got another Do My Bidding, so that and Ambush means that he can cause some severe hand disruption.
Yep.
For John, which is definitely problematic when there's not many cards left.
Yep.
He can't afford to be disrupted that late.
That's right. Yeah, just a quick recap of this of the matchup so far. I'm just watching the chat. So this is game 4. The first match was Little Red defeating Invisible Man, and then we saw Medusa. Oh my gosh, we saw Medusa beat who?
Robin
Like, Robin Hood. Oh my gosh, and then we saw. And then we saw Beowulf defeat Dracula in the previous game, so we're up at game 4.
Your turn.
Yeah, this is match point for John Zero Skater. If he manages to essentially run Dracula's deck down and not take too much damage from beast forms, he could clinch the championship right here. Otherwise, we move into game 5, where Zero Skater would have map choice against Robin Hood. So was that just a double maneuver there for Joshua?
Yeah, I think so.
I think.
Probably gonna-
I think it was John, wasn't it? 0 double maneuvered to 7. Oh no, actually the sister moved. Sorry, might have missed it.
Yes, probably setting up for seduction.
It is John's turn.
Time to vanish.
Yeah, it's a good time for it.
Well, he drew a card though, so he's maneuvering.
Yep.
He's gonna try to take her out first.
Josh can only defend with dash if he decides to defend. Looks like he won't.
He needs that dash to as an offense.
I'll maneuver. I just drew
It's
this.
like discarding the last Ravening
No,
Seduction
I
to
drew
boost.
it the turn before, but I knew I couldn't keep the sister alive, so. I'll attack.
So the question, will he go... He has 2 beast forms. Will he go for one now? And risk it getting looked away, or will he...
Or will
play the
he ambush?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you mentioned before, obviously, that maybe the preferred path would be to play the do my bidding into ambush, so that he knew, he was kind of sure what was in there. See what he
This is an
decides.
ambush. Because there's probably goodies in Zero's hand right now.
Yeah, with only 1 card in deck, I guess there's not a lot of uncertainty.
It's close. It's these high pressure situations that make or break the game.
Yeah. Also interesting, you know, even with the vanish, which normally could be painful, he can. Josh was at a point still with 3 cards in deck that he can draw and then get rid of the prey upon, and really not have it be that impactful in his card draw.
Right. Yeah, Josh has played this really well in terms of understanding the exhaustion game.
Found?
There's the ambush.
Ambush.
Does nothing. 4.
See a card randomly here.
Okay.
Ooh, into thin air. It's one of his 2/4
I will
defenses.
discard.
That's a big one, but it wasn't the other impossible to see.
Also
So
means
interesting,
no damage.
but confound. Since Josh has chosen not to discard, you can move each fog token to a different space.
Please setting up a step lightly.
No need to check everything. I think I've added something up wrong, but
We're at the part where we're spreading out discard piles to confirm our counts. That's how it gets with these ones.
no, I did
So,
not.
an idea that I had would be like if we had a deck tracker that was exposed on a like a website. So, where someone that was watching could keep track and then have the results of that, visible to the general populace. If that would be helpful.
That's
Another thing that I was thinking that would be, I think, really good for this sort of competitive nature and also viewing is if we could do a live pick ban where we could see each move individually. I think there'd be a lot more to talk about.
Right.
yeah. It is your turn now, right?
Yeah.
You've moved.
So that would be nice.
So,
But we love our cool animations, and I know that's definitely difficult to do unless you do it in post.
We just saw a step lightly land for 3.
And I will move.
Ooh, very nice. Dracula doesn't have any more healing left, correct?
You did it
No.
well.
Okay.
I know.
So this damage is sticking.
One prey upon? Is it?
Thank you, though.
Or is he out of prey
Yeah. No, he does have a prey upon left,
All the auto damage.
which could heal him 1. So the interesting situation right now, we've been talking about do my bidding a lot, is John's gonna have to attack for that to go through, and I just don't see John attacking until Impossible to See gets played as a defense, because otherwise he would only be attacking with surprise attack, and do my bidding would do nothing because surprise attack is the only option for combat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, he's exhausted. Invisible Man has been run ragged. I mean, I suspect that he's going to force him to either, to boost maneuver to get to him, and then he's going to vanish soon.
Could be mist form, right? Does he have mist form still? Yes.
He
Could
has one
miss.
more.
I'll attack.
See, we saw him discard a look into my eyes and attack. I mean, it has to be a beast form, right? Otherwise it'd be a dash.
It's beast form or dash. Those are
The only 5
the only two options. John has, Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, only 2 defense options, Into Thin Air and Impossible to See.
That's right.
Okay.
Wait. And let me just check. We have Into Thin Air, Vanish, Impossible.
And Into Thin Air is his 4, right?
Correct.
4 value defense. So that might be good either way here, because the beast form isn't going to kill him, even if he discards a bunch of cards to bump it up.
So.
Do you
And
think-
the 4 is a 5 right now, because he's sitting on the thing.
I have 2 dashes. I have missed 1.
He's at what about this being a dash, actually? So
I actually think this is a dash.
I think this is a dash because IM only has 2 attack options. He has 1 surprise attack, and he's probably not going to attack with Impossible to See. So he only has 1 attack card. And Dracula has 2 versatile dash and 1 do my bidding. So the only, I'm guessing.
If he lets this go undefended and it's a beast form, though,
It's game over.
that's, yeah. That's the thing he has to consider. If he defends against Dash, I'm pretty sure this game goes to Josh, because then he'll only have one
Even if I lose
defense
this,
left,
I
and there are
gotta
2
pick it
beast
over
forms
what
on the
you
field,
can.
and Josh has mist form, so he can get to him and
Yeah, this
beast
is-
form twice.
the game.
Yeah.
I think John will play safe. He'll probably play the tin air here.
You have 3 choices.
Yeah, I know.
One thing Josh mentioned on the stream last night, and this is just from them playing so often, when we were speculating what John might do. Oh,
Oh,
there he
It's a
goes!
dash.
Good
It's
call.
a dash.
He decides not to block it, and he calls the dash, so he saves his defense cards. That's huge. That was such a good call.
Yeah.
That is, so this is playing against type, and this is kind of where we're talking about them knowing each other so well.
Yeah.
Last night, Joshua
Yeah.
said on the stream, and Frank, you were there, he said, John likes to play it safe, he's not a gambler.
Vanish.
So I
There
think
you go.
Josh might have been counting on him to defend there.
Indeed. So, what are we gonna see him do? He definitely doesn't. I bet he draws one and dumps his prey upon. Oh, he double maneuvered.
Yeah.
Good.
I am good.
It's coming right down to it. No one has any cards left. We've got the 4 cards in John's hand versus the 4 cards in Joshua's hand.
You know he has to attack, but he also has to believe that he's gonna use Do My Bidding to pull.
The impossible.
Yeah, which is why it actually might be better for him just to drop on the other side, maneuver twice, don't move, take 4 damage, and force Joshua to get to him.
2, I think.
But he could Mist Form and Beast Form twice.
True, but we know he has the defenses.
We both know our hands. We could actually play with an open hand.
Yeah, not for the stream though.
Yeah.
Frank, for everybody watching, we should know the final 7 cards in Dracula's hand. Want to reveal those?
Alright, I'll try.
Sure, he has both Beast Forms. Oh, he's attacking. Interesting.
Impossible to see. Come on.
Yep,
That's what I want.
Yeah.
tries to attack, and yep, and then
Yeah.
he switches it with the impossible to see,
Okay.
That's 2.
which means he does take 2 damage. But he has another attack, so he could swing with surprise attack again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which would...
Yeah.
Oh. Looks like he's not going to do that.
Well, how much defense does Dracula have left?
He's got
He
one.
just has 1 card. So this is interesting, Prospero. Sorry, the 7 cards. So the 2 Beast Forms are his 2 attacks, and he has 1 dash as his only possible defense. He has a Mist Form and a Prey Upon schemes, and 1 Thirst, which at this point I'm sure will just be tossed on top of a Beast Form.
Count was right.
He closed the door on the way through. So basically, he has to use Mist Form.
Yeah, and in this form, that means his beast forms can only go up to 12, 13, 15. Could dump his whole. Wait. Joshua misforms in now. Gets his first beast form to dealing 1 damage. Wouldn't his second beast form be able to finish it?
Oh no.
What are your boost
6, 7,
values?
8, 9.
Check.
Wait, if he misforms in and he beast forms, but doesn't play a card, that will do 1 damage, which would take him down to 8. His second beast form would be an undefended beast form, and he's got 3 cards in hand, meaning his beast form could be... Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it should be game over, right?
Yeah.
So, Prospero, I'm intrigued by your comment before. Like, why didn't he go... Actually, going way back, and we'll ask this question if we remember. I'm surprised on the final confound when he did set up the fog tokens. He didn't.
Okay, but it doesn't matter because the into thin air allows him to move 1, so that means he cannot double beast form.
Oh, snap!
Yeah.
That's right, it's not game. Good call. Good call, John.
Yeah, but I mean that's the only option now. And then he doesn't have any defenses left, right? And
Where do I go?
yeah. Is it worth it to run this form here now?
I'll prey upon.
Interesting.
And
Wait. But then if you miss form and go in, you attack. Oh yeah, it's kind.
John's thinking about it, but he's only got 1.
What do I know you have? These forms
dash,
first.
2
Option.
forms and a thirst.
Uh-oh.
It's a 50-50 for you.
What does Josh?
What's in the hand again? 2 beast forms and
2 beast forms and a dash. So,
Okay. It's the dash that's going to be critical.
yeah, and I wonder, would he... So the defender's gonna move first, and I assume he's gonna want to move to that space all the way on the other side.
This is a coin flip.
Yeah, I mean... Oh no, because then he would have to take...
So if he takes this undefended,
Absolute win, but this had to be my best shot. And I kind of forgot Impossible to See doesn't let me double beast form, which was... Yeah. Your choice is
Here, Josh, we're discussing the same thing.
Your open beast form.
Right? Or if I defend, that's my last defense.
Yes.
You have double beast form, thirst, and dash.
This... Yeah, double beast form, thirst dash, yeah.
I mean, couldn't John just defend this and just hit with a price attack?
yeah, that'll do 2 damage, which would bring Dracula to 4. But then I think he,
Joshua still has the defense.
yeah, he has dash.
Yeah.
So if he's attacking him with dash right now in the hopes of getting out his last defense, because then he can just boost maneuver with beast form and land a killing blow, I think. Like if John takes this undefended and it's dash, John goes down to 5, and then he surprise attacks, does 5 damage, brings Dracula to 1. He maneuvers away. John would drop down to 3, and then Dracula would have to maneuver to get to him and would die from exhaustion. I think that's what John is thinking through right now, because if this is a dash, he defends it.
And a 5 if you
Then
don't
John
defend it, then
moves
3 to maneuver.
first, then the dash moves, and it's game over for John.
And if it's beast form, he defends, it's a 5 into the 6. He really has
I think it's
nothing.
lost if you don't defend. I could be wrong, but
Yeah, I
He'll
think
need
Joshua-
that. He'll need the thirst. He won't even be able to boost it because
Well,
he'll need
and
the
clearly
thirst
these
to actually
forms-
boost his move to get over to him.
oh,
Right, I
Yeah.
just need to negate the option of not
I
defending.
think Joshua's the kind
down
that
to
wants to
5.
maximize his chances,
Can you
so
maneuver?
I think this is going to be
if
a
it's
dash for
I
him.
just run away.
He's not the kind that would
to
play the
3.
beast form here.
And then you have
I think.
Double
Based on what we've
beast
seen so
form.
far, he does seem to be trying to absolutely
Yeah.
get the beast form damage off. Oh, he chooses to block.
Yep. Meta's dash.
Head stash.
Can you get a move if you the screen? Yeah, I think we got it.
well, and you can reach me from anywhere by discarding a beast form to boost.
Yes.
But he's defenseless, so that's a 5 on surprise attack.
Boost goes up to 8. So it goes up to 7.
7.
And I'm gonna be down to 6.
Yeah,
Well, crap.
I think that's
Yep.
game.
I'm not gonna move.
I will move just 1. It doesn't make a difference.
And I will maneuver, take 2.
Yep. Let's make it
Alright.
close. Make it close.
Next game. What
And
time is it now?
Good game.
I will. I feel like.
Holy crap.
Wow! Wow! We made it close for the audience.
It all came down to that ambush, man. Oh, hitting the my impossible
Yeah.
to see is so upsetting.
Yeah, I don't think I could have won if not for that, because even if I pull it with bidding, it's 2 damage.
Man, the ambush has always wrecked me. Oh, that was so
Well,
stressful.
you pushed me to the end. You pushed me to the end. And I mean,
Yeah.
out of deck, 1 health, undefended surprise attack.
It was literally 1 health away.
I mean, I can make it a 0 if I want. 1 to 0.
So if I didn't defend, I'd go down to 5.
And then you
and then
maneuver,
it
go down to
would dash.
3, and then it will be just enough, I think.
I maneuver, go down to 3.
You can maneuver again, but you don't.
Well, I could have maneuvered and attacked.
But
Let's
then
see.
you'll be beside me, and I'll just hit you.
You can't hit me twice. So if you dash, right? How much were you at? 5?
I was
Good.
at 5.
So you hit me
6.
with a dash,
Okay, yeah.
right? I
And
go
if
down
you
to 5,
didn't defend, yeah.
right? And then
And then if you maneuver and attack, then you're beside me. You can't. Oh right, I can't hit you twice.
but you can't hit me twice. So I rolling fog first. I maneuver adjacent to you on the fog. Oh no, because I have to hit with surprise attack, and that moves the fog.
Yeah. Wow.
So if I hit with surprise attack, you have what? 1 health, but then does
Nothing.
the beast form kill me though?
With over 4, yeah, it does.
It
I think
does?
you maneuvered if you didn't defend, because you
Yeah.
maneuvered again.
6,
then it kills you.
7, 8 down. Oh my god, it was like 1 health off either way.
It was checkmate.
Oh yeah, it was checkmate.
Oh.
Well played. It all came down to that stupid
Yeah.
ambush. Oh.
I never used my ability in every single card. Like, any 1 damage would have been enough to take me out.
Oh, I know. Man. That was such a good game.
Yeah.
I know it was a long one, but I hope people on the
Yeah,
stream
no.
enjoyed it. Like, that was a showcase
this is-
game right there.
The first 2 games were sort of more one-sided. The third
Yeah,
one was...
the third one was good. This one was
It was
awesome.
a counter meta. This is the super counter meta. Especially, I mean, personally. Because we both have won IM into Dracula on this.
Yep. You picked a good map, obviously. Being
Yeah, I knew I
tight-scored
had to do
hurts,
it.
But, yeah, you played well. It was really good. Really
Yeah,
well
it's
played.
2-2. I mean, this
Now I
is the
have to fight.
finals.
Now I have to fight the uphill battle to win.
I
And
don't
I'm gonna
know.
Be,
I'm
I'm gonna
not
be
sure.
exposed as the Invisible Man fraud if I lose.
I mean, Robin, I am.
Yeah, it can go either
I
way.
don't know.
We'll
It
see what
could
happens.
be ambitious or your downfall, after all.
Yep, exactly. The
We'll
ambush
see.
could screw me over again. We'll see. But, all right, game 5. We got a game 5. Let's-
Yeah.
All right, that does bring us to a game 5, as they said. Zon, it's almost 4 a.m. in Singapore.
Yep.
I'm sure you're eager to get this on the road. We already know what the heroes are going to be. It's Robin Hood versus Invisible Man. What we don't know is the map that John is going to choose. Does anyone have any thoughts on what map we might be seeing that would give Invisible Man an advantage into Robin Hood?
Not Sarpedon. The high school, perhaps. It's a really spread out map. Be really good for Invisible Man to be all. He's pretty spread out on that one. Was that Sunnydale? Sunnyvale?
Yeah, Sunnydale High.
Yeah, from Buffy. That might be a good one. When I played this matchup, that's what I banned against Invisible Man when I played John, and afterward he asked me why, and that was the explanation I gave, and John said, yeah, that's one of Invisible Man's best maps, so good ban. So, I mean, if that's what he's thinking about, that could be the one.
I mean, I don't have enough experience with Invisible Man to counteract that, so that's probably a pretty good pick. Even if we don't see any Buffy heroes, we might see both of her maps in this tournament.
No matter what happens, we have our winner this match.
That's true. This is definitely the last one, and then we'll do 2, I assume, brief interviews because we need to get people to sleep, and I know my wife would like me home. She's been dealing with the kids by herself all day, so. But we are on to Game 5. So first of all, let's look at Robin Hood's deck. We've seen both of these fighters already, and we know what they do. But we need to kind of change up a little bit what is going into it, because Robin Hood into Invisible Man, I think the key thing about Robin Hood is he draws a lot of cards. And he doesn't really have a way to not draw a lot of cards. And as much as I would hate to say this, I think Zero's best bet might be to try and push for exhaustion. So what does Josh have to do here? Any thoughts, Frank? What does Josh have to do as Robin Hood?
I apologize. I was muted myself somehow. What does he have to do? I think, we talked about the outlaws and the highway robbery. I think you definitely want to get those off. There's less of a risk of canceling. There's no feints that I guess you have to look out for. So it's probably a big strategic point, whether Robin will try to slip in some other attacks in the guise of highway robberies, because it could result in some more undefended attacks. So that's maybe a key one to look out for.
Yeah, I think ambushes to pull out cards that are key to his defense instead, because highway robberies, they're going to get through.
Yep.
You know, he doesn't have any feints. Does Impossible to See, is that an immediate effect? Or is it a during combat?
It is immediately.
Immediate.
But I would suspect those get saved for Hunter's Eye.
Very fair. Yeah, we have a lot to go through.
I think the strategy for Robin Hood here is probably piercing shots, steal from the rich, will be used for boosting, and ambushes. Judging on based on Joshua's playstyle, he will save this towards the end, where he'll try to pick off one of those big important cards again, whether it's a step likely or a big defense.
Yeah, I think we're looking at we're probably looking at another late one, but I think that if Robin Hood can keep up the aggression, And I think whatever damage that he can eat with his outlaws will definitely be helpful, because he doesn't have any heals and he starts 2 health down from Invisible Man. So let's take a look at Invisible Man again, and what is Invisible Man going to have to change up versus how he played it with Dracula? Any thoughts, John, on how this might be a little different this time?
Well, Robin Hood can't heal, right? So we saw in the last match that John was able to get off Reign of Terror twice. He was able to get off a step lightly, and all of that health got recovered by Dracula. Robin Hood is at a similar starting health. They're both 13, but any damage you do against Robin is not getting recovered. So the 10 scheme damage that is possible in this deck is going to be huge. Likewise, Vanish is going to be a big deal to force Overdraw, just because Robin's deck is already so draw heavy. So what you're looking at now as Invisible Man is you can do 10 damage through the schemes, and Robin Hood's got 13 health. So where is the remainder of the, those 3 hit points coming from? So we're looking at Surprise Attack is a big one. Robin Hood only has a high of 3 on his defenses, so Surprise Attack is always going to land for at least 2. If you land it over a feint, then you're getting 3 damage. And you're not your slipaways, but your Emerge from Mists, if not fainted, those are 5 attacks too, which will land you at least 2 damage. So I think there's definitely some possibility from John to get those 3 hit points off. It's really going to depend on Robin's positioning, and I also think how much he focuses on the outlaws will also factor in.
That's an excellent point. So I thought this might be going to exhaustion, but it might not be exhaustion so much as just getting most of his cards, because most of the once he goes through most of his deck, he will more likely have the hit. Like, he'll most likely have the automatic damage. So Robin Hood wants to accelerate the pace of the game, is my guessing. Whenever he can get double attacks off, do that. Whenever he can fire off just attacks with the outlaws and things like that, it's really a thing where I think Robin Hood wants to keep the pressure on Invisible Man. Because what the Invisible Man does have is a lot of schemes and a fair amount of attack cards, which means that there is a possibility that he doesn't draw defenses. So every time he attacks, he has to counter. So that might be a way in for Robin Hood in this case. So let's take a look here. Do we know the map yet? I don't believe so.
It looks like we do. It's going to be...
Sarpedon.
That is hilarious to me after I predicted that there would be no way they go to Sarpedon.
Well, you have to think with Robin, with his kind of limited mobility, and if you can get the fog tokens on completely opposite sides of, there's a lot of movement to get from one side of this map to the other.
That's very true. And the other thing to note is that there are 3 completely distinct zones in this, and so range doesn't have as much of an advantage. I know that when I'm taking melee into range and I have map pick, Sarpedon is definitely one of my main ones to pick, because there are so many places where you can tuck back and they have to come to you.
Yeah. Interesting. So no Sunnydale.
No Sunnydale.
That is a good point, though, Jeremiah, about the separate zones. The green, the blue, and the red.
Mm-hmm. And even though brown is technically in with those triple zones, you also have adjacency to a lot in the brown there. Really, the only place where you don't want to be as a melee character is purple or tan. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we know the map, we know the fighters. It all comes down to this: the entirety of the tournament, 269 games now, and 108.8 matches, 180.8 matches. Comes down to this one game: Invisible Man versus Robin Hood on Sarpedon. And really, it's these two players know these heroes, particularly Zero and Invisible Man, better than most. We had some stats though on Invisible Man into Robin Hood. Do we know what the tournament stats or our regular stats are?
Yes.
Frank has those.
Let me pull them back up, but they are. So they've played each other. IM and Robin Hood have played each other 5 times in competitive play, and Invisible Man has won 4 out of those 5 times. So I don't know. It's a relatively small sample size, I guess, but not terrible. He was also favored by 71% into Dracula, so it's not always the indicative, I guess.
It's true.
Yeah, I guess we're going to see the. Let's throw it now to the how to play video for one more refresher. If you're just joining us here for the climactic final battle, one more refresher video on how to play Unmatched, as we about to see Invisible Man take on Robin Hood.
Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals.
All right, so it looks like we're back on Vorpal, and it looks like we also have decisions on who's going first and second.
Oh boy, this brings back memories. This is the same starting positions.
That's right. Tell us a little bit about that match. How did it go down for you?
Yeah, so that match was 2 hours long. Just to start off and tell you that right now. And it was a lot of boosting with, actually, what Jean was saying earlier, a lot of boosting with piercing shots, disarming shot, anything that caused me to draw cards. And if you look where Invisible Man currently is, if you go down one space and to the left, Robin Hood was there, and then the Outlaws were flanking him completely along this. So at any given moment, the Outlaws would boost, maneuver, and attack, and that would be their turn. And it wasn't until very late in the game that Invisible Man successfully killed any of them, because I kept defending. I made a very critical error when he vanished one turn. Instead of just maneuvering twice, I did that scheme that you should never ever do, the steal from the rich. I did that twice, and it cost me the game because at the end it came down to just like 2 points, and I was exhausted.
All right, got it. Well, We'll
So this is
see.
this is a map and a situation that John definitely knows.
So, and I wonder if the last match with Robin, Josh did effectively manage Robin's card draw. I think. Would expect to see that again, right? I wouldn't expect him to get too much trouble, but he's also not going to have very many of his attack. If he's drawing cards from card effects after effects, it's probably going to happen against IM, right?
So here's an interesting question. At least I think so. The auto damage we're worried about, or at least Robin Hood should be worried about because he has no healing. He can, however, bring back 2 outlaws. So, should he be looking to park his outlaws on fogs to eat auto damage and to prevent movement?
Since you can bring them back, I think it's you can bring 2 of them back. It's not a bad play.
So he's got 4 right now, parks 2 of them on fogs, and then just use the other 2 to attack as much as possible. Try to get his own auto damage through, and by auto damage I mean highway robbery, since unless he blocks with impossible to see, is auto damage.
Yeah, if you have 2 Sherwood guys on the other 2 fog tokens, and you use a 3rd Sherwood folk to attack with the highway robbery into Dreaming of Revenge, then the other 2 guys don't even die, right? Because you cancel the effect of that. So that's a good call out, Jeremiah. That's a good play.
But it looks like he's only positioning 1, and he's also spreading out some of the others, at least in a couple different zones.
Gonna take advantage of him not being on the fog.
Notes. That's a Snark.
Yes, Snark, and he played it in a way where he would not have to draw a card, so we see he's already managing that draw.
Yep.
Well, we're 1 attack in, and it's well played so far by Joshua. I have a feeling and of course he has to go through his coded notes, where he draws 3 cards and puts 2 of them back on top of the deck in whatever order he wants.
But he's also limited in what he can do this turn, right? No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to fill time and change the subject, but if you have something on topic, I want to hear it.
I was just gonna say, with him drawing a card off of his card effect, he's not able to double maneuver without discarding his turn. So, it'll be interesting to see what he does.
That is a good point, and he can't actually reach Robin Hood or anyone without either double maneuvering or boosting. So. So while he's thinking about these coded notes here, let's start with Zon.
Yep.
Battle of Legends 2 is coming out. We know the heroes that are going to be. For those of you who don't know, we're going to be getting Sun Wukong. We're going to be getting Bloody Mary, Achilles, and Yanenga. Who are you most excited for based on what we've seen so far?
Like you, I have also been part of the playtest, so I do have I expect Sun Wukong to be a very popular player because his abilities and cards are really interesting, as befitting his reputation as a trickster god. So you're gonna find a lot of weird things you're not gonna expect. Coming from there. I'm actually quite interested for Bloody Mary, because her whole gimmick is, repeating her name 3 times and all that kind of stuff. So that is played out in her cards and all, and the theme is brought out very well. And yeah, I haven't had a chance to play her against the Battle of Legends Volume 1 and King Arthur and all the other stuff yet, but I would really looking forward to the chance to do that.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like he's decided to maneuver, and he's maneuvering back a bit after he used the coded notes. He might be assuming a more defensive position, which is interesting that he'd choose to do that off of the fog, but
right,
if he
and you know
wants
what?
to get into his own zone.
I had miscalculated before. Obviously, he discarded the coded notes, which took him down to 4, so back up to 5. So he was able to double maneuver here. I misspoke. Yeah, I don't know. So I started my playtesting about a year ago, and I missed Battle of Legends 2, so I don't have too much of an idea of what's coming. But it sounds like I'll take your word for it. It seems like the chatter amongst those who have a little bit of insight is that Sun Wukong is going to be really fun. So look forward to that.
I also playtested. It was the first set that I got to. I'm really excited about the map, specifically.
Yes.
And I really, really want to see the art for the map. I'm very excited for that. But I would say my favorite fighter, I don't think that he's going to destroy the meta or anything in the way a lot of people are predicting for Sun Wukong, but just as a personal favorite, I really enjoyed Achilles, and there's some bias there as a Greek, but he's pretty cool. I was excited to see him get added to the game.
Mm-hmm. And I do really like his mechanic. It makes for some very interesting decisions as you're playing. But as just knowing that Frank got in maybe a year ago to playtesting and missed the Battle of Legends Volume 2, that's how far ahead they are right now. Or maybe I should say how far backlogged everything is. Because I haven't tested in a while, and people are saying that there are sets I haven't been able to test yet. So there's I only tested 2 of the 4 Marvel sets. I know of 2 other 2-packs. One of them already was announced, Houdini versus Genie, so I've been able to play that one, and one other that has no information. And I think there's still more after that, particularly on the Mondo side. So there's probably more IP and stuff coming. So we could be expecting some Unmatched for a while, I think. And each time shaking up the meta and keeping things interesting.
There's a healthy pipeline. Okay, we saw a boosting piercing shot and a defended highway robbery. So the mind games have started.
And again, I think
with those outlaws.
He defended with covert preparation, which we've previously seen him discard in any given situation. So I wonder if that was played as a defense just in case, and if it got canceled, no big deal. I didn't want the effect anyway.
I imagine
you're
that's
right.
probably right.
So kind of a hedge.
Really excellent positioning on Joshua's part to boost onto the only fog token near Invisible Man and then block his path to the other fogs.
Yep. I'm sure John has some out here. If not, he wouldn't have left the fog.
Yeah, he could have rolling fog, or he could attack with a slip away. He has options, but the positioning is really good.
Yeah, with how spread out all of his highwaymen are, his outlaws, even if Invisible Man does those things that he does that lets him slip the entire way across the map, he's still going to be in range of one of them.
Okay, so we see the slip away.
Mm-hmm. Undefended, so get a little card advantage, but I guess that's one more attack card that Joshua doesn't have to worry about being the last 3 health, assuming he can get the 10 auto damage.
It's a great point.
And it's good to see the competitors, even after all this time. We're many hours in now. We started at 10 a.m. our time. It's 4, so we're 6 hours in already. We had a half-hour break, but the competitors are still laughing and joking with each other, even with how it all comes down to this. This is as high intensity situation as you're going to get in Unmatched.
So just confirming what he's doing, that the after combat effect of Slip Away is to move 1 fog token to a space without a fighter and then place an invisible man on that space.
Yeah, so it looks like he's considering moving to the other side of the board. And there he goes. Pretty obvious maneuver. I think that's not surprising. Like another attack by an outlaw. He might be trying to burn through all of his highway robberies. However, he has been known to bluff before, so this could be the ambush.
Yeah, I think these are key interactions, right? Because if he can slip 1 through.
A regroup bluff. And that's lurking, I believe, is the Invisible Man card.
That's right.
What does that one do after combat? It seems to have a good amount of text. I think also a choice.
That's right. So Invisible Man will draw a card and then choose 1 effect. It will move Invisible Man to a space with a fog token, or move a fog token up to 3 spaces.
So I like that maneuver by Joshua, because even though he has to draw a card, what Zero seems to be doing is throwing away defenses he doesn't want. Like, these aren't his impossible to seize. These aren't his 4-value ones. These are kind of cheapy blocks, the just-in-case blocks. And by using a regroup, you still have another highway robbery to potentially get rid of one of the good defenses down the road.
Looks like we'll see a step likely here. No, there's no reason to put the fuck token right next to Robin Hood. Or maybe an emerge from mist.
Yeah, even fainted emerge from mist is doing damage.
Right. Oh no.
So we got 2 over,
It is the emerge from mist.
but that will also deal 1 to IM, right? For being a
No, that's
That's the Wiley.
That's Wiley fighting.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's drawing cards on winning. That's really good.
easy to confuse him, Frank.
Do you think he goes into a double attack here?
Well, he can double attack
And still get away.
And still get away, exactly. So I think, you know, if he has the card, sure.
Yes.
Because, I mean, burning through his defenses, trying to get good hits in, I think are all important things, and so I feel like whenever possible to double attack, he probably should be.
Yep, you're right.
So it's a 4. With the 4. So that's actually a nice block because he doesn't have to draw cards.
Yeah, that disarming can really mess up your playstate if it goes undefended.
Also, keep me honest on IM. If he's standing on a fog token and let's see, what's the wording of highway robbery? Cancel all effects and ignore its defense value. So that would ignore. There's no. He still doesn't get a bonus for being on the fog token.
It ignores the
It's completely ignored. Yeah.
John, not just fighting for the title here, but fighting for the legitimacy of Invisible Man.
Oh,
as a-
legitimacy. That's a harsh word. Fighting for the honor of IM? I don't know.
Well, I was saying I wasn't done. I was saying the legitimacy of him as a high tier fighter, and then you just came out. Oh, it does sound harsh without the claws. At the end.
I created the soundbite. You know, that was what they're gonna clip and put into in the headlines. The clickbait.
Well, I mean, to a degree, it's true. He's been championing him for so long. So this match is not just a match for the championship, but for, we'll use your word, Frankensteiner, for the honor of Invisible Man.
No, I think you're right though. Is he truly? Can he hang in this tier amongst these others? So we saw another regroup attack.
Really depends on the matchup, and just so happened that when they drafted, Invisible Man was okay. And that's probably the reason why Joshua didn't take in Jen.
That's probably true. I know that there have been some discussion that Invisible Man is a counter to Muldoon. I haven't actually played that matchup yet, and I'd like to see how I can do against it, because I generally believe that Muldoon has a fairly good strategy, that he could adjust his strategy depending on the opponent he's facing, and the trick about Aijin is because of the traps and because of the positioning, like positioning is key, and map awareness is key to him, which is why he's my favorite. He just plays with the map a lot. I would say a lot more than almost any other fighter so far.
Gotta agree.
So I would be like, he's definitely not for. He's good, so I think a new person could pick him up. But as we saw even yesterday, even Bigfoot versus Muldoon, which is a matchup that I will tout almost all the time as a good matchup for Muldoon, can be lost if you don't know exactly what you're doing with the character into the specific matchup or on the specific map.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right that we saw that yesterday in the baked goods match.
Mm-hmm. I might have been a little harsh on baked goods in chat when he attacked with the leap away.
Well, it was so funny during the interview or the post game when he was like, "I just know that Prospero is gonna tell me how badly I played this guy."
I was watching at that point, and that was the point where I was like, all right, I should probably, it wasn't like the worst thing. He's still a semi-finalist. Just very
Vanished.
personal to me, okay?
As it should be. There's a move named after you. So we're seeing the Vanish fairly early in the game, but Robin is at 7 cards. Well, was 6, now 7 in hand.
Okay, time for some.
So far, based on what I've seen, it seems that Zero likes to come out of Vanish into like a double attack or something. So I could imagine that ending next to a fog is probably not the best, because then he can just jump on, double attack, and then be in a fog for defense.
Yeah, I agree. Playing Vanish isn't just about getting out of there. It's about having a strong game plan coming back when you play the card. Your hand has to be right for it.
Oh, I like this positioning. He can't come back on a space that is occupied. And so Robin's pulling all of his outlaws to him, so he can't end adjacent to Robin Hood for some big damage.
I am also a big fan of this positioning for reasons discussed.
He's trying to hold the bridge. The gangplank, I suppose. Did you guys see on Reddit, someone made like an alternate art for I think it's this map. They made like alternate art where the circles are all the same and the zones are all the same, but they changed up the art so that it looks a lot different, and there's like a river running through the middle of a mountain pass.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe that was on Reddit, I don't know, like a month or two ago. It was really cool, and I like that idea because it shows how versatile the maps are as far as zones and how those things, because right now the way the zones are laid out makes sense for the ship docking on the island and the forest and things like that, but just like how you can change up what's essentially the lore of the map. It doesn't change gameplay at all, but it changes the mood of it. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hadn't seen it. All right. So we'll see Reign of Terror played, chipping away at Robin Hood's health there.
And here we go again, another outlaw attack. Is it highway robbery? Is it ambush? Is it another regroup feint like he's been using? He only has one regroup left, I think.
Yes, that's right.
All right, so is that the impossible to see? He played into the ambush?
That is correct.
But he still gets a card, correct?
Yeah,
Yep,
he'll still get to take a card.
Okay.
the more
but he
important
will
one.
not do damage.
Do you think that's just a... Oh.
That's pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Yep, especially in this matchup where this is a guaranteed 2 points.
Can't be unhappy.
And that's one of the impossible to seize gone. And I believe he already played one of his 4 value defenses. So
He did.
Thin air. Yeah, he did.
yeah, he's starting to run a little bit low, because once those 4s are gone, those 5s are going to hit really hard. The Hunter's Eye, Robin Hood's 5 costs, or 5 value attacks. Then he pulls the outlaw back. So he's been keeping the outlaws alive fairly well.
Yes, and he still has both defenders to bring him back.
Maybe too well. We'll see, because he has taken 4 damage.
Also true. But how much of that's been auto damage, right? I don't know his I am gotten to him once with one effect.
Yeah, let me just double check. He did pull off the Emerge from Mist attack into the Snark. So 2 damage came from that attack. 2 came from auto.
That's it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
With those outlaws still out there, though, I think the Robin still has pretty much 6 auto damage with the highway robberies.
That's very true. Unless he catches an impossible to see, which I really feel like he wouldn't mind doing with a highway robbery.
Alright, so he attacks, kills that outlaw with a slip away. That was undefended, so he gets to move a fog token, any fog token, to a space without a fighter, and then place Invisible Man on that space. Here we're seeing the value of what you talked about earlier, Jeremiah, with the 3 distinct zones, as you can see by his fog placement.
Yep, he's really booking it, though he is low on cards compared to as far as hand goes. So I suspect a boost. I discard a boost.
Guess I have to.
Yep. Yeah, those you don't really want to play those, so you might as well use them to boost.
He still has 1 ambush as an option. 3 highway robberies. Another snark.
And he's only got 4 cards to defend with, so it's quite possible that he doesn't have any of his good defenses. So maybe another ambush here, or if he does, he doesn't want to use it.
Yeah, wily fighting.
It's really a masterclass in Robin Hood playing the aggression, not letting Invisible Man build up.
John considering his options.
I have a feeling that it's Whitey.
Yes. No way I'm using
I have to say, I remember the pressure being in these games. Being on this side, though intense because we don't know what cards are in hand, and how all of those sort of things, a little less stressful.
A little, I imagine, just a little bit.
Slightly less stressful being on this side of the Battle of Legends here.
Now imagine doing this at close to 5 a.m., which Joshua is doing right now.
That is true. He's sitting at like 24 minutes to 5.
Thanks.
I have to imagine he's going to sleep for the next 48 hours straight.
I know I slept for a significant amount of time after my games, and I didn't even play them at ridiculous times.
I do think the shortening it to the best of 5 is, at least if they're going to have it over one day, was a good idea.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these two have already pushed us to, 6.5 hours. with 5 games.
Oh.
It is the Wily.
Yep.
Yep. Sometimes you just got a feeling for things like this.
It hurts.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a good hit by Robin Hood, really
I needed some
starting to
damage
even the
somewhere,
playing field a little bit.
even without feints.
That was a good one. All right, my turn.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
even
move.
without feints, it's just so hard.
Because as we mentioned at the beginning, statistically, this is an uphill battle for Robin Hood. People who know how to play Invisible Man tend to win this matchup. And Zero got map choice too, so he's going to be running around. Josh really has to hunker down and kind of play this ideally if he wants to pull the upset win back from Zero.
Yeah, question about what just happened there. Did he have 13 health or 14 going into that?
Invisible Man?
Yeah. Did he
I
have
think
14?
14 because he had vanished and bumped his
That's right.
back
He
up
picked
one.
one back up. Yeah.
I'm not sure if you wanted that.
Maneuver again.
A lot to consider in this high-stakes game, so I'm not surprised that they're taking their time to consider their options.
Your turn.
How many pick?
Game's also at a point where I think IM wants to have more, got more than halfway through the decks. And exhaustion, which is a typical end game, kind of slowly is not an option if the health stays so close. Attacking with a feint.
Fainted and coded notes, interesting.
I actually think getting that coded notes fainted is not such a bad thing.
I mean, seeing how he's been playing it so far, that he's just attacking with whatever little crap that he can because Invisible Man can't risk it being bigger, like we saw with Wily fighting. The one time he decided to risk it being bigger, he took 4. So he's blocking with whatever little stuff he has, and Joshua hasn't even brought out his big guns yet.
Right. He still has all 3 Hunter's Eye, 1 disarming shot for 4, 3 highway robberies that will guarantee 6 damage. Unless he can find it, he has 1 impossible to see. He'd probably rather have that on one of the bigger attacks from Robin Hood.
I think with Ambush still out there, as soon as you get something like Reign of Terror, you're playing it, right? You're not risking that getting taken away.
That's right, he still does have 1 more.
I'll maneuver again.
Okay. So hard.
The other Robin can get him with
Yeah, all 1 maneuvers away. There's not really a place. In that case, it forces Robin to be right up next to him.
What do you think he's thinking, trying to get over in the green zone? What is the... Because Robin can maneuver 2 spaces in and shoot him and jump back.
Yeah, maybe it's farther away from the outlaws that seem to be flanking away his defenses. Oh, interesting. Oh, right, because he can bounce right back out then, so it's not as risky for him.
There's the first.
Hunter's Eye, and that's a Dreaming of Revenge, so...
Nobody's sitting on a fog token, so there's no after attack. If one of the outlaws had been camped on a fog token, they would have taken a damage.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it looks like they're not, so we're even up on health here. How's Deck Cats looking?
IM's at 10, Robin Hood's at 11.
Yeah, pretty
Both have
pretty
6
similar.
cards in hand, very similar, identical health.
It's a close one. And Robin Hood, the fact that Robin Hood is even on, or actually slightly ahead in the exhaustion game,
Yeah, that's
is
I
really
think
good for him.
it's really good, and I think Josh is just doing a fantastic job with the outlaws, keeping him 2 spaces away, maneuvering in, letting him stay in those spaces, maneuvering in, jumping away. I think we're seeing an expert performance here.
Yep. Really a master class in Robin Hood play.
Yeah.
I love that it's the final game of the Summer of Legends tournament, and we're seeing Robin Hood versus Invisible Man as the decider. 2 characters that are not really talked about when we talk about the meta or really consistent, reliable fighters. I just think it's great that we're seeing this diversity at this high stage.
Oh, absolutely. I also really like that Invisible Man was picked, and it wasn't like, when you see Invisible Man picked, you're often like, okay, it's a specialist pick for him, and it's not going to be very good, but it seemed that into anyone but Little Red, it looks like. In both of these cases, Invisible Man actually looks pretty good.
Right. Yeah, it was.
absolutely.
It wasn't just like a fringe pick. It was like, well, I could use this guy against either opponent. Right.
Yeah. Step lightly.
Step lightly. There it is.
There's some more of that auto damage we've been talking about.
This is the second one, right?
I think that was the first Step Lightly. The other one was Reign of Terror,
Yep. Okay.
if I have that marked right.
Close. Not very
However, he's not on a fog now, so...
He is not. He's set up for potential double attack.
But he's gonna
Not
be-
happening.
Maybe he's gonna bring the Outlaw in. Yeah.
No level attack.
He's got another defended highway robbery with a lurking. That was IM's final lurking. The after effect of drawing a card and choosing an effect was canceled, which I don't think he's probably upset about. Unless he really needs a card, but at this point, not. Going back to that last game, it came down to 1 health point, right, for both of them, and I feel like the decisive move was that the scheme to do 1 damage IM and for Drac to pick up that one health on this the action gained by the mist form. So wondering if there'll be kind of a decisive moment here. We're seeing it's a very, very close matchup. The prey upon.
Yeah, that prey upon really changed it there at the end when he used it to heal 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the difference, right?
Yeah.
Both for IM and for him, he, you know, that 2-point swing that did it. Okay, he's boosting.
It's the last steal from the rich, so no more boosting with that.
And Robin will attack.
Here comes another attack. This one is from Robin Hood, so he might be willing to use one of his bigger defenses here. He's on a fog. He still has his 4 defense cards. So I don't know if Hunter's Eye is the best shot right now. But
I like to see an ambush here.
an ambush would be pretty good, because he's been sitting on some of these cards for a little while.
Time to fish out the other step lightly, but he has it in him. Sure.
If he gets off Step Lightly and Reign of Terror, it takes Robin Hood down to 1. So, yeah, ambush here to pull one of those is key.
Win to win. Ambush.
Oh, I can't see it.
Disarming.
Good disarming. No draw.
No draw, no damage.
I'll let you move them.
That was your last action, right?
Yes, but I do get
Is
a
he
out.
off
guard
with
so
that,
that so that he can't reposition the fog?
that is very important. The difference been bound, right?
It's hard to know whether he should or not without seeing his hand, right?
I mean, we know he doesn't have any more highway robberies to discard.
He must have a good hand to be thinking about this so hard. Because if you've got like regroup in there, you're just getting rid of the regroup, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so he is going to let him move everything.
He's got that outlaw there on the blue space. Really, he's two movements away from every space there. So it's in a great spot, covering almost that entire zone, or that entire half of the board.
Unless I'm mistaken, there's still 4 damage worth of highway robberies.
I have that by my count too.
Yep, that's right.
So if Joshua can get those off, that brings him down to 3 health, and that's starting to get real close there. 1 or 2 key decisions as far as attacks go, or defenses go, could swing this game either way.
We're in the single digits now on deck counts.
7 and 5. I am 7. Robin 5.
go either way. Depends on how the damage lands. Or if ambush managed to decline.
Joshua still has his Defenders of Sherwood. I don't think he's used either of those yet.
That's correct. He hasn't really needed extra outlaws. I mean, I think he could use them to... He just hasn't... He's been very effective at using the 2 that he has. Can always use
But it'll
more.
be-
He's a good blocker, I
Yeah.
guess. One right in front of him would probably be nice.
Have you made it yet?
I did draw a card.
Okay. Discard a boost.
Looks like this one's gonna come right down to the wire.
I believe so.
It's now 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central Time, or 5 a.m. in Singapore.
Yep.
Shen, nice job staying awake and staying with us and engaged. That's quite a night.
Yeah, and I didn't have much sleep last night either because match in the morning. And I
Course.
kind of got work in a few hours, so let's see how that pans out.
Oh,
Oh boy.
oh boy.
I don't envy your position, but maybe you can get some caffeine and hit your second wind, or maybe third wind by this point.
Yeah, I honestly don't think I could have personally lasted in finals at this stage. I'm really nodding off right now, kind of.
You know, that's maybe something to consider for next time. Because we were discussing 12 time zones that were involved in this tournament. That maybe we need to put more time in between. Games.
Well, there's Defenders of Sherwood.
Yeah. Oh, was
Did-
that a bait?
And the
He did
pin.
take some damage from a merge from Mist there, but
Yeah.
yeah, that pin is
I'll attack. I am.
not lovely.
So if Big Goods is watching this, he'll probably get a traumatic flashback here. Beowulf.
John has a lot of ways out of this pin come his turn, but for now, I think he's going to be stuck taking 2 attacks.
Yeah.
I think you have 5 defense cards left.
That's a block.
Gonna take 2 damage.
Yeah, from wily fighting.
Fog.
that was the final covert preparation. Looks like he's maneuvering with the second action.
Yeah, when he pulled that fog token in, it definitely didn't... I mean, he still has 4 defenses, so if he throws Hunter's Eyes into those, they're not going to do anything on a fog.
That's right. Yeah, he has one into thin air remaining. Oh, he's reconsidering.
Yeah, this is definitely a critical moment. So close.
Oh, so he's going for the second attack.
Frank, what's your count on John's defenses?
I've got him with 1 Confound, 1 Dreaming of Revenge. Those are both versatile 3s. 1 Impossible to See, which would cancel or would make the card value 0. And 1 Into Thin Air, which is a defense.
There's a Confound, which is worth 4 on the fog token. It's a regroup.
Regroup. That's the final regroup. Am I reading that correctly? Josh, is it 7 cards? To IM's 5?
That's how I'm reading it.
That is good. That's good for him.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
he's been playing it really well, but I think it's going to come down to where the auto damage is in Invisible Man's deck.
Invisible Man still has 1 surprise attack, right?
I believe so. I'm really surprised that after that attack, Joshua didn't move Robin Hood.
Did you already draw?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I did. Sorry. You can reposition. Or should I? I mean, no, I drew. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I drew already. I can't decide.
Huh.
I mean, I know how difficult it can be to remember movement, special abilities, and why you were doing them. As was Bruce Lee versus Dracula, I did take 1 unnecessary nibble.
No, they're not finished yet.
That's
Okay.
why the Confound is going first before he decides where.
Right. Because special abilities that happen after combat happen after the after combat phase.
Yeah. So just a reminder, I guess Josh had to decide whether or not he was going to discard, which he didn't. So now John is moving each fog token to any other space. Is he required to move the one he's on? No,
let me
because he
double
could
check.
theoretically.
You may move each fog token to any other space.
That was your last action, right?
Yes. That is very well.
Sure that Robin Hood ends up beside a fog token. Yep. So to set up a step likely.
Would
You decide.
Robin Hood not move in this instance then,
That's my win
Sean?
condition here.
Possibly. Which means that there's gonna be a surprise attack.
Keep rolling hard.
So he's guaranteed 2 damage with his surprise attack.
Yes.
Rolling hard rain and step lightly. I am dead.
And the defenses that Robin has left by my count, I would say defenders and Wily would both hurt if you defended with them and got those effects canceled. And if you defended with a feint, it hurts even more. Because that's 3 damage and no effect that you're canceling. Oh no. Yeah.
No step lightly.
Discarded to confirm, but it's still late.
Was he just trying to create the threat of step lightly, maybe?
Well, between Step Lightly and Reign of Terror, he has enough auto damage to kill Robin Hood, if he can pull it off.
Wait, he has another Reign of Terror?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh no.
He still has Vanish, too, and Rolling Fog, if I've got my count right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Have you maneuvered?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Robin Hood just got to surround himself with the outlaws now, no matter what.
Well, a couple matches ago, Jeremiah, you were saying you were hoping for some less decided wins. Here we go.
Yep. Going right down to it.
So John is maneuvering, right? He drew the card, and I think he's deciding now
Just
where.
3 slip-aways, right? I kind of lost count of those.
Yeah.
I used two before.
Okay.
He definitely wanted to make sure that Robin ended up on a fog token, which he did. But now, what is he considering? If he moves to attack, he's basically has an outlaw adjacent and Robin Hood adjacent, right?
Yeah.
If
So-
he
Go ahead.
if he vanishes. I'm just thinking he would have to survive the double attack, right? And maybe that's the calculus he's doing now.
I don't know how I'm so high up in that.
I don't either. Kind of crazy.
Robin also has, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, he has a ton of attack left, and Invisible Man is down to 3 singular cards that can be played for defense.
Yeah, I honestly think this is just the late night getting to Joshua, because there was no way he would have allowed the confound to trigger. But yeah, I think I saw him draw from the regroup or something.
Yeah, that was the chat. We can't hear the them, but yes, he drew from his regroup before deciding to discard, and so I think that kind of locked him into letting the rearrangement of the fog tokens.
Yeah. Because
Yeah, there's only one.
otherwise, there's no way he would allow
You have one left.
Yeah.
fog rearrangement at this critical juncture.
Not sure what I want to do with it.
Look at the cocks turning in Zero's eyes.
Yeah.
A decision has possibly been made. Yep.
Okay, what do we got here?
An attack.
Surprise, isn't it?
Surprise attack.
Attack.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
So no outlaw.
So
Returning.
if I was Joshua, I would actually be kind of okay with that one being canceled. Because he already has 3 outlaws.
Okay.
It also stops him from drawing a card by being canceled.
Yeah, but now it's just a reign of terror away.
So is he going to maneuver onto the fog tools to prevent it?
I think he's stuck there, right? He maneuvered, then he attacked.
No, I'm saying will Robin Hood move? No, he's
Oh, I see what you're saying.
not. To try to keep him off.
It's actually quite a that's a possible play.
You just gotta hope that John doesn't have rolling fog in his hand.
It would have been good to set up Step Lightly. It didn't work.
Right, but like that's the kind of
Correct.
stuff we need to
That
see in
would.
the finals.
Yes, definitely.
Boosting.
So he's discarding the feint to boost.
I guess this is to avoid step lightly, but it won't stop.
Reign of Terror. Yeah.
Yeah.
Outlaw attack.
This has to be an ambush. If he's hoping to pull.
Yeah. It's pretty useless now.
Frank, I think you're right. I think it has to be ambush, right? Because he's got to pull out the auto damage to give himself a fighting chance.
It's just, can you draw? You have
The only thing is that he has so few defense cards that if for some reason it is.
Yeah.
No, it's the snark. Okay.
Huh.
Your turn? No, wait. Hop back. Otherwise, it is your turn.
Well, moment of truth.
Yeah.
If he has the auto damage, and what, he's got 6 or 4 cards left in deck?
That's 4. Yeah.
So if he doesn't have it, then it's a 1
Yeah.
maneuver.
I do.
Yeah,
Draw
There
it.
it is.
Yeah,
Oh, he drew it.
Holy cow.
Oh, wow.
I needed an ambush. I needed
Woo!
your hand, Josh.
This was my
I
hand.
needed an ambush.
If you
Oh,
double
wow.
attacked me this turn, I could have lost. Because all I had was the impossible to see, but I
Did you
had
need-
to
did
take
you
the
need-
gamble.
Did you need the? Oh, all you had was impossibles.
All I had was
Oh!
impossible to see. If you baited it
Oh my
right,
goodness.
you know, like double attack 50-50s, it would have came down to that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the confound play. Oh.
I mean,
That
it
was
didn't
what did it.
actually set up Step Lightly. Wait, but
I was going to.
Ah.
If you stayed there, I was gonna rolling and then step and
Yeah.
then vanish.
yeah,
You would have been down to
definitely. I
one.
saw that. I
Yep.
saw that.
It wouldn't have killed you right there. Well, you were thinking of a win condition. I didn't have that. Like I wasn't
Why,
able to.
why didn't you? You
You
only
said,
just
you said
drew
rolling,
Reign of Terror?
confound, and I just drew Reign of Terror.
Ah, that.
But if I didn't draw the Reign of Terror, I was gonna vanish, and then next turn I would, because I maneuvered first because I'm just trying to dig, right? And then I was gonna vanish, and then when I
Yeah.
come back down, I would maneuver again, which would give me a 50.
You would have gotten it.
And if I didn't get the Reign of Terror, you would have clumped up because you
How
have to
many
avoid
defenses?
step.
Yeah, I had
my other
to.
two
I had
cards-
to have.
Are those. So I think
Yeah,
I
you
had it
had.
no matter what.
You had so many defenses left. The 3, I should have just gambled.
You had to
and
double
just
attack
double
here.
attack.
That was your chance.
Yeah,
If you did that, you might have won. But
I
Hard to
had.
say.
I had 5s.
you had 5s, 2 of them.
Well, I had one. I had 1 and
Wily wouldn't kill me. That was the thing.
Yeah.
So you had to have a highway robbery that no. If you attack with the outlaw, that's why I made sure to end next to the outlaw too, because it was like this.
Yeah.
So if you attack with the outlaw and I don't defend and it's a robbery, then I'm fine.
Yeah.
Because then Impossible to See saves me. But if I don't defend and it's a Wily, I'm down to 1. Well, I guess that would have been your last Wily. So Robin would have to attack and hit with the feint that I defend with, and then hit with the Hunter's Eye. So,
yeah, and would
but
you
if I
have
just took the
defended if I
feint,
attacked
but if I
first?
took the feint
Yeah.
and then I have something to block the Hunter's Eye, it was literally, it came down to a gamble. It was like a 50-50.
It was, and I wasn't gonna gamble.
Yeah.
I needed the ambush. I
So-
knew a later game ambush would get better cards.
Yeah,
but
right.
I couldn't draw it.
And that was such a hard gamble for me to make to even go up there, because once you moved away, that kind of ruined my plans, because I felt like if you stayed there, I had a safety net, because I would rolling fog.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna
and
let you
vanish.
because I saw that was game over.
Right. I
Yes.
wish it wasn't game over. Well, I don't know. I guess I don't wish it wasn't game over, but like, good on you for seeing that, because if you went here, boom, you're next to a fog, you're next to a fog. You know, you're next to a fog no matter where you go because of how I set it up. So then I could just maneuver and step.
But because of
But I didn't step
Um,
because I wanted to knock a card out of your hand that might have been like a Wily, so that you couldn't.
Yeah.
You had less chances to be able to kill me on the double attack.
Yeah.
So I made sure to use the surprise attack to knock a card out.
yeah.
Dude, oh my gosh, this couldn't have been a closer match.
Yeah. I mean, that
Oh my gosh.
really it is probably I am favored, but that Wily fighting, I knew I had to sneak something in.
That was a
And that was
big
the only
Wily.
time you didn't defend.
Yeah, every other time, because we've talked about this matchup before, and you have to defend. You can't risk those highway
Yeah,
robberies. So
But
you have
did
to throw-
you not have anything that
I
time?
had Impossible to See, and it was my last one.
Yes, you don't want to use it.
I didn't want to give you full knowledge that I didn't have him anymore. So I
Yes.
held on to it. Yeah, but you want to defend with these twos because
Yeah, I
if they
didn't
canceled,
get
you had to
outlaw
use your draw.
attacks. I ran out of outlaw attacks, so
Wow,
I would have just attacked if anything.
that was just such a ridiculous match. What a
Yeah.
game, what a match. That was insane.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I don't know how you're still awake and functioning.
I mean, all the adrenaline, really.
I'm so sorry it's so late.
All right, well, welcome back. As Zero was congratulating Josh there for still being awake. I would also like to congratulate Zon for a similar achievement in that case. However, in the end, it came down. Invisible Man got his win, and Zero Skater is our new champ. What did we think of that match? It really came down to it. I think that Joshua played Robin Hood into this matchup probably as best as he could have. He didn't want to risk it at the end. That might have been his chance. You got to take a couple risks sometimes, particularly against enemies with so much guaranteed damage. But I think he played it very well. Zon, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely be going through the game to see. Yeah, I'm not sure how else he could have avoided damage, because there were a couple of times where he purposely tried to bait Invisible Man to go in and hit him with a surprise attack, or emerge from. Yeah. So there was probably a choice between keeping the outlaws around him or keeping the outlaws spread out across the map in order to hit Invisible Man. So yeah, I think that was a critical decision. There was probably one point where he needed to pull some back and try to protect Robin Hood. But I'm not sure. This kind of thing is easier to observe from hindsight.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to observe looking back on it. A little bit from up here, because we also don't have we have the benefit of imagining what the cards could be, instead of they have to deal with the cards they actually have in hand. Um, so, Frank, John, any commentary you would like to add about that match and how it went down? Any interesting things about it?
No, I agree. I think Joshua played that probably as best as he could, especially at the end when he revealed his cards. I know that John revealed there at the end that if he had doubled attack, he could have won, but it's tough to gamble like that. Like Josh kind of, said, at this late, it's the final match. We're coming down to the wire. I mean, those kind of things decide who's going to be the overall winner or not. So I can't fault him for not gambling. It's not the smart play without the knowledge of what's in the other person's hand. So, and this Invisible Man was played perfectly to a T. So,
I think you're muted, Frank.
This is a tough matchup because Robin Hood has such a low health, right? And IM has so much auto damage. John still had, I think still had his another option to deal auto damage even at the end of the game. So agree, it was just really well played. The benefit of looking at the cards and saying, well, maybe it would have worked out if he had taken that double attack, but just really was it expertly played Robin Hood, and I think we saw that IM, he is viable against certain opponents in the right hands.
Yeah, he almost got Dracula, didn't quite pull that out, but that was really close, and then he managed to take down Robin Hood. Yeah, it was good matches and expert play from really both our competitors. Let's try and get, we're going to cut to a quick break. When we come back, we will have Josh in for an interview, and hopefully we can get him to bed, or, get him to wherever he prefers to get coffee or tea, to ride it out. But we will be right back after this break while we organize. Hello and welcome back. I am joined not only with my commentator squad, but also the second place in the Battle of Legends, Summer of Legends Battle, whatever. Second place in the tournament, Joshua Tan, also known as Wandering Caretaker. First of all, congratulations. Second place out of 64 is incredibly impressive. You really fought all the way up there. You were part of the secret Singapore strike squad that almost managed to eke out that victory. You took it to game 5, right to the last health pieces there. Just a couple of cards different. I know I'll try and keep these questions brief because I know it's incredibly early where you are. So my first question has to go all the way back to Pickman. Medusa and Bigfoot were in Zero's pool there. You chose to ban Bigfoot. Can you walk us through what you were thinking there?
So between Bigfoot and Medusa, I think Bigfoot pretty much neutralizes Robin Hood, and while Red stands a chance, I think Dracula, it's an uphill battle. I think Robin, Red, and Dracula all stand a better chance against Medusa specifically, and I knew he was going to ban Sherlock, so even though Sherlock's good into Bigfoot, that's an automatic ban. I think John did admit after the pick ban that he assumed I would ban Medusa, and it kind of threw him off, but in hindsight, he should have realized I was always going to do that.
Yeah, excellent. I know that Zon was mentioning that you might have work or school very shortly in a couple of hours. What's next up for you today?
I'll just sleep. My schoolwork is flexible, so I'll just get to it when I wake up.
Oh, that's good. Joshua, again, congratulations. I'm sure you're exhausted right now, but you held in and just played some fantastic games. Wondering, going back to the very first matchup, that you have the most variety of the picks. You picked Little Red to start off with. Who were you hoping the matchup would be? Who were you kind of
Invisible
hoping that?
Man.
Oh, you expected that.
Yes, and I think I knew John wanted I Am to Dracula. If you look at the quarterfinals, we both won I Am into Dracula. And if I got Dracula win off anyone else, he would be stuck with I Am. I mean, I Am can pull off a win against Robin, but it's dead against Red.
Yeah.
So I wanted to start off with a win, and Red's fine against Medusa or Beowulf, so it didn't hurt.
Gotcha.
John or Zahn, any questions for our runner-up here in the tournament?
We were. Oh, go ahead.
Just want to say, good job, man, making it all the way.
Yeah,
this
thanks.
far and somehow surviving till 5, 6 a.m.
Hey, you too.
Yeah, I think if I were in your shoes, I'd probably be passed out by now. So really good job, and yeah, I'll probably arrange a meetup with Zoe and you.
Yeah.
The next.
Look forward to
buy-
that. I mean, we
definitely buy you a meal.
it's the he had to beat all of us to get there to the top.
Yep. Oh yes, that's very true. So yeah,
Oh, yeah. He beat all
Well-
three of you.
we know who our next target is.
Yeah.
Josh, congratulations, man. This is a really impressive run.
Thanks.
And
Yeah.
congrats on making this as close as it was, right? 2-2. We had the most amount of matches that we
Yes.
could possibly get, and that final match was not a decisive loss by any means for you. It was very
Yeah,
close.
it
Put
is
us
an
to
uphill
home.
battle, but I knew what I needed to do to make it close.
Yeah. He made for some very entertaining games.
Yeah, and I think we were all saying that we were very impressed that coming into the end there, you were actually winning the exhaustion game. Robin Hood doesn't normally do that. He normally draws like his life depends on it.
Yeah.
But you managed to manage his card draw really well, and you were ahead in the exhaustion game. So he really needed those auto damage spells.
Yes.
So yeah, that was excellent. So just before we go and have a talk with Zero and let you get some sleep, the next few sets are coming out this summer. The meta might get shaken up a little bit. What hero are you most excited about the announced heroes that are coming?
I might have to say Sunoko because I was hoping he would make Battle of Legends Volume 2, and during the fan deck designs, I had talked about some ideas for Sun, but Brian messaged me saying that they had already something similar in the works. So I want to see how close my idea of him is to the official one.
Well, we'll hopefully see that when we talk. Hopefully, we'll get some mechanics spoilers in the next month or so, because I know they're going to be doing some reveals up to Gen Con. So,
yeah,
just a couple weeks now. All right, Joshua. Well, once again, thank you so much, not only for competing and being such a good competitor, but also for helping organize all this, for getting us to this point and giving us some great matches. So thank you so much. Any other questions from John, Zahn, Frank?
Oh, we're good.
Not from my side. Just congrats again. Well fought.
Yeah,
And,
thanks.
And thanks for organizing as a fellow player in
Yeah,
the party. thank you for all the time and effort that you put into it.
All right. Well, I believe we are going to transfer now to Zero, who's waiting. There he is, right there.
How you doing, guys?
There we go. We can hear him, and of course, you've got the nice green screen and the nice background there. Congratulations, of course.
Thank you.
Winning Summer of Legends, the big tournament, 64 players. We were doing. Since this went to 5 games, 270 games of Unmatched in total in this tournament, and you managed to take enough of them that you will be getting the trophy. First of all, how does it feel? You 64. You helped organize this whole thing. Lots of really good competitors, but you managed to take it to the top. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, obviously, as expected. I don't know. I didn't really expect to win it. I was hoping to do well at least and make top 8. And after my match with Sojourne and I took that loss early on, it was kind of discouraging. And I was like, oh man, one more and I'm out. I don't know if I'm going to make it. And I just fought, one match at a time. And then I had to beat Bug to get into the top 8. And I just barely won. And then the top 8 was a lot of tough matches too, leading up to the finals. And so it's kind of surreal, to actually be at the top and take the whole thing. And even that last game, it came down to the absolute very end. And I had to take a gamble there, and I'm glad it paid off. But it very easily could have gone the other way, and Joshua could have taken this whole thing as well. So it was just incredibly close, and I don't know, mind blown, I guess.
Yeah, another question that I wanted to follow up with, not only did you manage to win, but you managed to win in the final game with your much touted, much praised Invisible Man. You've always said that he's better than the stats give him credit for, that he can be very good even in competitive if you know how to use him. And though you didn't get 2 of the wins with Invisible Man today, Invisible Man did drop 2 games. He won where it mattered, where it counted. So,
Right.
Any other comments you want to make about Invisible Man, and how did you play him that you think is different than how a lot of people play him?
Okay, well, to start, I want to apologize to everybody for such long games, because I know Invisible Man games are just very slow and they can be boring at times, and that's just how it is. So I apologize for that. But Invisible Man he's got his matchups. He is not a good, well-rounded fighter. He has a lot of losing matchups, but he also has a lot of winning matchups. And he also is just incredibly difficult to play, and therefore difficult to get practice against as well. So anybody who's unsuspecting of Invisible Man, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when they face somebody who's actually good with him, because they won't be prepared for it. But in this case, it was especially difficult because I practice against Joshua more than anybody. And I played a lot of Invisible Man games with him, testing all different matchups. So he knows it like in and out. And so it was a different animal to tackle there, and that's why I think the little red matchup is miserable for Invisible Man. He almost automatically loses every single time, and I'm honestly surprised I got it as close as I did. But the Dracula one is usually in Invisible Man's favor, yet no matchup is actually easy. You just gotta keep playing well and not make mistakes. And the Dracula one is Invisible Man favored, but you saw that ambush hit my impossible to see 1 of 2, which was crucial in the end. And then the Robin matchup is relatively even as well, but it really just depends on smart positioning by both players, good card management, because Robin's just going to keep blowing your defenses. You got to know when to defend and what with, and when to take undefended attacks, and how to pull off all of your auto damage. And that's Invisible Man's strength, right? Is all his auto damage. So in a lot of matchups, even like Muldoon, you take away most of fighter's health just with schemes. So you can do 10 scheme damage, and then you just need to find a way to get that last few points of damage, which you can find through exhaustion to help you out, or a couple of good attacks like surprise attack and whatnot. So you just really need to know each matchup in particular, because every matchup you play totally differently, and you need to think about all of your options at every time. Like, that was the first time I ever did a play like that with the Confound at the end, where I put all 3 fogs in a line, because I was trying to set up the step lightly, and you just got to be aware of all your options at
every point, and it's difficult, but it can work if you do it right.
Yeah, I definitely want to get a Muldoon versus Invisible Man matchup in there, because I've got some ideas on how that would go, but I think it might go a little better than it did for Robin Hood.
Sure.
But I could also see really where he could really take advantage of Muldoon's weaknesses.
Right.
And that's good too. So I'm glad that you're still, even after 2 tournaments of the same fighters, we're still finding ways to shake up the meta there.
Right.
Frank, any questions for our victor?
Yeah, I mean, if you go look back at the matches, probably the last 2 are the ones that are most fresh in my mind. Like one defining moment that you really stuck out as like that was the moment that made it for you.
Oh, it was definitely that confound play at the end. I don't know how I thought about that. Like I said, I've never done anything like that before. I don't know what made me think of that, but and then also just being brave enough to take the gamble, because I only had an impossible to see in hand at the end there when I took that gamble. I was hoping he wasn't going to move away with his ability because I put the fogs like I did. I was trying to scare him from jumping, so I was going to rolling fog and then do the step lightly, and then I was just going to vanish and hope to get my Reign of Terror to finish the game in my next couple of draws. But he didn't stay, so he jumped away, and then I was stuck in a position after my maneuver. I drew an attack card, and that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a defense, because if I saw a defense, I'm safe to go up, do the step lightly, and then I have 2 defenses for 2 attacks. But I only had the 1 impossible to see, and it very easily could have went poorly if he double attacked me, and I used my defense at the wrong time. I could have just lost. So I'm surprised I actually went and took that path instead of trying to maybe drag it out longer and see if there was another way to win, but I'm just happy it worked out.
John, any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, so last night while we were commentating your match, Josh was very good at predicting what you might do. Frank can tell you we were commentating, and there was a moment where I suggested you might take one path, and Josh said, no, John likes to play it a little safer. He doesn't gamble. And that word, gamble, is one that you just used several times to describe what ended up being your game-winning move. So heading into the match today, all of your games, was there a philosophy in your mind that, well, Josh knows how you play. You guys have played together better than anyone, or more than anyone. Was there a thought in your mind that you were going to have to do these kinds of gambles to win because Josh so knows your pattern of behavior?
Right. That wasn't my intention. Like, I didn't plan to gamble. I wanted to avoid it if at all possible, but I knew it was a possibility that I might have to do some obscure things in order to pull it out because he knows my playstyle so well. So yeah, it wasn't my goal, but at the end I felt like I had no other choice, so I just had to go for it. And again, I'm just happy it worked out. But yeah, it wasn't my philosophy going in. I figured with the pick bans, honestly, I wrote out a couple of scenarios ahead of time the night before, last night, and the scenario basically played out exactly how I had it written down. I only planned a couple of them, but the only difference was that he banned the Bigfoot instead of Medusa, and I did this at like 1:30 in the morning, so maybe my mind wasn't totally clear. I wasn't fully thinking about it, but he caught me off guard there, and then I was a little worried that Medusa might not be able to get an easy win like Bigfoot would have, and then my pick order for the blind picks was going to matter more. So that caught me off guard, and but other than that, I think the games played out similarly to when we do in practice, because again, we know each other so well, and I know he doesn't like to gamble either, especially in a high pressure situation like the tournament here, and so I guess in the end, I'm glad I was the one to take the leap of faith.
Awesome. Well, congrats. It's awesome that you won.
Yeah.
How are you
thank
feeling? Like,
it's
just personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal. Like, I didn't expect to make it to the finals necessarily. Like I said, I thought I would do pretty well, but after the round 3 loss, I wasn't so sure. And then it was just such a, I was focused on playing, but then I knew at the same time I was going to have to focus on
setting up commentary and all that stuff. So it was pretty stressful. But it all worked out great in the end. So thank you, Jeremiah and John, Zahn, Frank, all you guys. Thank you for, having my back here and handling all the hosting and commentary duties while I was playing. So if I wasn't able to find people like you to handle that, I wouldn't be able to play myself. I'd have to step down and just do the commentary. And obviously that'd be a tough choice. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, who would have
Happy to
beat
do
the
it.
Singapore Strike Squad?
Right.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. I
True.
think maybe they would have taken it all if it weren't for me.
Yeah, because
Speaking of, Zahn, so we can let you get to bed. Do you have any questions for Zero?
I just like to say, really thank you for all the work you have put into not just this tournament, but also the entire unmatched scene for the past 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it wasn't for your videos of the last tournament and the activity in the Discord channel, I wouldn't have been back in unmatched a few months ago. So really thank you for all this, and onwards and upwards, because I really think the unmatched scene is probably going to explode quite a bit once the new releases are in.
I'm sure hoping it does. And yeah, you were the first one I ever played against online, so thank you for getting me into this initially. And I'm really glad, you saw those videos and came back into the scene and turned out to be such a strong competitive player. So it's great to have you back. And yeah, thanks for introducing me to the online Unmatched.
All right.
Well, it has been a wild ride, as we said, 270 games, now 181 matches, but in the end, Zero Skater, you take it all. I want to thank Restoration Games for making such an amazing game, but also helping to sponsor this tournament and letting us use all of their stuff. Vorpal board has been amazing. It let us see all of the action right there with all the information right spread out, with all the amazing art, of course, because Restoration does a great job. And just thank you to the tournament organizers, and to that end, we're actually going to have an interview with them in just a moment, but we're going to throw it to a quick break in order to get that set up, so I will see you all in just a moment.
All right, everybody. I just wanted to bring the fellow TOs here on camera with me so we can just say, first of all, thank you to everybody who participated in the tournament, everybody who watched the tournament and the streams throughout and took part in the discussions on the Discord and everything. We just appreciate all the support so much. And, this event wouldn't be anything without all you guys. So thank you so much for being a part of it and participating and supporting. And especially, again, Jeremiah, John, Frank, thank you guys for pulling up the slack of mine while, and Joshua too, while we were playing. So definitely couldn't have done it without you guys. And again, Joshua and Gary, to you guys, thank you so much for helping me organize this. And it's not something one person can pull off by themselves, so I couldn't do it without you guys, and I really appreciate all the help and all the effort and work you guys put into this alongside me, so thank you so much. And Gary, so this is your first time on camera for this tournament, at least. I guess I want to know your thoughts. How do you think it all went? Do you have any certain comments or questions you want to throw out there or things you want to say?
Overall, I think it went really well. It went a lot smoother, and I think we had a much higher investment rate from the players than I expected we were going to with such a long Swiss format. I was really excited to see how many people were still really invested in rounds, rounds 4 and 5, going into it, knowing that they might not make top 8 at that point.
Right.
So that was really good to see, and I think everybody leaned into that pretty hard with this was a good opportunity to get some fun games in across the community. So it was really great getting to see that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I did have some concerns that with being Swiss, people would end up dropping for multiple reasons, but just once you can't make the top 8, a lot of people they lose motivation or they just have other things going on, and so. we actually had a really high completion rate. I think we only had, 5 drops, was it, Joshua? Oh, I think he's muted. What? Hold on one second. Oh, Joshua, you there?
What?
Okay, you're a little quiet, but now you're on. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so what do we have, 5 drops?
Yeah, I think it's around 5.
Yeah, not all that many out of 64, and yeah, so the completion rate was really high, which just shows that people really just want to play the game because they love the game, right? It's not just about the competition, and I think Swiss worked out really well because of that, and so it was almost a bracket for the top half, or the people vying for the top 8 spots. It was almost bracket-like, but for everybody else who was out of contention, they still just got to play 6 rounds of fantastic matches with awesome people from the community. So I'm glad it worked out the way it did, and hopefully people enjoyed it. And we'll definitely be putting out a survey to all the players at least to get your guys' thoughts on the format and how it all went. I guess just to pick your guys' brains, so Jeremiah, you first. What did you think about the Swiss format? I mean, was it good? Was it better? Because you were the champion from the previous one. So how do you think it compares?
I mean, I obviously have a preference towards the double elimination format just because I won that one.
Sure.
I like the Swiss. I like that everybody gets to play. I know for me, my motivations for joining this particular tournament was really just, everyone expects me to defend my title because I won the last one, which I wasn't expecting to do. So, which was why I ended up having to drop after the first few rounds. So if it wasn't Swiss, I wouldn't have done that. I would have just fell out naturally in the order of things. But I think that what you were saying, for people whose motivations are a little bit different, like, I feel like I might have been the only person who felt obligated to play in this this particular tournament. I think all the 63 other players were here because they really wanted to be here and wanted fun, unmatched matches against other people who really love this game. And so for the Swiss format's perfect for them.
Sure.
So I think it's great, and I think it works well. And we do not get 270 games in a double elimination bracket.
Right.
We just don't. Like that, just the sheer number of unmatched games that we got to play, and I mean, you gotta love the data, right? You gotta love the numbers as they're coming in.
We are a data farm, right, Joshua?
Yeah, this whole tournament is a ruse. We're just farming data here.
Yep. All right. Well, I hope to have you back in a future tournament, Jeremiah. When things settle down a little bit. I know you're busy with your new job and everything. Congrats on that, by the way. But
thank you.
When you got more time,
I'm
whatever.
in the store right now, actually.
That's awesome. Yeah, I see your trophy in the background. That's great. Did you get a chance to show it off yet on camera?
I did at the very beginning. I showed it off a little bit, but we got a nice heft to it. It's got the title of the actual event.
Awesome. There you go. Yeah.
Over there. So yeah, this could be a weapon in and of itself. And you and I are now part of an exclusive club of people who have won unmatched tournaments.
That is true. And so yeah, I mean, I really hope you find the time or motivation rather to play again in the future, because we'd love to have you back again.
Yeah, and I really enjoy doing it. It's just a really hectic time of my life. So
yeah.
If things do get cleared up a little bit, I would be more than pleased to run the entire gauntlet with everybody again.
Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, John, what did you think about this? Because you played too. All you guys, John and Frank, all you. So, John, what did you think about this format compared to the other one?
Definitely my preference is Swiss. And I think that, well, like, John, just like looking at your performance, right? You lost round 3, and then you were still able to win the whole tournament. But if we'd been doing double elimination, like, the odds of that happening slimmed down because of the brackets and everything.
Sure, there's more matches.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like the Swiss more. I also think that it creates a healthier environment for the game, and it also inspires more creativity and more, how should I put it, like, more people at once collectively are looking for more strategies.
Right.
Right? If 64 people are playing this game every week for 6 weeks, as opposed to that number going down and down and down, those people are consistently looking for new ways to play. It's only good for the game state. It only helps our understanding of the game. It makes it more exciting, more interesting, more novel. So I like the idea that we're all playing for 6 weeks, all 64 of us.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the game, and it's
Okay.
good for the community.
Awesome. Yeah. Glad to hear it. What about you, Frank? What do you think?
Yeah, just not to reiterate what's already been said. I think I agree with everything. I prefer the format. I think from a TO perspective, from the perspective of all three of you TOs at least, being really active members of the community, having the Swiss format in all of the matches, and just creating more opportunities for people to meet each other and play against each other. Like, it did a lot to build the community and encouraged engagement. So, from that perspective, it's about playing this game. It's also a lot of the fun is meeting people and chatting with folks in Discord. And so, the more of that we can get and encourage, I think the better. So, yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's the whole goal of these things, is just to build up the community and give everybody something to collectively participate in and enjoy and talk about, and just get the hype going for Unmatched, because it's just such an amazing game. So hopefully, we've accomplished that. That's the whole goal, is just to get people involved. So I don't know, Joshua, do you have any closing comments you want to say, or?
Glad it worked out this well. I think I said yesterday that when we started the sign up for this tournament, we really had no idea how many people were going to come in. We were prepared to do a 32 person 5-round Swiss, and then it just exploded. We got over 80 people. We had a wait list and stopped promoting ourselves. We could have gone 128, but that's a scary thought.
Yeah,
Maybe
we're gonna have to figure out a way, because we need to. I hate making a cutoff point, but we got to find a way to logistically make it possible, because I know this whole thing, 6 weeks, it's a long time, it's a big commitment. So I understand, it's tough, and I don't want to burn people out. So we'll definitely be looking into ways to accommodate more people, and we'll figure something out. But how about you, Gary? Any closing thoughts or things you want to say?
I think everybody's already kind of said everything I want to say about this one. I am interested to see how the tournaments at Gen Con go in regards to limited player size.
Okay, so
I'll be interested to see what kind of information and player response we get out of that.
Why don't you want to reveal how the Gen Con tournaments are going to work?
Do you want me to go into it? Or
go for it. If you want to, go for it.
Okay. All right. At Gen Con this year, we will be running 4 tournament sessions, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. Each session will have 2 pools of players. Players will compete in an 8-player pod single elimination tournament. So you will each play 1 game. If you lose, you get eliminated. Winning players move on. So you'll basically have a top 8, top 4, and then finals. At the start, your pod of 8 players will sit down to a table, and we will be providing you with blind packs of 3 fighters, which you will then draft your 3-fighter roster from. When you defeat your opponent in a round, they are out. You take their fighter as a backup. Should you encounter a mirror match later in the tournament and you do not have a remaining fighter, you will use one of the stolen fighters from your defeated opponents in place of your mirror.
Yep. And so, yeah, you can only use each fighter once. So it's going to be some strategy in terms of your play order, right, of your fighters. If you have, like, let's say Medusa, but then you also have King Arthur and Spike or something, I don't know. Like, do you play your weaker fighter first and you try to save the more powerful one for the end when it might be a more seasoned opponent? Or do you're going to have to look at the opponent's lineup. It's going to be blind picks, of course. But I think it should be interesting, and it kind of adds a element of randomization to the picks, but also there's still some element of choice, because you are given a choice between the 3 fighters at the start, so you pick the best of them, and then you pass your packs, and then you're going to pick another out of the 2 that you were handed, and then you'll pass again, and you get stuck with the last one. But it'll be interesting to see how that works out, and I'm excited to try it out. So anybody going to Gen Con, make sure you sign up for those. You can find it on the Gen Con events page. Just search for Unmatched, and I believe it's listed as like unmatched tournament or unmatched play group or something. But yeah, definitely check those out. It is limited capacity, but I think there's some open spots still, and that's coming up September 16th, I believe, or 17th, around there. And so it's a few weeks.
I believe we're playing on the 17th and 18th.
17th,
But yeah,
18th.
the first day is the 16th, but
Okay.
we'll be on Friday and Saturday.
Sure, yeah. So me and Gary will be there in person running these tournaments, so definitely go sign up. And I know you, Jeremiah, you're going to be there too, and Frank, right?
I'll be
You
there,
guys
yeah.
are both going to Gen Con. Awesome.
Yep.
So we hope to see more of you guys from the Discord and whatnot, from the Unmatched community over at Gen Con in person. It's going to be a great time, so we're looking forward to it. And I guess if that's going to be everyone's closing thoughts, we'll wrap it up here. But again, I want to personally thank Restoration for sponsoring this awesome event. It's been a blast. Pleasure to organize it, and I'm really thankful to get to play in it as well. And to go all the way and win it is just an amazing feeling. And congrats, Joshua, too, for getting second place. We had 2 TOs in the finals, so that was just amazing. And so thank you, Restoration, for an awesome game, an awesome tournament. Thanks to all the players who participated, everybody who was part of it watching and discussing it, just bringing the hype for the game. Thanks to Vorpal Board for being awesome guys and supporting this tournament venture with us. And you have a great platform. I'm really looking forward to see the improvements that you guys are constantly working on, updates. So it's only going to get better and better as time goes on. So looking forward to those. And anyone watching too, if you like what you saw with Vorpal, there is a link on the Twitch page. You can go check it out, get more information. And if you end up wanting to subscribe to it, we do get a little bit of credit, if you do so. So we'd appreciate that. And I'm sure the Vorpal guys would too. So anything to help them out is awesome. So that'll be it for Summer of Legends tournament, though, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. And Jeremiah,
John,
any closing thoughts?
I have one more comment, John.
Go ahead, Frank.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Just wanted to call out Alan in 645 Development. I think we have not done a shout out to Alan today, and he's the one who does all the graphics. Yeah, jump in, Alan. Are you you're around?
Let's get Alan in here. He's the
I'm not gonna hop in the frame.
Behind the scenes, these amazing graphics and everything else. He keeps us, piping up commentary into our ears and stuff. So just thanks, man. I know you're the magician behind the scenes.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And
means
really,
a lot to
really,
me.
really cool.
Yeah, he really does just such an incredible job with the whole production. There's no way we could do anything like this without him. At least I know I couldn't. And
Baked Goods wants me on camera. I'm gonna walk
he's
in
gonna
frame. I'm gonna knock over the green screen.
There you go. There's Alan. There's 645 Development. He is the man behind the magic, and we couldn't do any of this without him. He just does such an amazing job. He put in so many hours of work to create all these overlays and graphics and the transitions and everything, and he's just a stream wizard. So everything that you see is thanks to him. So, Alan, thank you so much for all this.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Anything you want to say to everybody?
No, I guess, yeah. All the commentators and everything, you all killed it this weekend. Great job. It was great working with you guys, and you're all very responsive and giving good feedback. And yeah, like I said, you all were just great to work with, and I appreciate it. When there's good commentators, it makes my life a lot easier, and I feel a lot better about it because there's not a bunch of dead air and awkwardness, and y'all killed it. So, good job.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Alan. And yeah, Jeremiah, anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, just check out if you're in the central Pennsylvania area. Master Goblin Games in State College will be opening hopefully sometime in the next couple weeks. I just got a big shipment of games from Alliance, including some Unmatched, so I'm hoping to have our grand opening real soon. But yeah, if you're in the State College area, look us up, Master Goblin Games. We're underneath the Urban Outfitters.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely check it out, guys. All right, John, any closing comments?
Yeah, for the third time, these finals, I just want to thank. Maybe it seems excessive to show this much gratitude, but I really don't think so, because I don't think that Darth Cowley and Poindexter G, their contributions can be overstated. I think what they've done for this tournament, for everybody, giving us matches consistently to watch,
Yes.
all these 6 weeks they've really stepped in. They've been very selfless and very graceful in giving us all of this content to watch, which was really great. And then I'll just double down and thank you guys again for organizing this. This was super awesome. I've said before that this is not the kind of thing I've ever done before, but the way that you've made this so accessible and so fun and just so sportsmanlike, it's just been awesome. It's been so great. What an awesome experience. I can't wait for the next one. So
Awesome.
Thanks so much. You love to see it.
You love to see it, yeah. How about you, Frank?
Oh, I'm good. Just again, thanks all for all of the participants, everyone I played against. Thanks to Theos for organizing and everyone else. So it's a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
All right, Joshua, any last words?
What's the
You're
break?
ready for bed. How about you, Gary?
No, I'm good. Let Joshua go to bed.
Yeah, all right, we'll let Joshua go to bed.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye, guys.